Chapter 1: The script ends and destiny begins. Jeoncheung Third Martial Arts High School, the annual Talent Awakening Ceremony. On the central platform, the 3-meter-high awakening stone stood coldly. Next, Jiang Chen. The instructor's voice rang out. The young man named Jiang Chen slowly walked up to the platform. He was slender, his features delicate, his eyes as calm as a 1,000-year-old pond. He showed no trace of nervousness, no hint of anticipation. It was as if what was about to be decided wasn't his life, but a trivial matter unrelated to him. Below the stage, countless gazes converged, and one of them was particularly eye-catching. Lu Ruyan, the jewel in the Jeoncheung Lu family's crown and the universally recognized campus beauty, was dressed in a pristine white martial arts uniform. She was tall and slender, with a cool aura, as she gazed at Jiang Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Chen's palm gently pressed on the awakening stone, without any unnecessary movements or inner prayers. Buzz. The awakening stone emitted a dull hum, then a light dimmed, like a dying candle. Above the stone, a pitch-black letter slowly emerged: F. The whole place was dead silent. 3 seconds later, a tsunami of laughter erupted. F grade? The worst talent ever. I knew this Jiang family's abandoned child was a waste. I'm dying of laughter. He's been acting so cold and cool all day, pretending to be an expert, but it turns out he's just a show-off. With this kind of character, he's still engaged to the school beauty Lu Ruyan? Is he worthy? Harsh comments flooded in like a tide, but Jiang Chen ignored them. His handsome face remained expressionless as he quietly stared at the glaring F, his lips curling up in an unnoticed smile of relief. The 18-year mortal drama is finally coming to an end. He looked up at Lu Ruyan in the audience. He knew that she would come up. As expected, Lu Ruyan walked gently up the stage under the gaze of the crowd. She stood before Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes revealing an undisguised coldness and aloofness. Jiang Chen. Her voice was crisp, like icicles in the cold winter, clearly carried to every corner of the martial arts arena. The engagement between you and me ends here. Jiang Chen looked at her calmly, at the face that had been written on the title page of the script, and even had the leisure to comment: good acting, more resolute than expected. Reason. He spoke in a flat voice without a trace of emotion, as if he was asking about a business matter that had nothing to do with him. This reaction made all the words Lu Ruyan had prepared get stuck in her throat. She frowned, a sense of inexplicable irritation rising in her heart. She had expected Jiang Chen to be shocked, distressed, unwilling, and angry, but she had never expected him to be so calm. This calmness made her feel like a punch on cotton, like an unreasonable clown. Reason? Lu Ruyan sneered, suppressing the strange feeling in her heart. Because there's a world of difference between you and me. She turned proudly and placed her jade hand on the awakening stone. Buzz. A dazzling cyan beam shot up into the sky. A majestic aura swept across the entire audience, silencing all the laughter. The awakening stone vibrated violently, and a dazzling cyan letter condensed into shape A. Oh my god. A level talent. Lu Ruyan is a daughter of destiny. The Lu family is about to produce a real dragon. Cries of amazement and envy echoed. Lu Ruyan, bathed in the crowd's admiration, felt as if she had regained control of the stage. She withdrew her hand, looked down at Jiang Chen, and spoke with a triumphant tone: now, do you understand? My future is the pinnacle of martial arts, the sea of stars. And you, a waste with an F-level talent, will only be a stain on my life. The engagement between you and me is because you are marrying above your station. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's cousin, Lu Feng, a young man with a C-level talent, eagerly jumped onto the stage, eager to show off in front of his beloved. Jiang Chen, you loser, did you hear that? We Ruyans are kind-hearted and only held off until today to save your face. Get off now. Don't dirty the stage. As Lu Feng spoke, he reached out to push Jiang Chen's shoulder. However, before his hand touched the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes, Jiang Chen's gaze finally shifted from Lu Ruyan to Lu Feng's face. What kind of eyes were those? Deep, indifferent, as if they contained a collapsing universe, a sea of dead stars. Lu Feng froze. He felt as if he were being watched not by a single person, but by a deity that looked down upon the eternity. A chill deep within his soul chilled his entire body, rendering him unable to move. Good. Jiang Chen finally spoke, a single word. It wasn't directed at Lu Ruyan, nor at Lu Feng, but at his own mortal script of the past 18 years. He turned and walked down the stage, step by step. His back was solitary, resolute, without a trace of nostalgia. Behind him was Lu Ruyan, the star-studded figure, and the harsh comments were nothing more than background music to him. Just as he walked down the last step and was separated from the noisy crowd, a cold, grand, and emotionless mechanical voice boomed in the depths of his soul. Detecting that the host has taken the initiative to cut off the final causal line of the mortal world, the humanity script has come to a perfect end. The eternal Tao Ancestor Many Children and Blessings system is officially activated. This system is designed to assist the Tao Ancestor to annihilate the universe, reshape the myriad ways, and rebuild the universe. The host combines with a person of the opposite sex who possesses heavenly destiny and gives birth to a child. Based on the child's bloodline, talent, and destiny, they can receive rewards that defy the laws of nature. The more descendants there are, the stronger the bloodline, the more stable the Taoist ancestors' foundation, and the faster this universe will be revitalized. Zhang Chen paused for a moment, and a smile finally appeared on his lips. Finally here. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. It has been detected that the host has perfectly fulfilled the humane script and sealed himself with the supreme law. The seal has now been lifted. Congratulations to the host, you have regained your foundation, God-level bloodline, Hongmeng Chaos Body Unique. Congratulations to the host for reopening the divine treasure, the Eye of the Emperor of Heaven Only One. Boom! A terrifying force, indescribable in words, erupted not from his heart, but from the deepest part of his soul, from every particle that made up his being. That wasn't transformation, but return. The shackles within him, disguised as mortal, crumbled like thin ice scorched by billions of suns, shattering into nothingness in an instant. Every limb, every drop of blood, seemed to burn in cheer. Countless profound runes of the avenue flickered and reorganized within his flesh and blood. In this moment, his body became a furnace, refining the primordial energy of the entire universe. Zhang Chen slowly raised his head, and the world looked completely different in his eyes. The Heavenly Emperor's Dharma Eye activated. He could see a wisp of green aura hovering above Lu Ruyan's head above the martial arts arena. It wasn't weak, but that was all. Lu Feng's aura was a mottled gray, tinged with a hint of black, foreshadowing impending doom. And the aura of everyone in the entire school, indeed even Zhang Chen, was clearly visible to him, like lines on the palm of his hand. You useless idiot, what are you still standing there for? What are you looking at? Lu Feng finally recovered from his fear, dismissing it as an illusion. Furious, he brought a few of his followers to block Zhang Chen's path again. You F-rank loser, you dare to look at me like that? Believe it or not, I'll destroy you today. Zhang Chen didn't even raise his eyelids as the Heavenly Emperor's eyes swept over Lu Feng. Character, Lu Feng. Luck level, bottom gray. Recent fortune, 3 days later, due to a side stitch in your training, you will go astray and become possessed. Your chi-si will be shattered, and you will become a disabled person. Annotation of fate, a frog in a well, a clown. Zhang Chen's gaze passed over him and fell on Lu Ruyan, who was still enjoying the flattery on the podium. Character, Lu Ruyan. Lucky level, outstanding person blue. Recent fortune, in 7 days, your family will use you as a tool for a marriage alliance and be betrothed to the idiot third young master of the city lord's mansion. Fate annotation, blind and blind, you have missed your destiny and are destined to become someone else's pawn, a life of regret. Oh. Zhang Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the shouting Lu Feng in front of him. His tone was as indifferent as if he was stating a fact, get lost. Just one word, yet it contained an irresistible will. Lu Feng felt as if he was hit in the chest by an ancient sacred mountain. His mind went blank, his legs went weak, and he involuntarily took several steps back and fell to the ground. The whole place fell silent again, and everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Zhang Chen didn't look at anyone else. His play was over. Next, he would go find those women of destiny in this world who were truly worthy of his sowing the seeds of the Tao. Chapter 2, The Power of Divine Bloodline, A Punch Blasts the Tester. Zhang Chen ignored Lu Feng's shouting and calmly withdrew his gaze. He walked around them and headed straight for the strength test area on the other side of the martial arts field. According to school regulations, after the awakening ceremony, all students must undergo a basic strength test to record initial data. Seeing Zhang Chen's actions, Lu Feng and several followers were stunned. What does this guy want to do? Is he going to test his strength? What kind of power can an F-level talent have? I bet he can't even hit 100 kilograms. He thinks today's embarrassment isn't enough and wants to take the initiative to have fun? Lu Feng came back to his senses, a cruel smile appeared on his face, and he quickly followed, wanting to see with his own eyes how Zhang Chen would make a fool of himself. In the strength testing area, a sparse line formed in front of several metal instruments. Teacher Wang, who was in charge of the test, urged impatiently, "Hurry up. Next one." When it was Jiang Chen's turn, Teacher Wang glanced at him, then looked at the list in his hand and frowned. "Jiang Chen? F-level talent?" His tone was full of disdain. "Don't waste everyone's time. Just throw a punch and get out of here." The surrounding students also cast playful glances. Not far away, Lu Ruyan, who had just stepped off the platform, was also drawn to the commotion. She stood on the outskirts of the crowd, arms folded across her chest, watching with a cold eye, hoping to see what other ridiculous things the man she had abandoned could do. Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to everything around him, his mind completely immersed in his own body. After activating his primordial chaos body, he could clearly feel the spiritual energy flowing freely between heaven and earth, automatically flowing into his body, nourishing every part of his body. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Triggering the novice mission, make a big splash. Task content, in any public place, demonstrate strength beyond that of an ordinary person, shocking at least 100 people present. Mission reward, 10 body tempering pills, 1 million starting capital. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. He was worried that he would not have the chance to test the power of this god-level bloodline. He walked over to strength tester number 3. This machine was the latest model, capable of withstanding a maximum impact force of 5,000 kilograms, and was specially prepared for high school seniors. "Hey, useless guy, can you do this?" Lu Feng shouted sarcastically from behind, "Don't get your fists swollen, or you'll cry." Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out in the crowd. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, stood firmly in his horse stance, and pulled his right arm back. He didn't use any martial arts techniques, nor did he even deliberately mobilize the strength in his body. He simply recalled the warm torrent that had just flowed through him, and then simply threw a punch. The movement seemed light and airy, without the slightest trace of fireworks. The mockery on Lu Feng's face became even more intense. However, the moment Jiang Chen's fist touched the test target, bang! A deep, muffled thud echoed, like a battering ram striking everyone's heart. The entire strength tester shook violently, and the numbers on the screen began to soar wildly. 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms. 3,000 kilograms. 4,000 kilograms. The numbers jumped so fast that after images appeared, and a piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the venue. Warning! Warning! The impact force exceeds the upper limit. Warning! Energy core overload. Teacher Wang, who was in charge of the test, changed his expression drastically. He was about to shout stop, but it was too late. With a deafening bang, the thick LCD screen of the strength tester exploded before the crowd's horrified gazes. Countless fragments and sparks flew everywhere. The entire precision instrument, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, trembled violently several times, emitting puffs of black smoke, and was completely destroyed. The whole place was dead silent. All the laughter stopped abruptly. Lu Feng's smile froze, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. The booing students looked as if they were frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Teacher Wang was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, sat down on the ground, his eyes glazed over. In the distance, Lu Ruyan's cold, pretty face showed a look of shock for the first time. She stared at Jiang Chen intently, as if she wanted to see through him. How could this be possible? How could an F-level talent destroy the strength tester with a single punch? Even if a D-level talent used all their strength, the maximum value of that machine could only reach was 1,500 kilograms. It must be a malfunction. Yes, it must be. Ding! Mission stunning completed. Reward, 10 body tempering pills, 1 million starting capital, has been distributed to the system space. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Jiang Chen slowly retracted his fist, leaving not even a trace of red mark on it. He glanced at the smoking, scrapped machine, then turned to look at the terrified Teacher Wang with an innocent expression. "Teacher, this machine seems to be broken." His voice was not loud, but it resounded like a thunderclap in the dead silence of the martial arts arena. "Do I need to be tested again?" Teacher Wang opened his mouth, a hoarse sound coming from his throat, and he couldn't utter a word. He looked at the smoking machine, then at Jiang Chen's overly calm face, and his mind completely shut down. At this moment, a voice filled with majesty and anger came from the entrance of the testing area, like thunder from the sky. "Who destroyed the number 3 high-precision strength tester?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly, stern-faced middle-aged man striding in. He was dressed in a black instructor's uniform, his eyes sharp as a knife, and he exuded an iron-blooded aura that kept strangers away. This man was none other than Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School's dean of students, Zhao Wuji, a man renowned throughout the school for his ruthless and stern approach, known privately by students as King of Hell. Chapter 3: The B-Rank School Beauty's Proactive Advances, A New Crisis. Zhao Wuji's appearance instantly brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. His hawk-like gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the now scrapped tester. His expression was so gloomy it looked like water could drip from it. "I ask again, who did this?" His voice contained a hint of the pressure of a warrior, which made the students present feel breathless. Teacher Wang, who was slumped on the ground, shuddered and scrambled to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at Jiang Chen. "Zhao. Director Zhao, it's him." Swish. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Jiang Chen. This time, it was no longer laughter or ridicule, but shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Lu Feng looked at Jiang Chen with a gloating look, sneering in his heart, "Boy, you're finished. Breaking the school's valuable equipment is a serious crime. Even if you are not expelled, your family will be bankrupt." He seemed to have seen the scene of Jiang Chen being grabbed by the collar by Zhao Wuji and dragged out of the school like a dead dog. However, what happened next surprised everyone. Zhao Wuji walked up to Jiang Chen, but he didn't explode in anger as expected. He simply looked Jiang Chen up and down with sharp eyes, first glancing at Jiang Chen's intact fist, then at the slightly sunken fist mark on the bullseye of the machine, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Have you tried your best?" Zhao Wuji's voice was low and powerful. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Jiang Chen's answer. Jiang Chen met Zhao Wuji's gaze, his mind racing. He knew this was a critical moment. Being too high profile would attract unnecessary trouble, but being too low key would mean missing out on opportunities. He paused for a moment, then calmly replied, "No, I probably only used 10% of my strength." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. "What? 1/10 of your strength? Are you kidding me? He blew up the tester with 10% of his strength? Then wouldn't his full strength be enough to demolish a building? Boasting. He's definitely bragging. How could an F-level talent have such power?" Lu Feng even sneered out loud, "You're just bragging. You're only saying 10% strength. Why didn't you just say you could pop it with just one finger?" Lu Ruyan's brows were also tightly furrowed. She didn't believe it. This completely went against all her understanding of martial arts. However, Zhao Wuji, standing in front of Jiang Chen, had an expression that was unprecedentedly serious. He stared into Jiang Chen's eyes, as if trying to see through his soul. A few seconds later, Zhao Wuji's eyes suddenly gleamed with a fiery brilliance. "Good. Very good." He slapped his thigh, his voice filled with suppressed excitement. "F-level talent? This is bullshit. There's something wrong with the awakening stone. It's definitely wrong." He grabbed Jiang Chen's arm with a force like an iron clamp. Come with me." After saying this, he didn't wait for Jiang Chen's reaction, nor did he pay attention to the stunned crowd around him. He dragged Jiang Chen towards the office with him at a brisk pace. The entire martial arts field was left with only a group of students in a mess. The gloating expression on Lu Feng's face completely froze, transforming into a comical look of astonishment. Lu Ruyan stood there, staring blankly at Jiang Chen's disappearing figure. For the first time, an inexplicable emotion welled up in her heart, a feeling she had never experienced before, called regret. Dean's office. Zhao Wuji closed the door and personally poured Jiang Chen a glass of water. His attitude was completely different from before. "Student Jiang Chen, don't be nervous." His tone was much more relaxed. "I actually have another identity. I'm a special recruiter stationed in Jiangcheng for the Yanhuang military's Dragon Tooth Special Forces." He looked at Jiang Chen with a burning gaze. "Your strength is far beyond the scope of ordinary high school students. The awakening stone must have malfunctioned and failed to detect your true talent. A genius like you should not be buried in an ordinary high school. I formally invite you to join our elite reserve battalion of the Dragon Fall Special Forces. There, you will receive the best resources and the most professional training." Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He'd heard of the Dragon Fall Special Forces, one of the Yanhuang nation's top warrior units. But after some thought, he decided to decline for now. His cheat code was "many children, many blessings." How could he find highly regarded members of the opposite sex if he went into seclusion in the military camp? The most urgent task was to familiarize himself with his own strength and prepare for the system's core functions. "Director Zhao, thank you for your consideration. Jiang Chen said sincerely, but this matter is too sudden. I need time to think about it. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhao Wuji's eyes, but he didn't force it. Geniuses all have their own pride. Okay, I respect your choice. He handed Jiang Chen a business card. This is my personal number. You can contact me at any time. The door of Dragon Fong is always open to you. Jiang Chen accepted the business card and politely said goodbye before leaving. As soon as he walked out of the office building, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has intersected with the highly rated opposite sex, Xiaoyubing, favorability, 10 curious. Target information has been generated. A curtain of light unfolded before Jiang Chen's eyes. Target, Xiaoyubing. Age, 18. Talent, B-level ice. Identity, the third miss of the Jiangcheng Xia family. Appearance, 92. Body size, 90. Current favorability, 10-100. Ding! Side quest released, friends approval. Task content, raise Xiaoyubing's favorability to 60 friendship level. Quest reward, Ice Affinity plus 50%, Xian level low-grade martial arts Xian Bing Palm X1. Jiang Chen was stunned, and looked in the direction the system suggested. He saw a girl in a blue martial arts uniform standing under a tree-lined avenue not far away. The girl was tall, with long, raven black hair caressed casually over her shoulders. Her beauty rivaled Lu Ruyan's, but her aura was even more aloof and arrogant, like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, making anyone afraid to approach. She was none other than Xiaoyubing, another prominent figure at number 3 middle school, AB-level ice-type genius. She seemed to have been waiting for him. When Jiang Chen looked over, Xiaoyubing's ice-blue eyes also looked over. When their eyes met, she actually nodded slightly at him as a greeting. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw a text message from an unfamiliar number. This is Xiaoyubing. I'm very interested in that punch you just threw. Do you have time to chat? Before Jiang Chen could reply, a cold voice rang out from in front of him, Jiang Chen. He looked up and saw Lu Feng and 7 or 8 senior students surrounding him, blocking his path. Each of them had a malicious grin on their face. Lu Feng rubbed his fists, his joints making a crackling sound. He stared at Jiang Chen with a venomous look in his eyes. You useless piece of shit. How dare you embarrass Ruyan in front of the whole school? And you even dared to break the school's machinery to show off? Today, I will let you know that the real gap between F-class warriors and SD-class warriors cannot be made up by destroying a broken machine. Come on. Destroy him. Chapter 4, Destroy you with just one finger. B-class school beauty throws herself at me right now. A cold murderous intent, mingled with jealousy and resentment, emanated unabashedly from Lu Feng. The 7 or 8 senior students behind him were all his regular followers, the weakest of whom were martial arts apprentices who had awakened E-level talents. At this moment, they were all eager to completely block Jiang Chen's escape route, their eyes filled with cruel mockery. This scene instantly attracted the attention of all the students who had not yet dispersed downstairs in the office building. It's Lu Feng. He brought the people from the sports club to stop Jiang Chen. It's going to be a good show. Lu Feng is a senior student who has awakened a C-level talent. It is said that his strength test has already exceeded 800 kilograms. He is a big shot in the school. That Jiang Chen is in such a bad state. Even if he can blow up a malfunctioning machine, how can he possibly compete with a true C-rank warrior? Serves him right. Who made him so arrogant just now and embarrassed the school beauty Lu Ruyan? Lu Feng must have been venting his anger on his cousin. Discussion swirled, the vast majority gloating, ready to enjoy a one-sided brawl. They had just been shocked by Jiang Chen's blow to the tester, but deep down, they still refused to believe that a worthless F-rank talent could soar to the sky. They preferred to believe it was just a coincidence, a misunderstanding caused by a machine malfunction. Now, if a real C-level warrior takes action, he can just expose Jiang Chen's false appearance and expose his true form. At the edge of the crowd, Lu Ruyan paused. She'd originally wanted to leave this unsettling place, but seeing Lu Feng and his men blocking Jiang Chen, she felt compelled to stay. Her emotions were complicated. Her mind told her that Jiang Chen was just a worthless piece of F-level talent, and that everything that had just happened was an accident. But deep down, the emotion she called regret stabbed her like a tiny, poisonous needle, causing her a dull pain. She needed a result. She needed to see Jiang Chen easily defeated by Lu Feng, to prove with her own eyes how correct her choice was, and to sever the ridiculous, unnecessary hesitation in her heart. Elsewhere, Xia Yubing, standing beneath the tree-lined avenue, hadn't left either. Her icy blue eyes gazed silently at Jiang Chen, emotionless, like a detached observer. Her interest in Jiang Chen stemmed from the force of that punch that had shattered the tester. But strength isn't the same as power. A warrior's strength also encompasses combat technique, reaction speed, and practical experience. She wanted to see how many surprises this intriguing man could bring her. "Jiang Chen, you useless piece of shit." Lu Feng grinned as he approached, his bones crackling and releasing the aura of a C-rank warrior. He pressed towards Jiang Chen. "Do you think destroying a broken machine can hide the fact that you have an F-rank talent? Do you think that will attract Ruyan's attention?" His voice was filled with jealousy. "I'm telling you, trash is always trash. You and I, and Ruyan, are never from the same world. Today I'll wake you up and show you what true power is." Before he finished speaking, Lu Feng roared loudly, and the bluestone slabs under his feet cracked instantly. Stone-splitting fist. A pale yellow energy shone instantly on his right fist, and his entire arm seemed to thicken. This punch, a skill he had practiced for years, combined with his sea-level innate strength, was powerful enough to punch through a 3-centimeter thick steel plate. The whistling fist wind kicked up the dust on the ground, making a sharp sonic boom, and hit Jiang Chen's face directly. This punch was powerful and merciless. Everyone could see that Lu Feng was really angry and wanted to cripple Jiang Chen with one punch. The students around screamed in surprise, and some timid girls even closed their eyes out of fear. Lu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat for unknown reason and her fists clenched unconsciously. However, facing this powerful punch, Jiang Chen, the target, did not even raise his eyelids. He just stood there quietly, as if what was whizzing towards him was not a fist powerful enough to split stones, but a breeze blowing on his face. Just as Lu Feng's face, covered with a hideous grin, was approaching, the wind from his fist had already blew Jiang Chen's hair on his forehead. Jiang Chen finally moved. He didn't retreat, didn't dodge, and didn't even put up any defensive stance. He just slowly and casually raised his right hand. Then, amid countless looks of astonishment, confusion, and ridicule, he extended a finger. Just an index finger. The finger was white and slender, clean without a single flaw, and looked like it belonged to a scholar or an artist, without any sense of strength. He used this finger to meet Lu Feng's unstoppable rock-splitting fist. Is he crazy? Using one finger to block Lu Feng's stone-splitting fist? Does he want to be killed on the spot? You're being too pretentious. You're dead now. The hideous smile in Lu Feng's eyes also reached its peak. He seemed to have seen the bloody scene where Jiang Chen's entire arm was smashed into a pulp by his punch. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. Under the gazes of everyone, that slender finger and that huge fist wrapped in the light of only touched each other lightly and without any fireworks. There was no loud noise as expected. There were no tragic scenes of blood and flesh flying everywhere. The world fell into a strange silence. The grim smile on Lu Feng's face froze. The smugness and cruelty in his eyes were instantly replaced by indescribable horror and fear. The moment his fist touched Jiang Chen's fingertips, it stopped, unable to advance even a fraction. An indescribable, incomprehensible, and irresistible terrifying force emanated from that slender finger. The force wasn't violent, but concentrated to the utmost, like an indestructible divine needle. It instantly pierced his vaunted energy defenses and pierced into the heart of his fist. Then, this force, like a torrent of wind and rain, rolled back along his arm. Crack! A bone-breaking sound so crisp and sharp that it made one's scalp tingle broke the dead silence. Then came the second, third, and fourth tones. Crack! Crack! Crack, crack, crack! A series of dense cracking sounds like popping beans started from Lu Feng's fist, spreading along his wrist, forearm, elbow, and upper arm, all the way up. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Lu Feng's entire right arm twisted and deformed in a bizarre manner visible to the naked eye. Every inch of bone within it was broken and pulverized under the crushing force of that terrifying force. Ah! A shrill howl that didn't sound like a human voice finally burst out from Lu Feng's throat. He was like being hit head-on by a speeding truck, his body arched like a cooked shrimp and flew backwards. Bang! 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 His heavy body knocked the 3 or 4 followers behind him to the ground, and they finally rolled into a ball like a pile of broken garbage, writhing and wailing in pain on the ground more than 10 meters away. His right arm was completely disabled, hanging limply at his side in an unnatural bend. Blood continued to seep out of his sleeve, staining the ground red. The entire venue once again fell into a silence that was more complete than any time before. If a strength tester is blown up by a punch, it can be explained by a machine failure. Now, with just one finger, he easily crippled a C-rank warrior who was fighting with all his strength. This irrefutable, overwhelming strength, like a god playing with mortals, was like an invisible hand, strangling the throats of everyone present, making them forget to even breathe. Shocking. Unparalleled shock. All the expressions of ridicule, questioning, and gloating froze on his face, replaced by dullness, confusion, and fear rising from the depths of his heart. Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his fingers, and the surface was still as clean as before, without even a trace of dust. He didn't even look at Lu Feng, who was wailing on the ground, as if he had just crushed a noisy ant to death. His indifferent eyes slowly swept over the remaining followers, who were so frightened that their legs went weak, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't even stand steadily. Who else? His voice was as calm as water, yet it was like the coldest ice in the underworld, freezing everyone's soul in an instant. Want to try? Thump. Plop, plop. The remaining students could no longer bear the terrifying pressure that came from their souls. Their legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground one after another. There was even a foul smell of liquid coming from their crotches. They were so scared that they peed their pants. No one dared to respond. No one dared to move. It seemed as if Jiang Chen was the only one left in the whole world. He no longer paid attention to these ants, turned around and took a step forward. His goal was clear, and he walked straight towards the tree-lined avenue, towards the cold and arrogant girl in a blue martial arts uniform who had been quietly waiting for him from beginning to end. His back was stretched out in the afterglow of the setting sun, lonely and upright, full of unspeakable mystery and power. He walked past Lu Ruyan without even turning his head to look at her. Lu Ruyan froze in place, her body cold. She stared at the resolute figure in despair, watching him walk step by step towards another girl who was no less beautiful than herself. The face she had once discarded like a piece of trash now seemed so unfamiliar, so distant, so unattainable to her. A wave of remorse and pain, 1,000 times more intense than having her engagement broken off publicly, instantly engulfed her like a fierce tide. She knew she was wrong, utterly wrong. What she had pushed aside wasn't a piece of trash, but something the entire Lu family would look up to, the Nine Heavens' divine dragon. Jiang Chen's footsteps finally stopped in front of Xia Yubing. Chapter 5, The Iceberg School Beauty Offers a Deal? Sorry, you can't afford the price. A breeze blew past under the tree-lined avenue, blowing up a few fallen leaves. The whole world seemed to be muted, leaving only the sound of the wind and Lu Feng's suppressed moans of pain in the distance. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the man and woman standing side by side. One was the F-class waste who had just crippled a C-class warrior with just one finger, demonstrating godlike strength. The other one is Xia Yubing, another iceberg recognized by Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School, a genius girl with B-level ice talent. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on him, making him look even more unfathomable. Xia Yubing was completely shrouded in his shadow, and her usually cold and arrogant aura seemed somewhat dimmed in front of Jiang Chen. This scene deeply hurt Lu Ruyan's heart, who was not far away. She froze in place, her blood seemingly frozen. She stared at Jiang Chen's back, a figure she had once known so well and yet so despised. But now, it felt like an insurmountable, eternal mountain, weighing heavily on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Once upon a time, he belonged to her. She once thought that calmness, that indifference, that unperturbed attitude at all times were cowardice and numbness. It was not until this moment that she suddenly realized. That is not numbness, that is the indifference of looking down on ants. That is not cowardice, it is the transcendence of a dragon lurking in the abyss, not talking about ice with summer insects. Her so-called resolute breakup, her so-called world-shattering separation, was probably seen by others as a clumsy farce, directed and performed by herself from beginning to end. She thought she was the protagonist on the stage, but she didn't know that she was not even qualified to step onto his real stage. What the hell have I done? Lu Ruyan's lips lost all color, a searing remorse gnawed at her internal organs like millions of poisonous ants. She had personally severed the stairway to the ninth heaven, yet smugly thought she had rid herself of a stain. How ridiculous! How stupid! Just as Lu Ruyan was immersed in endless regret, the conversation in the field finally began. It was Xia Yubing who spoke first. Her voice was as cold as ever, like ice beads falling into a jade plate, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a subtle tension. What you just used wasn't warrior energy. She didn't ask, but instead, in a declarative tone, pointed out the key point. As a B-level ice-type talent, her perception of energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. Lu Feng's pale yellow energy and the fleeting flash from Jiang Chen's fingertips were two completely different forces, with vastly different levels. Jiang Chen did not deny it, but just looked at her indifferently. What kind of power is that? Xia Yubing continued to ask, her body standing straight, like a pine tree facing the wind and snow. This was her proud instinct. Jiang Chen finally spoke, a playful smile on his lips. Want to know? These three simple words instantly put the initiative of the conversation in your hands. Xia Yubing fell silent. She was used to being in charge, used to having others look up to her with her talent and status. But today, in front of this man, all her pride seemed to have lost its effect. She could sense that Jiang Chen had no intentions towards her, whether it was because he was struck by her beauty or because he coveted her Xia family background. He simply stood there calmly, as if it didn't matter to him whether she spoke or not. This complete disregard was more frustrating to her than any frivolous words. After a moment of silence, Xia Yubing took a deep breath and seemed to have made an important decision. I can tell you a secret about bloodline that. Her icy blue eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. In exchange, I need you to do me a favor. Oh? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of interest. My talent isn't the publicly announced B grade. Xia Yubing lowered her voice so only the two of them could hear. My true bloodline is the Ice Phoenix bloodline, a transcendent bloodline far beyond a grade, potentially even reaching the legendary S-grade threshold. After these words were spoken, even Jiang Chen, who was calm and composed, could not help but feel a little disturbed. Ice Phoenix bloodline? This wasn't something that ordinary talent could match. But since I was born, I've been infected with a strange poison called the 7 evil blood chains. Xia Yubing's tone finally tinged with an unconcealable hatred and resentment. This blood chain is like a venomous snake, coiled between my Qi and my heart, tightly suppressing my Ice Phoenix bloodline and preventing it from truly awakening. Not only does it limit my cultivation speed, making me appear to have only a B-level talent, it also constantly devours my vitality. The elders in my family asserted that I wouldn't live past the age of 20. She raised her head, and in her cold eyes, a flame called hope was burning. I can feel the power you just used. It's pure, overbearing, and filled with a supreme aura. Perhaps, only your power can help me break free from these damn shackles. After listening to this, Jiang Chen understood. I see. No wonder the system judged her as a highly rated opposite sex. It turns out that she has such a secret hidden in her body. He did not answer immediately, but with a thought, the Emperor's Dharma eye quietly opened. In an instant, Xia Yubing in front of him appeared in a completely different scene in his vision. Character, Xia Yubing. Luck level, Hidden Dragon Golden Blue, suppressed by the Black Evil Qi. Bloodline, Ice Phoenix bloodline sealed by the 7 evil bloodlocks. Recent fortune, 1 month from now, the 7 evil bloodlocks will erupt completely, causing a cold poison to attack the heart, severing the heart meridians, and causing death. Fate annotation, the Ice Phoenix has broken its wings and is trapped in the shallows. If it meets destiny, it will soar into the sky and cry like a phoenix in the sky. If it fails to meet destiny, it will melt into ice and perish, and its beauty will be short-lived. Really? Jiang Chen's heart was stirred. Although Xia Yubing's luck was suppressed by the black energy, its essence was a golden-green color that was more than 1 level higher than Lu Ruyan's green luck. This was already the level of hidden dragon in the abyss. Once the 7 evil bloodlocks in her body are unlocked, her luck and talent will completely burst out. Only then will she be considered the true daughter of destiny. And what I need is this kind of opposite sex who has a huge destiny and luck. This is like someone giving you a pillow when you are sleepy. Deal? Jiang Chen smiled, a smile that held a hint of arrogance that brooked no argument. Your deal is not attractive to me. Xia Yubing was stunned. She hadn't expected to receive such a response after revealing such a profound secret. Her beautiful brows knitted together, a look of humiliation and confusion crossing her face. Why? Don't you want to know the true nature of that power? I can tell you all the secrets of the ancient books treasured by my Xia family. No need. Jiang Chen shook his head, his tone calm but full of oppression, because I know everything you said. And I also know what you don't know. He took a step forward, and the distance between them was instantly shortened, so close that Xia Yubing could clearly feel the breath coming from him that made her soul throb. The 7 evil bloodlocks in your body weren't born naturally. Instead, they were planted by someone with sinister tactics at birth. Furthermore, this person is within your Xia family. Jiang Chen's words were like thunder from the sky, exploding in Xia Yubing's mind. Her face turned pale instantly, and her body took a half step back uncontrollably, her face full of disbelief. This secret was the biggest thorn in her heart. She had doubts before, but the Xia family cared so much for her that she couldn't find anyone to doubt. She had never mentioned this to anyone. How could he know? I can help you. Jiang Chen looked at her shocked expression, and the curve of his mouth became even wider. But the terms of the deal need to be changed. Not only will I help you unlock the 7 evil bloodlocks, I will also help you find the person who poisoned you, so you can have your own revenge. And you, Jiang Chen's eyes fell on her red lips that were slightly open due to shock, and his voice became low and full of magnetism. The price you need to pay, we'll talk about it later. This irresistible declaration and this attitude of controlling everything completely broke down all of Xia Yubing's psychological defenses. She felt like a traveler about to freeze to death in the snow, and Jiang Chen was the only god who held the source of fire. She had no right to bargain. The emotion called dependence took root in her heart for the first time. Ding! Target, Xia Yubing, favorability plus 20 curiosity dependence, current favorability, 3100. Side quest friends approval progress updated, 3060. The system prompt sound sounded at the right time, and everything was under control. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, no longer paying attention to Xia Yubing, who was still in shock, and also ignored the stunned students around him, as well as the distraught Lu Ruyan. He turned around and walked towards the school gate. After taking 2 steps, he paused and said without turning back, "Follow me. From today on, your life belongs to me." Xia Yubing's delicate body trembled. She looked at the figure walking away, bit her red lips, and finally followed quickly like a loyal follower. Chapter 6, You Dare to Touch My Man? The icy school beauty stands up for me. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the shadows of the 2 people very long. Jiang Chen was in front and Xia Yubing was behind. There was a distance of 3 steps between them. It was neither far nor close, but it seemed like there was a world between them. One is the master who controls everything and is unfathomable. The other is a follower who has just surrendered his fate and sought asylum. Behind them was the dead silent training ground, the wailing Lu Feng lying on the ground, the distraught Lu Ruyan, and the group of so-called senior students who were so frightened that they were unable to stand up. The entire Jiangcheng No. 3 middle school was plunged into an unprecedented shock because of Jiang Chen alone. Quick! Call the ambulance. Lu Feng's right arm bones are all broken. Oh my god, that's too ruthless. What kind of monster is this Jiang Chen? Isn't he F rank? Why is he so strong? Is there really something wrong with the awakening stone? No matter if he made a mistake or not, the Lu family will never let this go. Lu Feng is a direct descendant of the Lu family and one of the most favored grandsons. The whispers finally broke the frozen air. The students looked at Lu Feng, who was carefully carried onto a stretcher and had fainted from the pain. They looked in the direction where Jiang Chen left, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. There is awe and fear, but more of it is an anticipation that a good show is about to happen. Lu Ruyan turned her neck stiffly, watching the 2 figures walking farther and farther away until they finally disappeared at the school gate. She saw Xia Yubing following Jiang Chen closely, looking like a maid serving the king in ancient times. The position that should have belonged to her, the supreme glory that should have been enjoyed by her and was enough to make the whole Jiangcheng tremble, is now occupied by another woman. And she, who had pushed all of this away with her own hands, now stood there alone like a joke that no one cared about. An indescribable jealousy and unwillingness, like a poisonous fire, ignited in her heart, burning away the newly emerged regret. Jiang Chen. She muttered the name with resentment in a voice that only she could hear. It's you. You forced me to do this. It's you who made me embarrass myself in public, it's you who made me lose all face. I'm not wrong. It's you who's wrong. She blamed all the faults on the man who didn't even bother to look at her. Because admitting his own stupidity was more painful than killing her. At the same time, Jiangcheng, Lu family manor. An ambulance roared into the gate, and several of the Lu family's personal doctors rushed forward in panic and took Lu Feng off the stretcher. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was so oppressive that it was suffocating. A tall, middle-aged man with a face somewhat similar to Lu Feng, but more majestic, was sitting in the main seat with a gloomy face. He is the current head of the Lu family, Lu Zhan. Patriarch, young Master Feng's, his entire right arm was shattered inch by an extremely powerful force. A white-haired elder of the Lu family examined Lu Feng's injuries and reported in a dry voice, with this kind of injury, even with the highest grade spiritual medicine, it can only restore 70% to 80% of its function. From now on, I'm afraid he will never be able to practice advanced martial arts again. Boom! The mahogany armchair under Lu Zhan was instantly crushed into pieces by the powerful aura that erupted from him. Who is it? Lu Zhan's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and every word was chilling. Who dares to destroy my son, Lu Zhan? It's Jiang Chen. A servant of the Lu family who had followed them to school knelt on the ground, trembling. It's the abandoned son of the Jiang family who was engaged to Miss Ruyan. Jiang Chen? Lu Zhan's brows twitched fiercely, a surge of anger rising to his head. That F-level talent loser? How could he possibly hurt Fenger? Fenger is a C-level talent warrior. Master, it's true. The servant was so frightened that he quickly told the whole story of what happened in the school. The whole process from Jiang Chen awakening his F-level talent, to Lu Ruyan coming on stage to break off the engagement, to Jiang Chen smashing the tester with one punch, and finally, crippling Lu Feng with one finger. You could hear a pin drop in the entire hall. All the elders of the Lu family were horrified when they heard this. Just one finger can cripple a C-rank warrior who was fighting with all his strength? How is this possible? Waste. A bunch of waste. Lu Zhan angrily kicked over the table in front of him, shattering the precious tea set on it. 7 or 8 people were scared like this by a piece of trash? You have completely disgraced my Lu family. Just then, Lu Ruyan walked in from outside in a daze. Ruyan! Lu Zhan suppressed his anger when he saw his daughter, but his tone remained cold. Your brother was crippled, did you know that? Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled, and she lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I know. You know? Lu Zhan's anger was ignited again. Then tell me, what exactly is going on? Why did you break off the engagement in public? Do you know that this has made our Lu family the laughingstock of the entire Zhongcheng? And now your brother has had his arm crippled because of you. Are you satisfied? Faced with her father's questioning, the jealousy and resentment in Lu Ruyan's heart completely erupted. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes red, and a sickly stubborn expression on her face. What have I done wrong? That Jiang Chen has awakened an F-level talent. Am I going to marry a loser and bring shame to the Lu family forever? I came out to break off the engagement for the Lu family's reputation. It was him. He was ungrateful and resentful. He deliberately blew up the machine to attract attention and embarrass me. My brother was defending me, so he was attacked by him. She confused right and wrong and shifted all the blame onto herself. After hearing her words, Lu Zhan's expression eased a little. In his opinion, his daughter's choice was indeed correct. The Lu family would never accept a son-in-law with an F-level talent. What a Jiang Chen! Lu Zhan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. A bastard abandoned by his family, how dare he be so rampant? He crippled my son and humiliated my daughter. Do you really think my Lu family is made of clay? Someone come. Master. Several guards stepped forward immediately. Go to school and get that little bastard named Jiang Chen. Etc. Before Lu Zhan could finish his words, a calm voice interrupted him. Everyone looked over and saw a young man wearing the uniform of the city lord's mansion guard and with a capable temperament walking out of the side hall. He is Lu Feng's biological brother, Lu Ruyan's cousin, and Lu Yun, the squad leader of the guard in the city lord's mansion. Father, uncles, we must not be rash about this matter. Lu Yun bowed to Lu Zhan with a serious expression. Yuner, what do you mean? Lu Zhan frowned. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, according to the reports from our servants, after Jiang Chen blew up the tester, he was summoned by the headmaster Zhao Wuji. Everyone knows who Zhao Wuji is. He's not only the king of hell at number 3 middle school, but also the Yanhuang military. If Jiang Chen truly has something he values, if we go to the school now to touch him, we'd be blatantly slapping Zhao Wuji in the face, and would probably cause unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan's face became even gloomier. Zhao Wuji, this name carries a lot of weight in Zhongcheng. Even he, the patriarch of the Lu family, has to be wary of him. So what you mean is that you won't avenge Fenger? Are you just going to let go of my Lu family's reputation? Lu Zhan growled unwillingly. Of course not. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth. Why should we take matters into our own hands to deal with such a powerless orphan? He walked to the center of the hall and said slowly, I've checked. Jiang Chen is an orphan. His parents died young. His only asset is the old, dilapidated house he currently lives in the slums of the southern part of the city. That area has been included in the next phase of the urban renewal plan. Hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in the eyes of the old foxes present. Lu Yun's voice grew increasingly sinister. I can work with the city lord's mansion and issue him a compulsory demolition order under the pretext of illegal construction, affecting the city's appearance, requiring him to move out within 24 hours. By then, he won't even have a place to live and will become a homeless dog wandering the streets. How can a loser who can't even get enough to eat talk about cultivation? What dignity can he even talk about? When he's at his wit's end, we can use some tricks. Whether we make him kneel and beg for mercy, or make him cut off his arms, isn't it all up to us? This plan is extremely vicious. It does not directly harm Jiang Chen's body, but it will destroy his living space and all his dignity from the root. Good. 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 After hearing this, Lu Zhan smiled instead of getting angry, and said 3 good words in a row, as expected of my son, Lu Zhan. This is a good idea. It can vent my anger without leaving any handle behind. He immediately made the decision, Yuner, I'll leave this matter to you. I want to make that little bastard understand that the fate of offending my Lu family is worse than death. Lu Ruyan stood aside and didn't say a word from beginning to end. As she listened to her cousin's sinister plan, she did not feel the slightest bit of pity in her heart, but instead felt a surge of pleasure and revenge. She just wanted to see Jiang Chen with nothing, and see him kneeling in front of her begging for mercy. Only in this way could she wash away the humiliation she suffered today and prove how correct her original choice was. In the dim light, her pretty face looked a little distorted. A notice of demolition within a time limit issued by the City Lord's Mansion Planning Department and stamped with a bright red seal quickly came out of the printer. A member of the City Lord's Mansion Guard took the notice, jumped on his horse, and sped away towards the south of the city. Chapter 7, The Lu Family's Evil Plot? In the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor, it's just an opportunity for me. At the school gate, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a few curious people who pointed and talked about Lu Feng's miserable condition from a distance. Jiang Chen crossed the road without stopping. Xia Yubing, following behind him, hesitated several times to speak. She had so many questions and was so shocked, but facing Jiang Chen's aloof and indifferent back, she didn't know where to start. This man, like a bottomless mystery, completely overturned all the cognition she had built up over the past 18 years. There's no rush for your business. At an intersection, Jiang Chen finally stopped. Without looking back, he said calmly, "Go home first and wait for my news. Remember, from today on, do not easily use the power in your body without my permission, otherwise it will only accelerate the backlash of the 7 evil bloodlocks." Xia Yubing moved her lips. Go. Jiang Chen's tone was emotionless, but contained an unquestionable command. Xia Yubing's delicate body trembled slightly, but she ultimately chose to believe. She cast a deep glance at Jiang Chen's back, burying her reliance and hope deep in her heart. She nodded and turned in another direction. A high-end black hovercraft was already waiting by the roadside. It was the Xia family's private car. After watching Xia Yubing leave, Jiang Chen turned around and walked in the opposite direction of her. That is the slum area in the south of Jiangcheng. Unlike the city center with its tall buildings and bustling traffic, this place is dotted with low, dilapidated old buildings, narrow roads, and full of traces of erosion by time. Jiang Chen's home is at the deepest part of this area. It was an independent 2-story building with a small courtyard, standing out from the crowd of bungalows. It was the only thing his parents left him. Pushing open the creaking iron gate, a familiar scene emerged into the courtyard. The half-dead pomegranate tree in the corner was planted by his father when he was 10 years old. The broken wind chime under the eaves was his mother's favorite ornament. This place carries all his childhood memories. Returning to this familiar place, Jiang Chen's icy, repulsive aura faded slightly, replaced by a gentle warmth. He wasn't born a god or demon, and he once had a happy family. It was only the early death of his parents and the harshness of the world that prematurely taught him to protect himself with indifference. Walking into the room, the furnishings were simple but clean. Jiang Chen casually dropped his school bag on the sofa and, with a thought, called up the system panel. Host, Jiang Chen. Talent, F-level fake. Strength, martial arts apprentice. Kung Fu, Heavenly Emperor Sutra first level. Martial arts, none. Goldfinger, many children and many blessings system, Emperor's Eye. System warehouse, newbie gift pack to be opened. Open the newbie gift pack. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Ding. The newbie gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million Yenhuan coins as startup capital. Congratulations to the host for obtaining body tempering pills X10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining storage space X11 cubic meter. 1 million. Jiang Chen's breath quickened slightly when he saw this figure. For an orphan who had been relying on a meager subsidy for years, this was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. With this money, he would no longer have to worry about his livelihood in the short term. And those 10 body tempering pills are a timely relief. The body tempering pill is the most basic and commonly used elixir in martial arts practice. It can help practitioners in the apprentice stage to strengthen their muscles and bones, enhance their qi and blood, and accelerate the accumulation of yuanli. A typical body tempering pill on the market costs at least 30,000 yuan, and there is no demand for it. The quality of the body tempering pills produced by the system is definitely far superior to ordinary ones. The value of these 10 pills is even higher than the 1 million cash. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and directly took out a pill the size of a longan, which was completely red and exuded a faint medicinal fragrance from the system warehouse. Although he had awakened the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, his physical foundation was too weak. Possessing the supreme technique, he was like a child wielding a giant hammer, unable to unleash even 1/10,000th of its power. The most urgent task was to increase his physical strength as quickly as possible. However, just as he was about to take the body tempering pill, buzz! His eyes, Emperor's Dharma eyes, opened on their own without any active activation. The world before my eyes suddenly became different. The lines of cause and effect and lines of luck, some thick and some thin, some bright and some dark, intertwine into an invisible net that covers the entire room. He saw the golden luck line rising into the sky on his body, representing his own destiny, which was dazzling. He also saw the fortune of this old house. It was a grayish-white luck line, representing ordinariness and oldness, but deep within the line, it was wrapped with a faint golden halo of affection between him and his parents, making it appear tough and warm. But now, on this gray-white luck line, a wisp of evil spirit as black as ink, full of malice and viciousness, was entangled out of thin air. The source of this evil spirit points directly to the center of the city, carrying an official and irresistible aura of authority. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed instantly. The power of the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma Eye goes far beyond simply seeing through others' information. It can also see into the destiny of all things and predict the future and disasters. He concentrated his mind on the black evil spirit, and the power of his Dharma Eye was stimulated to the extreme. In an instant, a vague scene of cause and effect flashed through his mind. He saw a notice of demolition within a time limit stamped with the bright red seal of the City Lord's Mansion Planning Department. He saw Lu Yun's cold and complacent face. He saw several heavy machinery vehicles with the words "Municipal Demolition" printed on them roaring towards his home. Finally, the picture freezes at a time 3 hours later. Lu family. Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his gaze, and his eyes instantly became icy cold. He understood. The Lu family is taking action now. They did not choose the lowest form of revenge by sending people directly, but chose a more sinister and vicious way to destroy the heart. They wanted to take away his only shelter, destroy the last hope left by his parents, turn him into a homeless dog living on the streets, and completely destroy him mentally. What a cruel method. If any ordinary teenager faced this kind of dimensionality reduction attack from the officials, there would probably be no other way to go except despair and collapse. Unfortunately, the person they met was Jiang Chen. You want to use this method to deal with me? Jiang Chen's lips curled up with a hint of cold sarcasm. Your vision is still too small. He was not angry, not panicked, and had no intention of resisting. Because he knew that confronting the powerful Lu family head-on would be the stupidest choice. He just calmly took out his mobile phone, did not call the police, nor contact anyone, but directly opened an app called Zhongqing Real Estate Network. Since we can't stay here anymore, let's go somewhere else. A better place. He opened the Emperor's Dharma Eye again. This time, his gaze was no longer limited to the old house, but penetrated the screen and directly covered the entire Jiangqing map loaded on the app. In an instant, a magnificent picture of destiny slowly unfolded before his eyes. Above the City Lord's mansion, there is a red aura representing official authority. Above the mansions of several large families, such as the Lu family and the Xia family, pillars of light and green, golden green and other colors rose up, representing the family's fortune. And even more so are the gray and white spots of luck scattered throughout the city, representing the fate of countless ordinary people, as densely packed as dust. Jiang Chen's goal is very clear. What he was looking for was not a luxury villa, but a place suitable for practicing wind storage and energy gathering. The cultivation of the heavenly emperor's scripture required extremely high environmental requirements. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the more effective the cultivation would be. His eyes swept across the map quickly. In his eyes, all the so-called high-end communities and feng shui treasurelands were full of various flaws, with mixed luck and no use. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on the southeast corner of the map. It was an area marked as an abandoned industrial area. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is synonymous with desolation, dilapidated and worthless. But under Jiang Chen's heavenly emperor's eyes, deep underground in that area, there was actually an extremely weak, yet extremely pure dragon-shaped earth vein that emitted a faint purple gold light. Although this earth vein has become very dim and almost dried up due to years of pollution from industrial waste gas, its essence is still a dragon vein. It is a holy place for cultivation that is enough to drive countless practitioners crazy. Found it. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and he immediately enlarged the map and accurately located the dragon head of the dragon-shaped vein. It was an abandoned bearing factory, covering a huge area, and the listed price was 900,000. It's tailor-made for him. Without any hesitation, he immediately called the landlord's phone number listed on the website. On the other end of the line was an impatient middle-aged man. He'd heard someone wanted to buy the derelict factory, and he'd thought it was a scam. But after Jiang Chen directly proposed a full payment and was willing to transfer the money immediately, the man's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. In less than 10 minutes, an electronic contract was sent over. Jiang Chen took a quick look, and after confirming that everything was correct, he directly transferred 900,000 yuan of the 1 million yuan reward from the system. Deal done. From discovering the crisis, to finding the dragon vein and precious land, to completing the asset transfer, the entire process took only 20 minutes. The Lu family's sinister plan, which they thought was flawless, turned into a ridiculous farce under the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven. It even helped Jiang Chen find a great opportunity. After doing all this, Jiang Chen stood up and glanced at the home that carried all his memories. He had no regrets, because he knew that a real home is not a house, but people. His parents were gone, and this place was just a thought. He walked into his parents' room, carefully packed their portraits and some important relics, and put them all into the 1 cubic meter storage space given by the system. After doing all this, there was less than half an hour left before the demolition time planned by the Lu family. Jiang Chen took one last look at the empty room, turned around, walked out without hesitation, and gently closed the old iron door. Just as he left the alley, the roar of several heavy excavators came from far away, arrogantly crushing the tranquility of the slum. Chapter 8, The Lu Family's Poisonous Scheme? Sorry, I'm in the atmosphere, and you're in the basement. In the slums in the south of the city, the usually quiet streets were broken by unprecedented noise today. The roar of engines approached from afar. 3 massive yellow excavators, like steel behemoths, rolled over the uneven, potholed road with tracks that made a teeth-grinding crunch. Behind them, a team of armed men in the uniforms of the city lord's palace guard followed. Each of them wore a stern expression, their weapons at their waists gleaming coldly in the sunlight. This scene instantly attracted the attention of all residents in the slum. Countless windows were pushed open, and heads popped out, pointing at the aggressive team, their faces full of fear and confusion. It's the guards from the city lord's mansion. What are they doing here? Look at that excavator. It has municipal demolition printed on it. Whose house are they going to demolish? Oh my God, what's causing all this trouble? Which stubborn holdout has gotten himself into this mess? At the front of the team, Lu Yun, dressed in the neat uniform of a squadron leader, sat atop a tall, armored horse, a smug sneer on his face. He relished the awe-inspiring gazes of the surrounding residents, feeling a surge of pleasure in his ability to control their lives. To maximize the effectiveness of this operation, he even specially invited reporters from several well-known Zhengcheng media outlets to accompany him. At this moment, those reporters were setting up their cameras and focusing their lenses on the 2-story building that seemed a bit out of place among the surrounding bungalows. Jiang Chen's home. Dear journalists, Lu Yun cleared his throat, his voice carried throughout the entire block via a loudspeaker. This building behind me is an illegal expansion, seriously affecting the appearance of our Zhengcheng. In the next phase of the urban renewal plan, it will be razed to the ground and new public facilities will be built. He paused, a look of deep sorrow on his face. Our city lord's mansion, based on the principle of humanistic care, has repeatedly communicated with the household owner, Jiang Chen, and proposed a generous compensation plan that far exceeds the market price. However, this person is stubborn. For personal gain, he attempts to hinder the development of our Jiangcheng. Today, we are forcibly demolishing him according to the law, to tell everyone that no one can be an enemy of the city's development. Any stubborn household will be punished accordingly. The words were righteous and passionate. The residents who were unaware of the truth immediately started talking about it, and their eyes towards the small building changed from sympathy to contempt. Turns out he's just a greedy, stubborn holdout. That's right. The city lord's mansion has already compensated him, but he's still not satisfied. People like him should be taught a lesson. Serves him right. It's because of him that our area hasn't been renovated yet. Listening to the public opinion around him being successfully manipulated, Lu Yun's smile widened. This was exactly what he wanted. Not only did he want to destroy Jiang Chen's family, but he also wanted to ruin his reputation and make him a rat that everyone would shout and beat. In the shadows of a street corner, in an unassuming hovercraft, Lu Ruyan quietly watched the scene. She wore a cap that obscured most of her face, but her resentful eyes were fixed on the tightly closed iron gate. Jiang Chen, let's see what you can do this time. She roared with satisfaction in her heart, aren't you a good fighter? Don't you dare to humiliate me? Now, facing the iron fist of the city lord's mansion and the public opinion of the whole city, let's see how arrogant you can be. Everything you have will be reduced to dust under the roar of the excavator. She waited with immense anticipation, waiting for the scene where Jiang Chen was dragged out of the house by the guards and knelt on the ground begging bitterly. Only then could she wash away all the humiliation she had suffered today. Time's up. Lu Yun glanced at the terminal on his wrist, waved his hand, and issued the final order: if the owner refuses to cooperate, break down the door. Clear the obstacles and prepare for demolition. Yes. Two fully armed guards, carrying a heavy battering ram, shouted loudly and slammed it hard against the old iron door. Boom! With a loud bang, the iron gate fell down. A cruel smile appeared on Lu Yun's face, and all the reporters aimed their cameras at the dark door, ready to capture Jiang Chen's panicked face. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists nervously, leaning forward and staring at the door. However, Jiang Chen's expected roar or plea for mercy did not appear. Inside the door, there was dead silence. The first few guards who entered took a quick look inside and quickly ran out. With strange expressions on their faces, they reported to Lu Yun, "Captain, there's no one inside." No one? Lu Yun was stunned, frowning. Impossible. Search carefully. He must be hiding in a corner somewhere. Captain, we've searched the entire building. There's not even a rat. And... The guard hesitated, then said, also, it's completely empty. All the furniture and valuables seem to have been moved away. What? When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. The smile on Lu Yun's face froze instantly. He rushed forward and entered the courtyard himself. He saw that the courtyard was clean and tidy, but the house was just as his subordinates had said. Apart from a few tattered old furniture, it was almost bare, without even a trace of life. The person has left long ago. Lu Yun was dumbfounded. The reporters who had prepared all kinds of tricky questions looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely awkward. They mobilized a large force, including guards and excavators, and even called the media, but in the end, they came up empty-handed? This script is wrong. They were like a group of hunters who were ready to hunt a tiger, but after rushing into the cave, they found that not only was the tiger not there, but it also left a note saying, "I'm going to stroll somewhere else, take your time and have fun." How can this be considered law enforcement? This is clearly a ridiculous one-man show. Lu Ruyan was struck by lightning. She froze in the car, her mind blank. Run away? He actually ran away early? How did he know? A strong sense of humiliation of being teased surged from the bottom of her heart, making her almost crazy. At this moment, the private terminal in Lu Yun's pocket suddenly vibrated with a buzzing sound. He took it out impatiently and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He wanted to hang up directly, but for some unknown reason, he pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is this? His tone was full of impatience. A voice so calm that it made his heart palpitate came from the other end of the phone. He would never forget that voice in his life. It's Jiang Chen. It's me. Jiang Chen's voice was emotionless, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Are you here? Are you satisfied with the house? Lu Yun's pupils suddenly contracted, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. Jiang Chen. You coward. Come out here if you dare. Ha ha. A light laugh came from the other end of the phone, full of undisguised sarcasm and contempt. There's no need to meet with an ant like you. I don't want that house anymore, so I'll give it to your Lu family. It's just a small token of my appreciation as a junior. Just consider it as. Jiang Chen's voice paused slightly, and then, in a tone as indifferent as a deity's verdict, he said word by word. A coffin land is given to you as a reward. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Yun to respond, the phone was hung up with a beep. Puff. Lu Yun could no longer hold back, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Humiliation. This is a naked and unspeakable humiliation. The Lu family's meticulously planned scheme was, in the eyes of the other party, just a ridiculous farce. Instead of humiliating Jiang Chen, they were outmaneuvered by the other party and awarded a piece of coffin land in front of the entire city's media. Lu Yun let out a wild beast-like roar, his eyes were red, and he looked like a madman. He drew the sword from his waist and slashed wildly at the empty building in front of him. Jiang Chen. I want you to die. I must make you die. The reporters around were startled by his crazy look, but then excitement burst out in their eyes, and the cameras in their hands flashed wildly, recording Lu Yun's ugly loss of composure and the Lu family's shameful behavior in full. They knew that there would be a news headline in Jiangcheng tomorrow. Inside the hovercar, Lu Ruyan was trembling all over, not out of fear, but out of sheer rage and humiliation. Her nails dug deep into her palms, unaware of the blood flowing out. She felt like a clever clown, and all her calculations and resentments were played in the other party's hands. That man didn't even look at them straight in the eye from beginning to end. Chapter 9, just bought a luxurious house on the Dragon Vein, and a stunning wife was born? Do you want this blessing? Different from the dilapidated slums in the south of the city and the hustle and bustle of the Lu family, the abandoned industrial area in the southeast corner of Jiangcheng is like a steel cemetery forgotten by time. The rusty barbed wire, the mottled walls, and the chimneys that tower into the sky but have long been extinguished, all speak of the desolation of this place. Jiang Chen's figure appeared in the depths of this dead and silent place. He stood in front of the gate of a vast, dilapidated bearing factory. The air was filled with a strange smell of rust and dust, and any ordinary person would feel chest tightness and shortness of breath if they stayed there for even a second longer. But under Jiang Chen's, Emperor's eye, the scene here is completely different. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid cement and mud, but a vast network of flowing energy. A faint, almost invisible, purple-gold energy vein, like a sleeping dragon, lingered deep beneath the ground of this abandoned factory. Although its aura has become dim due to years of pollution from industrial waste gas, its essence, the purity and nobility that comes from the core of the earth, cannot be concealed. This is the Dragon Vein. This abandoned bearing factory is located right on the dragon head of this dragon vein, and is the core where spiritual energy gathers in the entire area. The Lu family is truly my fortune-bringing boy. Jiang Chen raised a cold smile, pushed open the huge iron door that creaked when touched, and walked into the empty main workshop. He ignored the discarded parts and thick dust all over the floor and walked straight to the center of the workshop, where was the top of the head of the dragon's energy. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and sank his mind into the sea of qi in his dantian. The first level of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra is quietly running. Boom! In an instant, Jiang Chen felt as if he had merged into one with the entire earth. The purple-gold dragon energy dormant deep underground suddenly awakened, as if summoned by some supreme being. Strands and strands of extremely pure spiritual energy penetrated the thick earth layers, transforming into invisible air currents that madly poured into Jiang Chen's body. Although the spiritual energy is thin, its quality is thousands or even tens of thousands times higher than the mixed vital energy in the outside world. If the vital energy absorbed by ordinary warriors is river water mixed with mud and sand, then what Jiang Chen absorbed at this moment is the nectar that has been purified countless times. The tyranny of the Heavenly Emperor's scripture was fully revealed at this moment. It was like a bottomless black hole, greedily devouring the hard-earned dragon vein energy, and transforming it into Jiang Chen's own original power at an incredible speed. It's not enough. Jiang Chen could feel that his body was like a sponge that had been dry for too long. Although this amount of spiritual energy was pure, the quantity was too small to allow him to complete a complete transformation. With a thought, he directly took out a red body tempering pill from the system warehouse. Without any hesitation, he threw the pill directly into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, and a violent, scorching medicinal power exploded in his body like a volcanic eruption. If any other martial artist faced such a terrifying medicinal power, the only outcome would be to be blown to pieces and have all his meridians severed. But at this moment, a wonderful scene happened. The purple gold dragon energy that had just been absorbed into his body seemed to have found an outlet, actively meeting the violent medicinal power. Once the two came into contact, not only did they not clash, but instead, like perfect harmony, they merged together perfectly. The moderate and peaceful energy of the dragon vein perfectly neutralizes the violent energy of the body tempering pill. The enormous energy of the body tempering pill provides a carrier for the dragon vein chi, amplifying its effect 100 or 1,000 times. Crack! Crack! From Jiang Chen's body came a dense crisp sound like frying beans. His bones, under the influence of this medicinal power fused with dragon vein energy, were being broken down and reassembled inch by inch. They became tougher and denser. His muscle fibers were constantly torn and then repaired in an instant, full of explosive power. A layer of black, greasy impurities with a fishy smell was constantly forced out of his pores. It was all the dirt that had accumulated in his body over the past decade. The whole process was extremely painful, as if one was in purgatory and being cut into pieces. But there was no trace of pain on Jiang Chen's face, instead there was an extreme calmness. His mind was completely immersed in the pleasure of his body rapidly becoming stronger. I don't know how long it took, but when the last bit of the medicine was completely absorbed, the roaring sound in the body finally subsided. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. A golden divine light flashed in his eyes. He slowly stood up, clenched his fists, and felt the unprecedented terrifying power in his body that seemed to be able to blow up a mountain with one punch. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He could feel that he had far surpassed the category of a so-called martial arts apprentice. Although he had not yet condensed the Yuanli Qi vortex and been promoted to a true warrior, in terms of physical strength alone, ordinary D-level warriors might not be as strong as him. This is the terrifying effect of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra, the Dragon Vein Treasure Land, and the System Elixir. The Lu family tried their best to make him live on the streets, but by mistake, they sent him to the first step leading to the ninth heaven. Just when he was about to continue practicing and break through to the warrior realm in one go. Buzz. His cell phone, which was placed aside, suddenly vibrated. It's an unfamiliar number. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, but still answered the call. Hello? Is this Mr. Jiang Chen? A young female nurse's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. I am. Great. Mr. Jiang, this is the emergency center of Jiangcheng Central Hospital. A woman named Su Qingxue was in a serious car accident and is currently receiving emergency treatment. The last contact on her phone was you, so we're sorry to bother you. Su Qingxue? A trace of doubt flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. He didn't recognize this name at all. Is it a wrong number? Mr. Jiang, the situation is extremely critical, the nurse's voice was tinged with tears. The victim's physical condition is very strange. Conventional life support equipment is completely ineffective on her. It seems that her injuries have triggered some kind of cultivation restriction within her body that we cannot understand. Now energy is flowing wildly within her body, and we are helpless. According to regulations, special energy intervention treatments must be signed by an immediate family member. Are you her relative? Practice restrictions? Su Qingxue. Boom. These two words, like a bolt of lightning, instantly split Jiang Chen's memory. He suddenly remembered that when the system was first activated, it mentioned something called yin-yang harmony restriction, and the other half of that restriction was on a highly rated person of the opposite sex named Su Qingxue. Could it be she? Jiang Chen's heart sank suddenly. Without any hesitation, he instantly opened the Emperor's Eye. His sight seemed to penetrate the barriers of space, passed through countless buildings, and directly locked onto Jiangcheng Central Hospital dozens of kilometers away. On the bed in the emergency room, he saw the girl who was in a deep coma. She possessed a stunningly beautiful face, one that would have made even Xia Yubing pale in comparison. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her features were as delicate as if they were the most perfect work of nature. But at this moment, that beautiful face was completely devoid of color, her brows furrowed tightly, as if she were enduring immense pain. And under his divine eyes, an even more shocking scene appeared. Character, Su Qingxue. Lucky level, Mingfeng red gold, surrounded by a dense aura of black evil and death. Constitution, 9 yin absolute meridians suppressed by the yin and yang harmony restraint, on the verge of losing control. Recent fortune, an hour ago, she was involved in a man-made accidental car accident at the Changnan intersection. The Liu family's assassination curse, aimed at the host, mistakenly transferred to her, triggering her 9 absolute meridians. The cold poison is about to attack her heart. If she is not treated within 30 minutes, her soul will be torn apart and she will die. Fate annotation: 9 paired with pure yang, dragon, and phoenix bring good luck. This woman and the host are destined for marriage. She bears the yin and yang harmony restriction and is the only Taoist companion who can activate the host's heavenly emperor bloodline and carry the heavenly emperor's destiny. It's her. Moreover, the car accident was man-made. The source was the Liu family. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly became icy cold. He pushed his Dharma eye to its limit, following the evil aura wrapped around Su Qingxue, and traced back the cause and effect. In an instant, a scene clearly emerged in his mind. A heavy truck, its driver's eyes bloodshot, looked like a madman. He slammed the steering wheel and rushed onto the sidewalk. His original target was Jiang Chen, who was supposed to be walking out of the slums at that moment. But because Jiang Chen left early and went to the abandoned factory, the out-of-control truck hit Su Qingxue, who happened to be passing by. The Liu family's hatred and murderous intent towards him, that black evil spirit, were all transferred to this innocent girl by accident. Liu family. Jiang Chen uttered these 2 words word by word, and the murderous intent in his voice almost froze the air in the entire workshop. Not only did they want to destroy his family, they even wanted to kill him outright. Now, he has even brought the most important woman in his destiny to the brink of death. This is no longer a dispute of pride, but a capital crime that touches his weak spot. I'll be right there. Jiang Chen said 3 cold words into the phone and hung up. Without any delay, he flashed and turned into a shadow, rushed out of the abandoned factory, and ran towards Jiangcheng Central Hospital. Jiangcheng Central Hospital, outside the emergency room. A gray-haired chief physician was yelling at several nurses. What's going on? His vital signs are still dropping. The energy suppressants are totally useless. Director, this won't work. That cold energy is too overbearing. Our equipment can't neutralize it at all. Just when everyone was at a loss, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps was heard at the end of the corridor. Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of everyone. Are you Mr. Jiang Chen? The chief physician saw him as if he had found a lifeline. Hurry! The patient's condition is very critical. Are you her fiancé? Jiang Chen uttered 3 words, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He walked past the crowd and went straight to the bedside. Looking at the beautiful face as pale as paper, an inexplicable connection and pity from the depths of his soul surged in his heart. This is his woman. She is the only woman in this world whose fate is connected to his. Sign this critical illness notice and special treatment agreement. We can only try our best to save the patient. The nurse quickly handed over the folder in pen. Jiang Chen took it, signed his name in a flamboyant manner without even looking at it. Doctor, he signed, his eyes fixed on the chief physician, his tone calm but with an irresistible majesty. The hospital's treatment ends here. What? The chief physician and the nurses around were all stunned. I said, Jiang Chen repeated slowly and clearly, you can't save her, but I can. I want to take her away. Nonsense, the chief physician was furious. The patient is in such a condition that even a single movement could kill him instantly. You're committing murder. Jiang Chen didn't waste any more time talking to him. He leaned over, ignoring all the instruments and tubes around him, stretched out his arms, and in an extremely gentle yet steady manner, picked up the unconscious Su Qingxue, along with the quilt, and carried her horizontally. The girl's body was very light and cold, like a piece of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. You, what are you doing? Security. Call security. The chief physician was completely anxious. Jiang Chen held Su Qingxue in his arms, turned around, and glanced indifferently at all the medical staff present. From today on, I am responsible for her life. After saying this, he ignored the chaotic exclamations and attempts to stop them behind him. Holding his fiancée, he walked out of the hospital gate with steady steps and disappeared into the night. Chapter 10. The system is crazy. Want to save her? Please practice dual cultivation with her immediately. The night is as dark as ink and the cold wind is howling. Jiang Chen, holding Su Qingxue, transformed himself into a ghostly figure, hurtling through the maze of Jiangqing's alleyways. His speed reached such extremes that the naked eye couldn't even detect his presence, only the sensation of a gust of wind sweeping past. The girl in his arms grew colder and colder, a chill that threatened to freeze the very soul, yet Jiang Chen's pace remained unwavering. His goal was clear, his direction unwavering. The abandoned industrial zone, the bearing factory he had just purchased, was his only destination. There lay the only hope of saving her. Crack! He kicked the massive iron door open, letting out a groan of strain. Jiang Chen, carrying Su Qingxue, rushed straight into the empty, dilapidated main workshop. In stark contrast to the desolate outside world, in the very center of the workshop, the air was permeated with an invisible, pure energy fluctuation. It was the dormant dragon vein energy, activated by him and slowly escaping. Without hesitation, he quickly walked to the center of the workshop and carefully laid the unconscious Su Qingxue flat on the spot where he had just meditated. There, the dragon vein's head was located, the core of the most concentrated spiritual energy. After completing all this, he immediately sat cross-legged beside Su Qingxue, palms extended, hovering just above her abdomen. Activating the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra, he began carefully channeling strands of the purple-gold dragon vein energy into her body. Dragon vein energy, the essence of the earth, was neutral and peaceful, possessing the supreme power of cleansing the marrow, strengthening the meridians, and restoring vital energy. With the infusion of spiritual energy, Su Qingxue's internal organs and bones, damaged by the car accident, began to repair at a visible speed. A hint of color gradually returned to her pale face. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Yet, Jiang Chen's frown deepened. He activated his Emperor's Divine Eye, seeing more clearly than any other instrument. The dragon vein energy was indeed repairing her physical injuries, but the black evil energy lingering within her, triggered by the Lu family's murderous curse, far from being dispelled, seemed to have found nourishment, becoming increasingly entangled with a deeper power within her. No! Jiang Chen's heart sank. He pushed the power of his divine eye to its limit, his gaze piercing Su Qingxue's flesh and blood, directly gazing at the very source of her qi and lifeline. The next moment, he witnessed a scene that horrified him. Deep within Su Qingxue's qi, there lay no simple cultivation restriction. Rather, it was an extremely complex and venomous ancient curse, composed of countless yin and yang runes, yin-yang harmony powder. This wasn't a restriction at all, but a poison. A deadly poison that threatened one's life, forcibly unleashing the potential and desires of the human body. Under normal circumstances, this curse would remain dormant until triggered by a powerful yang force or a sinister curse. Once triggered, the yin and yang energies within the affected individual would be completely unbalanced, transforming into two ferocious beasts, tearing and colliding within the body. The only solution was to immediately find a partner of the opposite sex with a supremely yang and strong constitution, and through the most primitive union of yin and yang, channel the turbulent energy. Otherwise, within 3 hours, the affected individual would suffer a reversal of yin and yang, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and exploding into death. The assassination curse cast by the Lu family against him, filled with malice and murderous intent, was the perfect key to triggering the yin-yang harmony powder. And at this moment, the pure and powerful dragon vein qi, which Jiang Chen had relied on as his lifeline, became the most powerful catalyst for the full-scale unleashing of the curse. Good intentions, bad consequences. Jiang Chen's face instantly turned extremely grim. He wanted to retract the dragon vein qi, but it was too late. The energy had completely entangled with the curse power within Su Qingxue, forming a deadly cycle. The more the dragon vein qi repaired her body, the more it fueled the curse's power, and the stronger the curse, the greater the damage to her body. It's so hot. At this moment, Su Qingxue, who was lying on the ground, suddenly uttered a painful groan. Her body began to heat up rapidly at an abnormal speed. Her cheeks, which had just regained a trace of blood color, now showed a strange flush, like oil boiling in a raging fire. A powerful and heart-pounding energy wave completely ran wild in her body. She seemed to have fallen into the most painful nightmare, her beautiful brows tightly furrowed together, and her hands unconsciously began to tear at the thin hospital gown on her body. With a swish, the already loose collar was torn open by her, revealing a large area of snow-white and delicate skin and exquisite collarbone. But on that skin, strange, flame-like red lines began to emerge. That was a sign that the energy was out of control and was about to burn her life. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly sank. He knew the worst had happened. Yin-yang harmony powder erupted completely. At that moment, the system notification sound in his mind rang out with unprecedented urgency and franticness. Warning! Warning! High luck target Su Qingxue's vital signs are rapidly declining and she is on the verge of death. It was detected that the yin-yang harmony powder in his body had been fully activated by the dragon vein qi, and the cold energy of the 9 absolute veins and the forbidden yang fire were engaging in a destructive collision within him. The target is expected to have their heart and soul destroyed within 10 minutes due to the energy outburst. A series of red warnings turned the entire system panel into a glaring blood red. Jiang Chen's breath was caught in his throat. 10 minutes. He only had 10 minutes. Emergency scanning and matching successful. It has been detected that the host possesses the Emperor of Heaven's bloodline, whose origin contains the energy of primordial chaos, the supreme energy that harmonizes yin and yang and calms all things. It is the only antidote to the yin-yang harmony powder. Now issuing the highest priority urgent task, Dragon and Phoenix appear auspiciously, yin and yang are in harmony. Quest requirements: immediately establish the deepest level of soul and body bond with your destined Taoist companion, Su Qingxue. Using your own primordial chaotic energy as a guide, transfer it into her body, forcibly neutralizing and absorbing the volatile yin and yang energy within her. Mission countdown: 9:59-9:58. Penalty for mission failure: target, Su Qingxue, dies. The host will suffer a backlash due to the loss of their destined Taoist companion, and their heavenly emperor bloodline and lot will be backfired. Their cultivation will be forever imprisoned at their current level, with no possibility of further advancement. Looking at the unquestionable commands on the system panel and the rapidly ticking death countdown, Jiang Chen's mind became clearer than ever. He was not some indecisive, perfunctory person, nor was he some saint who remained calm in the face of temptation. He was a heavenly emperor who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses. He knew very well that in the current situation, he had no other choice. Saving Su Qingxue was not only to save an innocent girl, but also to save himself. Su Qingxue was his destined Taoist companion, the only key to activating his supreme bloodline as determined by the system. If she died, his path to heaven would be cut off. Ugh, it hurts so much, help me. Su Qingxue, lying on the bed, had completely lost consciousness, driven only by the instinct to survive. Her body curled up like a wounded animal, her mouth uttering intermittent, heartbreaking pleas. Her beautiful face was covered in fine beads of sweat, mixed with tears, sliding down her face. Jiang Chen watched her in agony, and a wave of emotion stirred in his once rock-hard heart. It was a wave of pity and protectiveness, deep within his blood, for his beloved. He took a deep breath, and the last trace of hesitation in his eyes gave way to decisiveness. He slowly stood up, looking down at the beautiful girl sinking in agony on the bed. He was no mean man, but an emperor determined to save his future empress. He leaned over, stretched out his hand, and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Her skin was so hot that it seemed to burn his fingertips. You and I are destined to be together. What I did today was not what I wanted, but destiny. His voice was low and hoarse, echoing in the empty workshop. To save you, and for myself. I'm sorry. The moment he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated, stretched out his arms, and embraced that hot body, along with her tattered clothes, all the pain and despair, into his arms. Chapter 11, I just saved the stunning campus beauty, and now I want to have a baby with her? System, you are serious. The empty and silent abandoned workshop, at this moment, turned into the eye of an energy storm. With Jiang Chen and Su Qingxue at their center, an indescribably terrifying aura erupted, engulfing the entire space. The purple-gold dragon energy dormant deep underground seemed to be receiving the most fervent homage, transforming into visible streaks of light that shot up into the sky. However, an invisible force restrained it within the workshop, forming a massive, slowly rotating vortex of energy. Su Qingxue's delicate body is the center of this storm. Two opposing destructive energies raged uncontrollably within her. One, the intense coldness of her 9 yin meridians, threatened to freeze her very soul into shards of ice. The other, the blazing young fire of yin-yang harmony powder, ignited by the Lu family's curse, threatened to reduce her entire internal organs to ash. The clash of ice and fire was causing the most primitive and brutal tearing and collision in her fragile meridians. A painful moan escaped her lips. Her beautiful face, half pale as snow, half flushed like fire, looked strangely beautiful. The red lines on her body became increasingly dense, and the aura of death was extremely strong. At this moment, an aura of supreme power, as if above the heavens and the earth, suddenly descended from Jiang Chen's body. That is not pure masculinity, nor is it simple strength. That is the Hongmeng chaos energy that comes from the Heavenly Emperor Sutra and belongs to Jiang Chen's origin. This aura, like an emperor inspecting his territory, was overbearing and brutal, yet it also carried a kind of creative tolerance and harmonizing power. It flowed directly into Su Qingxue's chaotic body through the closest connection between the two. Boom! The moment the primordial chaotic energy entered, the two energies that were fighting madly in Su Qingshue's body stopped instantly, as if they were beasts that had encountered their natural enemies. No matter how overbearing that cold and gloomy energy was, it could not be colder than the chaotic nothingness. No matter how violent the scorching sunfire is, it cannot be stronger than the first ray of light that created the world. Jiang Chen's mind and spirit were united, and he practiced the Heavenly Emperor Sutra to its fullest potential. Like a cold and precise operator, he used his own primordial chaotic energy as a guide to forcibly intervene in this war. He is not trying to disperse or suppress. Instead, it was to devour, refine, absorb. He grasped the source of yin and coldness with one hand and clamped the core of yang fire with the other, and with an irresistible attitude, he forcibly pulled them out of Su Qingshue's meridians, and then through the connection between the two, continuously transferred them into his own body. For Su Qingxue, this process is redemption. But for Jiang Chen, it was a great opportunity. The original coldness of the 9 absolute veins, the pure yang medicinal power of the yin-yang harmony powder, and the dragon vein energy that continuously poured in from the outside, the three combined into one, through the transformation of the Hongmeng chaotic energy, became an unprecedented and extremely pure original energy, madly nourishing Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. His physical strength was soaring at a terrifying rate. The qi in his dantian was expanding at an exaggerated rate. The bottleneck of the first level of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra was instantly broken through by this huge energy, and then it advanced rapidly all the way. No words were spoken that night. When the first ray of sunlight in the early morning penetrated the dusty and dilapidated windows, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground, the energy storm in the workshop had long subsided. In the air, there was only a faint, fresh scent like grass after rain, mixed with a hint of ambiguity. Su Qingshue's long and curly eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. What caught my eye was a strange, rusty ceiling. She blinked in confusion, her mind going blank. Pain. It doesn't hurt anymore. Not only did he not feel any pain all over his body, but he was filled with an unprecedented sense of strength, as if he had been reborn. She tried to move her fingers and then pushed herself up. It was at this moment that she saw what was happening to her. The original hospital gown had long since disappeared, replaced by a loose, black t-shirt clearly belonging to a man. The bruises and purple marks on the exposed skin silently told of the madness of last night. Memories, like a flood bursting through a dam, flooded into my mind. The speeding truck. The screeching brakes. The cold hospital. The excruciating pain of being torn apart. And the endless heat and cold. Finally, there was a vague embrace full of security, and a low, hoarse voice. To save you, and for myself. Boom! Su Qingshue's cheeks were flushed red, and then spread from her neck to her ears. She was completely frozen. She turned her head sharply. Next to her, there was a man lying. He had his eyes closed, breathing steadily, as if still sound asleep. It was a face with sharp angles and impeccable handsomeness, but now it seemed to have an indescribable majesty and depth that was beyond his memory. It's him! Jiang Chen! This stunning campus beauty, who was known throughout Jiangcheng University for her coldness and arrogance, and the proud daughter of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, had only a buzzing sound in her head at this moment. What happened? I was. Humiliation, anger, bewilderment, confusion, countless extremely complex emotions, like an overturned pallet, were surging wildly in her heart. She knew that it was this man who saved her. She remembered clearly the feeling of despair on the verge of death. But, why in this way? Just when Su Qingshuo was feeling extremely confused and didn't know what to do, Jiang Chen beside her moved his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Time is infinitely stretched at this moment. Su Qingshue's breathing stopped. She subconsciously clutched her t-shirt tightly. Her lips moved, but she couldn't say a word. Jiang Chen's expression was very calm, almost too calm. He just looked at her quietly, his deep eyes showing no trace of desire or guilt, only calmness. Just as he was about to speak and break the extremely awkward silence. In his mind, an unprecedented system prompt, like the sound of nature, exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the S-rank Destiny Girl Su Qingshuo luck level, Mingfeng. Potential value, 99. For completing the deepest level of soul and body bond. It was detected that the Hongmeng chaos chi in the host's body and the Join absolute vein chi in Su Qingshua's body had perfectly blended, and were nourished by the dragon veins, successfully sowing the supreme Tao seed containing the blood of the Emperor of Heaven. The Tao seed has been detected to be of extremely high quality, nourished by a variety of top-level energies, and has undergone benign mutations. It has unlimited potential. Congratulations to the host, the offspring has been successfully conceived. Number of pregnant, 2. Offspring type, twins, boy and girl. A series of system prompts, like a bombardment, made Zhang Chen dazed for a moment. Done. It worked in one try. And, they're twins? A huge wave of emotion surged in his heart, but the system's prompts were far from over. Ding! The appearance of the destined Taoist companion has been detected. The offspring has been successfully conceived. The core function of the many children, many blessings system has officially been activated. Newbie Gift Pack Ultimate Edition automatically opens. Reward Settlement Mode Update, 100x return. After the offspring is successfully born, the system will rate its talent and, based on the rating results, immediately issue a minimum 100-fold return reward to the host. Rewards include but are not limited to cultivation, skills, physique, talent, magical powers, magic weapons. Zhang Chen's breathing became rapid at this moment. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and his eyes fell again on the line of large golden characters on the system panel. Offspring type, twins, boy and girl. 100 times return including rewards. Lu family. Your vicious plots, your assassinations, all your conspiracies and tricks. In the end, it was just for me, Zhang Chen, that this great opportunity was brought to me. Not only did it bring me my destined Taoist partner, but it also went all the way and directly brought me a pair of twins. I accept this great gift. Zhang Chen slowly withdrew his gaze from the void and looked again at the beautiful girl on the bed who was still in shock and shame. He looked at her, and for the first time, the corners of his mouth curled up in a real, playful arc. He reached out his hand, ignoring Su Qingshua's panicked evasion, and gently pushed a strand of hair beside her cheek behind her ear. Then, he spoke calmly, in a matter-of-fact tone. You're awake. Chapter 12, Favorability Soars. Zhang Chen, who just became a father, is about to start exterminating the entire family? You're awake. These 3 words were as plain as asking, have you eaten, but they were like a thunderclap, exploding in Su Qingshua's mind. Her beautiful eyes, which had just regained their clarity, were instantly filled with shock, anger, shame, indignation, and countless other complex emotions. The body's memory would not lie. Last night's stormy experience, those embarrassing scenes, and the feeling of being completely possessed, now emerged in her mind with incredible clarity. She, Su Qingxue, the proud daughter of the Jiangchengsu family, had been the center of attention since childhood, pure and innocent, never letting any man get close to her. But now. Lecher! A cold, angry rebuke rang out, accompanied by an uncontrollable tremor. Su Qingxue sat up abruptly, her loose t-shirt sliding off her shoulders, revealing skin as white as frost and snow, piercing with glaring purple marks. She paid no heed to this, and with a flick of her right wrist, a soft sword, as thin as a cicada's wing and gleaming with cold light, instantly appeared in her hand, like a venomous snake emerging from its lair. Buzz! The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Zhang Chen's throat, only half an inch away from his skin. The sharp sword energy had already cut the skin on his neck and caused a slight sting. If she had just one more point forward, she could have easily pierced the man's throat. Su Qingshue's chest heaved violently, and the knuckles of her sword-gripping hand turned white from the force. She wanted to kill him. She had never felt such a strong desire to kill before. This man had ruined her innocence. However, facing this deadly sword, there was not a trace of fear or panic on Zhang Chen's face. He didn't even move. He just lay there calmly, letting the cold tip of the sword press against his vitals, his deep gaze calmly meeting Su Qingshue's fiery eyes. There was no apology, no guilt, no desire in that look, only an unfathomable calm, as if he was looking at an unreasonable child. This kind of frankness made Su Qingshuo more crazy than any excuse or resistance. Why don't you hide? She gritted her teeth, and the voice squeezed out from between her teeth. I saved your life. Zhang Chen spoke again, his voice still calm, but like a heavy hammer, it hit Su Qingshue's heart hard. Saved my life? Yes. That crazy truck, the excruciating pain, the cold equipment in the hospital, and the terrifying energy in her body that was hot and cold and wanted to tear her apart. She remembered clearly the feeling of despair of sliding step by step into the abyss of death. It was this man who pulled her back from the endless darkness and pain. The tip of the sword began to tremble uncontrollably. Her mind told her that what Jiang Chen said was true. But emotionally, she couldn't accept that she was saved in this way. Even so, you can't. Her words were stuck for the first time. The pride of being a favored daughter of heaven prevented her from saying the three words touching me. Do you think I want to? Jiang Chen's brows finally furrowed slightly, and his tone was filled with impatience. What you have been hit by is not an ordinary wound, nor an ordinary poison, but an ancient curse called Yin-Yang Harmony Powder. Yin-Yang Harmony Powder? Su Qingshue's pupils shrank. As a direct descendant of one of the four great families, her knowledge of these secrets far surpassed that of ordinary people. Of course, she had heard of something this vicious. It was a fatal curse that, at the cost of burning one's life and soul, forcibly stimulated the body's yin and yang energies, causing them to completely lose control. If the person struck by the curse did not have a virile and strong partner of the opposite sex to engage in the most primitive form of intercourse, their yin and yang would be reversed within 3 hours, and they would explode and die. This is impossible, she cried out in shock. How could I be cursed by such a vicious curse? Because that car accident wasn't an accident at all. Jiang Chen slowly sat up, ignoring the sword still pointed at him, his voice becoming icy cold. That was an assassination attempt against me. The assassin was from the Liu family. The Liu family's murderous intent was originally directed at me, but by some strange coincidence, it became the key to detonating the curse lurking within you. You are just the unlucky one implicated by me. Liu family. It's the Liu family again. Su Qingxue was so smart that Jiang Chen's words were like a flash of lightning, instantly connecting all the fragmented clues together. She immediately understood the whole story. The Liu family wanted to deal with Jiang Chen, but didn't want to dirty their hands, so they used this sinister curse and assassination technique. And she happened to appear at that time and place, blocking this fatal blow for Jiang Chen. He had become a pawn of the Liu family against Jiang Chen. A pawn to be used and discarded, with a miserable end. A feeling of humiliation and anger that was 100 times stronger than the offense he had suffered from Jiang Chen surged out from the bottom of his heart. She, Su Qingxue, was actually treated as a tool and a sacrifice. Liu family. She pronounced these two words word by word, the soft sword in her hand buzzing because of the anger of its owner, and that beautiful face was now as cold as frost. Her hatred towards the Liu family reached its peak at this moment. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Chen knew that the time was almost right. He looked at her still frosty face, was silent for a moment, and then dropped the heaviest bomb of the day. There's one more thing, he said, his voice slowing down, but with an unquestionable certainty. In order to neutralize the raging energy within you, I've passed a trace of my own primordial energy into you. Our powers are blending within you, so... He paused and his eyes fell on Su Qingshue's flat belly. You have our child. They are twins, a boy and a girl. Boom. If the news just now was a thunderclap, then this sentence now is a doomsday catastrophe that is enough to destroy the entire world. Su Qingxue was completely frozen there, as if she had been cast under a spell. Her mind was blank and buzzing, as if billions of bees were flapping their wings at the same time. Child? I am pregnant? Or, twins? How could this be possible? This was ridiculous. How long had it been since we met? A day? No, not even a day. Dang. The soft sword that she had been holding tightly could no longer be held, and it slipped from her hand weakly and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. This sound seemed to shatter all the strength in her body. She lowered her head blankly, looking at her flat belly. For the first time, complete confusion and helplessness appeared in her cold eyes. She, Su Qingxue, the future head of the Su family, a woman who had planned her entire life clearly, found at this moment that her life was completely out of control. Seeing her distraught appearance, the string of pity in Jiang Chen's heart was gently plucked. He slowly stretched out his hand, ignoring Su Qingshue's subconscious avoidance, and gently held her cold and trembling hand. Her hands were very cold and soft, and when held in her palms, they felt like a piece of fine jade. I know it's hard for you to accept right now. For the first time, Jiang Chen's voice had a hint of gentleness. But, the fact has already happened. From now on, you are no longer alone. He held her hand, exerted a little force, and pulled her closer, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. From now on, I will protect you and the child. As for the Liu family. His voice suddenly turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed across his face. I will make them pay a price more painful than death. This promise, like a warm torrent, instantly broke down the dam of pride and coldness in Su Qingshue's heart. Guard. This word was so unfamiliar to her. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the one protecting others, the pillar of the Su family, the icy school beauty everyone revered. She had never imagined that one day she would also be the one being protected. Especially when she was most confused, helpless and overwhelmed. This man, the man who took everything from her, gave her the most firm promise, which was what she needed most at this moment. Humiliation, anger, confusion, all the negative emotions seemed to have found an outlet at this moment, and seemed to be soothed by a more powerful force. Su Qingshue's eyes turned red without any warning. She bit her lips hard to prevent the fragile tears from flowing down. Her still cold face was filled with a hint of dependence and tenderness that she herself had not even noticed. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's mind as expected. Ding! Detected that the target person Su Qingxue has experienced a drastic change in mood. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 50 life and death trust, current favorability, 8100 love begins. Jiang Chen looked at the numbers on the panel and understood everything. He slowly let go of Su Qingshue's hand, stood up, walked to the dilapidated window, and looked in the direction of the Lu family. His woman and his children all experienced life and death because of the Lu family. It's time to settle this account. Jiang Chen's gaze became extremely deep, as if it had penetrated time and space, sounding the death knell for the Lu family's fate in advance. It's daybreak, he said softly. The Lu family is doomed to perish. Chapter 13, Mother-in-law comes to kill me. Sorry, your daughter is already mine. It's daybreak. The Lu family is doomed to perish. Jiang Chen's voice was very soft, but it sounded like a voice coming from the underworld, causing the temperature in the entire abandoned workshop to drop a few degrees. Su Qingshue's delicate body trembled. She looked at Jiang Chen's back, which was not very tall but seemed to be able to hold up the entire sky. The last trace of resistance and resentment in her heart also quietly dissipated. This man is domineering, strong, and even a little unreasonable. But he also gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Lu family. At the thought of this name, Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes also ignited a cold fire. Although her Su family did not easily cause trouble, it was by no means afraid of it. The Lu family had dared to use such vicious means to use her as a sacrifice to deal with Jiang Chen. Her Su family would definitely not let this matter go. She was just about to say something to make her position clear. Just then. Buzz. A terrifying aura so huge that it was suffocating, like the sky collapsing, suddenly descended from the sky and locked onto the entire bearing factory. Under this pressure, all the metal parts in the factory began to buzz and tremble violently, as if expressing submission and fear to some supreme being. Su Qingshue's face turned pale in an instant. This breath, she is so familiar with it. He's a master. A true martial arts master. Moreover, he is the master of her Su family. Oh no, she cried out in shock, feeling a strong sense of unease in her heart. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and slowly turned around. His Emperor's Eye had already been activated, and his sight penetrated the mottled wall and took in the scene outside. A military off-road vehicle, pitch black with tough lines, had no local license plate but only a blood-red Dong character on it. Like a steel beast, it ignored all obstacles, crushed the factory's rusty iron gate, and stopped outside the main workshop. The car door opened and a tall and graceful figure walked out of the car. She was a beautiful woman who looked no more than 30 years old. She wore a well-cut black dress that perfectly outlined her mature and fiery figure. Her appearance was about 70% similar to Su Qingshue's, but with a touch more of the charm and majesty that came with time. However, at this moment, her beautiful face that was enough to drive countless men crazy was covered with frost and murderous aura that was enough to freeze the soul. She is Su Qingshue's mother, the mistress of the Su family in Donghai, and a true B-level grandmaster Su Muyun. Su Muyun's gaze, like a pair of sharp swords, locked onto the interior of the workshop. She could clearly sense her daughter's familiar presence within. Although it was stronger and more stable than ever before, it was also mixed with the scent of a strange man that made her extremely angry. Moreover, the daughter's breath seemed to be entangled with the man's breath, and they could not be distinguished from each other. Boom! A violent murderous intent burst out from Su Muyun. She took a step forward and her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Bang! The heavy iron door of the workshop exploded as if struck head-on by a battering ram. Countless iron fragments and debris shot out in all directions. Jiang Chen's eyes focused, and he took a step forward, protecting Su Qingxue behind him. With a slight surge of energy in his body, he shattered all the flying fragments into powder. When the smoke and dust cleared, Su Muyun's figure appeared in the workshop. When she saw the scene in front of her, anger almost burst out of her beautiful eyes. Her daughter, her precious and pure daughter, was now wearing only a loose t-shirt that was obviously for men, with her shoulders half exposed and covered with glaring purple marks. And next to her, there was a strange man standing. A single man and a single woman in the same room, both disheveled. This scene is an unbearable stimulation for any mother. Evil creature. You're looking for death. Su Muyun was completely furious. She didn't even ask a single question. The master power in her body suddenly started to circulate. A white jade palm, with destructive power, as fast as lightning, went straight to Jiang Chen's crown. She wanted to beat the beast who dared to defile her daughter into a pulp on the spot. Mom! No! Su Qingxue let out a terrified scream, and without thinking, she opened her arms and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Su Muyun's pupils suddenly contracted, and the palm that was powerful enough to split stones and crack rocks suddenly stopped less than an inch away from Su Qingxue's forehead. The violent palm wind blew Su Qingxue's long black hair backwards. You get out of the way. Su Muyun looked at his daughter standing in front of the man, shaking with anger. His voice was filled with disappointment and heartache. Qingxue. You disappoint me so much. For a man like this, you even gave up your reputation? No. Mom. It's not what you think. Su Qingxue was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She turned around and glanced at Jiang Chen, who had a calm face as if nothing had happened. She was anxious and angry, and could only explain incoherently, he was trying to save me. I was tricked. Plot? Su Muyun's anger subsided slightly, but the frost on his face remained. Who dares to plot against my daughter, Su Muyun? It's the Lu family. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and told them everything that happened yesterday, from the strange car accident, to the Lu family's vicious curse and assassination, to the detonation of the yin-yang harmony powder in her body. As Su Qingxue spoke, Su Muyun's expression became more and more ugly and gloomy. When she heard the 5 words yin-yang harmony powder, the murderous intent that had just been suppressed in her body burst out uncontrollably again, even colder and purer than before. Well, the Lu family. Su Muyun laughed out loud in anger, each word sounding like it had been pulled from an ice cellar. How dare they use such despicable means to use my daughter as a pawn? Do they think our Su family can't lift a knife? The terrifying pressure from the Grandmaster once again swept through the entire workshop. This time, it was no longer targeting Jiang Chen, but was locking onto the direction of the Lu family from afar. She believed her daughter. Because something as vicious as yin-yang harmony powder was simply not accessible to ordinary people, and once it erupted, the consequences would be disastrous. She knew the only solution better than anyone else. Thinking of this, the look she gave Jiang Chen changed from pure murderous intent to something extremely complicated. It was this man who saved his daughter's life. But it was also this man who took away his daughter's most precious thing. The atmosphere at the scene fell into deathly silence for a moment. Su Muyun was someone who had seen a lot of things. She forced herself to suppress the emotions surging in her heart. Her gaze fell on Jiang Chen again. With a look of scrutiny, she asked coldly, "What's your name?" Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen answered calmly. You saved Qingxue. My Su family will remember this favor. Su Muyun's tone was emotionless. Tell me, what compensation do you want? Cultivation techniques, elixirs, money, status, as long as my Su family can afford it, we can satisfy you. From now on, you and Qingxue owe each other nothing. In her opinion, this is the best way to deal with it. Use huge benefits to buy out this bad relationship and get your daughter's life back on track. However, Jiang Chen laughed after hearing this. It was a faint smile with a hint of sarcasm. Compensation? He looked at the high and mighty Grandmaster mother-in-law in front of him and shook his head. I think you made a mistake. What? Su Muyun frowned. Jiang Chen took a step forward, ignoring Su Muyun's vigilant gaze, and naturally took Su Qingxue into his arms. Feeling the beautiful woman's body stiffen instantly in his arms, he calmly announced in an unquestionable tone. She is already my woman. There is no such thing as debt between us. You. Su Muyun's anger was ignited again. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Su Qingxue's face flushed with shame. Being held in such a domineering manner by Jiang Chen in front of her mother, she felt both embarrassed and annoyed, but she couldn't muster up the strength to resist. She could only bury her head deeply in Jiang Chen's chest. "Mom!" She spoke with difficulty in a mosquito-like voice, as if she had used up all her strength. "There is one more thing." "What's the matter?" Su Muyun felt that his patience had reached its limit. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision. She raised her head, and on her beautiful face, which was flushed with color, there was a hint of resignation, a hint of shyness, and a hint of secret happiness that she herself had not even noticed. She looked at her mother, who was completely stunned, and said word by word, "I am pregnant with his child. It's twins." Boom! Time seemed to be paused at this moment. Space seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. All the expressions on Su Muyun's beautiful face, which was filled with frost and murderous intent, froze in an instant. Anger, murderous intent, majesty, indifference, all the emotions, after hearing the three words twins, melted away in an instant like ice and snow under the scorching sun, leaving only endless emptiness and dullness. Her master's eyes, which had experienced countless storms and witnessed countless lives and deaths, were now wide open, staring at her daughter's flat belly. Her mouth was slightly open, but she could not make any sound. Child? Twins, boy and girl? The mistress of the Su family, who could shake the entire Jiangcheng with just a stomp of her foot, AB-level master, felt at this moment that her brain was completely inadequate. She, Su Muyun, is going to be a grandmother? Chapter 14. Just after getting the school beauty, the master's mother-in-law shows up. "Jiangchen, auntie, your daughter is pregnant." "I am pregnant with his child. It's twins." These two short sentences seemed to possess the most terrifying magic in the world, completely freezing time and space. Su Muyun, the mistress of the Su family in the East China Sea, a B-level martial arts master, a woman who has experienced countless storms and whose mind has long been as solid as a rock. At this moment, she feels that her entire worldview is collapsing and shattering like never before. Child? Twins, boy and girl? Her phoenix eyes, which were enough to make any man lose his mind, widened and stared at her daughter's flat belly without a trace of fat, as if she wanted to see through it with her eyes. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How old is Qingxue? Her life has just begun. How could she suddenly? Moreover, how long had it been since the accident? One night. A baby was born in one night? Twins, a boy and a girl? This is no longer a medical miracle, it is simply a myth. It is a fairy tale. Su Muyun's brain crashed for the first time. The powerful mental force belonging to the master, which was enough to sense any movement within a radius of 100 meters, was now in chaos. No. That's not right. It must be this bastard who used sweet words to deceive Qingxue. It must be like this. A new surge of anger, mixed with the humiliation of being teased, rose from Su Muyun's heart again. Qingxue, come here. Her voice became a little sharp due to the violent fluctuations of emotions. Let me see. She had to confirm it herself. Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled, and she subconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen beside her. Jiang Chen gave her a reassuring gesture and gently let go of his arm around her. Su Qingxue then bit her lower lip and moved step by step to her mother like a child who had done something wrong. Su Muyun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart. She stretched out her right hand, as white as jade, yet powerful enough to shatter steel, and without the slightest hesitation, placed it directly on Su Qingxue's lower abdomen. The Grandmaster's internal energy, like the most sophisticated instrument, carefully penetrated into his daughter's body. Next second, Su Muyun's body suddenly stiffened. All the expressions on her beautiful face, which was covered with frost, froze in an instant. She felt it. In the daughter's Dantian Shi, the extremely vicious curse power of yin-yang harmony powder that was supposed to exist has disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was an unprecedented, majestic, and vast breath of life. That breath was warm and peaceful, yet it also carried an indescribable, supreme dignity. It was as if it wasn't a mortal being, but rather the bloodline of a god from the 9 heavens. This breath of life is madly nourishing the daughter's limbs and bones at an unimaginable speed, repairing her essence that was damaged by the car accident and the curse. My daughter's aura was more stable and powerful than ever before. She even showed signs of a breakthrough. What shocked Su Muyun even more was that when her Grandmaster's internal energy came into contact with the mysterious breath of life, her own bottleneck, the B-level Grandmaster barrier that had troubled her for 3 full years, actually began to loosen slightly. Just being close to it has such a magical effect. What level of bloodline is this? Su Muyun's heart was completely shocked. She was sure that her daughter was not lying. In her body, there are really two brand new lives containing supreme divine power, being gestated. It really is, twins. Su Muyun slowly withdrew her hand, her whole body a little dazed. The look she gave her daughter had changed from the previous pain and anger to incredible shock and confusion. Then, she turned her head suddenly, and her eyes, as sharp as a knife, fell on Jiang Qin again. This man. The source of all this is this man. Who is he? Su Muyun's spiritual power, like an invisible tide, enveloped Jiang Chen. She wanted to see through him. She wanted to dig out all of this man's secrets. However, the next moment, something even more shocking happened to her. The moment her spiritual power came within 3 feet of Jiang Chen's body, it vanished without a trace, like a drop in the ocean. Without causing even the slightest ripple. She felt that she was not just spying on one person. It is a bottomless abyss of chaos. It is an ancient starry sky that embraces everything and destroys everything. Unfathomable. These 4 words suddenly appeared in Su Muyun's mind. She, a dignified B-level grandmaster, a top-tier warrior who could walk sideways in Jiangcheng, actually felt insignificant in front of a mountain, the world, when facing this young man who looked only about 20 years old. Fear. A trace of fear that she herself had not even noticed quietly spread from the deepest part of her heart. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person. His background and strength are probably far beyond my imagination. The atmosphere at the scene once again fell into an eerie silence. A long time. Su Muyun finally found his voice. Her aura of a master, who was so high and mighty, had subsided unconsciously. But the pride that belonged to the mistress of the Su family would not allow her to bow her head. She looked at Jiang Chen with a complex gaze filled with scrutiny, fear, and a hint of a mother's stubbornness. Okay. She spoke slowly, her voice returning to its previous coldness and majesty. I believe you for now. But, as the daughter of my Su family, a daughter of gold and jade, a daughter of heaven, I cannot just follow you without knowing the reason. Her momentum rose again, and she pressed forward towards Jiang Chen with an unquestionable sense of oppression. What will you marry her with? This sentence was a test, a challenge, but also her last bottom line and dignity as a mother. She wanted to see what confidence this mysterious young man had. Su Qingshue's heart suddenly rose to her throat. She looked at Jiang Chen nervously, afraid that he would be intimidated by her mother's power. However, Jiang Chen's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Facing the questioning of a powerful grandmaster, there was no trace of tension or fear on his face. He even smiled. It was a nonchalant smile, as if he was looking at a trivial matter. Dowry? He repeated it softly, and then, under the astonished gaze of Su Muyun and Su Qingxue, he casually took out a card from his pocket. It was a pitch-black card with an extraordinary texture. On it were dark golden lines that outlined a lifelike, roaring qilin. Kirin black gold card. Su Muyun's pupils suddenly contracted. With her status, of course she recognized this card. This is a status symbol tailored by the world's top banks for supreme customers with assets exceeding 100 billion. In the entire Dragon Country, there are no more than 10 people who own this card. How could he have such a thing? Before she could recover from her shock, Jiang Chen had already gently placed the card on a greasy machine next to her. The action was so casual, like throwing a piece of waste paper. There's 100 million in here. Jiang Chen's voice was very calm, but it was like the most violent thunder, exploding in the ears of Su Muyun and Su Qingxue. It was the first betrothal gift I gave to Qingxue. He paused, as if he felt that this was not enough, and added in a matter-of-fact tone. If Auntie thinks it's not enough, I can always add more. Chapter 15, The Ultimate Evolution of the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma Eye. The Lu family's blood debt and the revenge of my parents are settled today. If Auntie thinks it's not enough, I can always add more. Boom. Jiang Chen's nonchalant addition was 100 times more terrifying than the impact of the previous 100 million. Su Muyun, the dignified B-level grandmaster and the mistress of the Su family, felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Can you add more at any time? Is this even human language? That's 100 million. Not 100 yuan. Even for her Su family, which controlled the economic lifeline of Donghai City, their annual net profit was only a few hundred million. For her to come up with 100 million in cash in one go would be a huge loss. But the young man in front of me casually threw out a card and said there was 100 million in it, and said that if it was not enough, I could add more, as if he was treating a beggar. This is no longer arrogance. This was a kind of confidence that she could not understand or imagine at all. Kirin Black Gold Card. A betrothal gift of 100 million. There is also the unfathomable strength and mysterious bloodline. Sumuyun's beautiful face, strained with anger and shock, finally cracked. She looked at Jiang Chen, her scrutinizing and challenging gaze replaced by horror and fear. The master status that she was proud of and the power of the Su family that she relied on, at this moment, in front of this young man, seemed so ridiculous and so pale and powerless. Su Qingxue, who was standing aside, was completely petrified. Her little head was buzzing, and she was completely unable to process the extremely magical scene before her. She looked at the Qilin Black Gold card that Jiang Chen had casually thrown on the oily machine, then looked at her mother's expression as if she had seen a ghost, and finally, her eyes fell blankly on Jiang Chen's overly calm profile. This man. Who is he? How many secrets does he have? Just as the mother and daughter were deeply shocked and their minds were filled with huge waves, the system's prompt sound finally came to Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the highest priority task of Dragon and Phoenix bring good luck, yin and yang harmony, and successfully conceived a child of the Emperor of Heaven. The Many Children, Many Blessings System Newbie Gift Pack Ultimate Edition has been unlocked. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations to the host for receiving Reward 1, Cultivation Initiation. The host's cultivation has advanced from the early stages of the first level of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra to the peak of the first level. Only one step away from the second level. Congratulations to the host for receiving Reward 2, Physical Enhancement. The purity of the Emperor bloodline in the host's body has increased, and the strength of the body is comparable to that of a low-grade spiritual weapon. Congratulations to the host for receiving the third reward, Technique Upgrade. The core magical power, Emperor's Eye, has evolved. A series of system prompts made Jiang Chen's heart move slightly. After practicing dual cultivation for one night, he not only saved Su Qingxue, but also made his cultivation level soar. He broke through several small realms and directly reached the peak of the first level. This more children, more blessings system is really overbearing. His mind immediately sank into his own sea of consciousness as he looked at the new introduction to the Emperor's Eye. Emperor's Dharma Eye Evolved Version, the exclusive magical power of the Emperor of Heaven, which can see through the origin of all things and see through all illusions. Basic abilities: perspective, detecting luck, identifying energy. Activated. Evolved ability 1, causal tracing, observe the cause and effect of sin for an individual, clan, or region. Anyone who commits heinous sins will be entangled in bloody flames and chains of causality. The host can expend mental energy to trace the causal line and partially trace the true events at the time of the sin. Evolutionary ability 2? Unlocked only after the host's cultivation reaches the third level of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Cause and effect tracing. Seeing these 4 words, Jiang Chen's breathing suddenly stagnated. This ability is simply incredible. Insight into destiny can only reveal a person's potential and future direction. However, this causal tracing can reveal a person's past and all the sins hidden in the darkness. In front of these eyes, any conspiracy, any disguise, will be exposed. An irrepressible excitement surged in Jiang Chen's heart. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the wall of the dilapidated factory building and directly look towards the distant direction of the Lu family mansion. Next second. Emperor of Heaven's Dharma Eye, open. Buzz. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the whole world changed in an instant. It is no longer a material world of steel and concrete, but an original world composed of countless energies and law lines. Su Qingxue's Luck Mingfeng has been completely consolidated. Even because she is pregnant with the Emperor of Heaven's child, the green phoenix shadow is wrapped with a faint but extremely noble purple gold color. As for her mother, Su Muyun, the aura above her head is a white crane with spread wings. Although it is not as noble as the Mingfeng, it also represents her master-level strength and status. Jiang Chen's gaze did not linger on them. His sight, spanning a distance of dozens of kilometers, landed directly on the vast and heavily guarded Lu family manor at the other end of Jiangcheng. Boom! The moment his eyes locked onto the Lu family manor, a terrifying scene that frightened him appeared before his eyes. The sky above the entire Lu family manor was no longer clear, but was covered by a black evil aura as thick as ink. The black air was filled with hatred, curses, unwillingness and wailing, as if it was connected to the 9 nether hell. And in the very center of the black air, an extremely thick blood-red chain condensed from blood and sin, like an entwined evil dragon, tightly wrapped around the core of the Liu family's destiny. A raging fire of karma burned on the blood-colored chain, and every time it jumped, it seemed as if countless wronged souls were screaming in pain. What a heinous sin! Jiang Chen's heart suddenly sank. He knew that ordinary robbery and conspiracy could never lead to such a horrific cause and effect of sin. The Liu family has definitely committed a heinous crime that is enough to anger heaven and earth and infuriate both humans and gods. Cause and effect tracing. Jiang Chen shouted in his heart, and the divine light of the Emperor of Heaven's Dharma I was pushed to the extreme. His mental power, like a sharp sword, pierced fiercely into the bloody chain of cause and effect. Buzz. Countless chaotic, bloody and brutal scenes, like a flood bursting through a dam, madly flooded into his mind. Those were the various evil deeds that the Liu family had committed over the years, bullying others and taking human lives. But these are not the main dishes. Jiang Chen endured the mental shock and concentrated all his strength on the thickest and most sinful link in the chain of cause and effect. He wants to see clearly what the biggest secret of the Liu family is. Boom! The picture, at this moment, is finally clear. That was 15 years ago. On a stormy night, outside Jiangcheng, in a dangerous place called Black Wind Valley. An elite team composed of more than 10 powerful warriors is fighting a fierce battle with the three-eyed demon wolf, a demon king whose strength has reached the peak of sea level. Every member of the team was fearless and cooperated well with each other. Although everyone was injured, they suppressed the demon king. The captain of the team is a middle-aged man with a resolute face and an upright figure. Beside him, there was a woman with a gentle appearance and a temperament like orchid, but also holding a long sword and a heroic demeanor, fighting side by side with him. When Jiang Chen saw the faces of those two people, his body suddenly stiffened. These two people. They look exactly like his parents in this life. The picture continues. Just when they were about to kill the demon king and win, something strange happened suddenly. More than a dozen black shadows, like ghosts, suddenly emerged from the surrounding darkness. The person in the lead was none other than the then very young head of the Liu family, Liu Zhan. Beside Liu Zhan stood several figures shrouded in black robes, each with an eerie aura. Those black-robed figures exuded an energy that didn't belong to this world, filled with chaos, corruption, and evil. Demon! It's a demon! Liu Zhan and the alien demon actually joined forces. They launched the most despicable sneak attack. Poisoned hidden weapons and vicious curses were shot from behind at the team of warriors who were fighting bloody battles. Liu Zhan! How dare you! Jiang Chen's father roared in shock and anger. He could never have imagined that the friend he had invited to help would actually stab him in the back. Brother Jiang, don't blame me. A ferocious and greedy smile adorned Liu Zhan's face. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for discovering that thing. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. That demon suppression stone is not something you and your wife can possess. Give it to me, and I can give you a quick death. You're dreaming. The bloody battle breaks out again. But this was a massacre without any suspense. The warrior team, which had already fought hard against the demon king and was seriously injured, fell in a pool of blood one after another in the face of the despicable siege of the Liu family and the demons. In the end, only Jiang Chen's parents were left. They stood back to back, covered in blood, but still tightly guarded a stone box wrapped in energy. Husband, we are afraid we can't get out. There was a hint of sadness in the woman's voice. Don't be afraid, even if I die, I will take a few people with me. The man's eyes were burning with rage. In the end, they detonated all their cultivation and died together with the demon king and several other demons. And Liu Zhan snatched the stone box at the last moment, and then used the secret method of the alien demon to erase all traces, disguising this place as a simple beast-tied accident. The picture ends here. Boom! It was as if billions of nuclear bombs exploded in Jiang Chen's mind at the same time. An indescribable murderous intent, cold enough to freeze the entire space and time, suddenly burst out from him. So, that's how it is. It turns out that there has never been any damn beast tied. His parents in this life didn't die in an accident. They died in betrayal. They died in a despicable and shameless conspiracy. Their murderers were the Liu family. Liu Zhan. And that damned demon. The humiliation of breaking off an engagement? No. This is a blood feud. An irreconcilable hatred. Crack crack. Jiang Chen's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound, and the blood in his body was boiling wildly due to extreme anger. The murderous intent that surged into the sky was no longer concealed, and it swept through the entire workshop in an instant like a physical ice storm. Buzz. Sumuyun, the B-level grandmaster standing next to him, felt as if his soul was frozen the moment the murderous intent descended. The hairs all over her body stood on end, and an unprecedented fear, which came from the instinct of life, seized her heart madly. She looked at Jiang Chen in horror. The young man in front of him seemed to have turned into an almighty demon god who walked out of the Nine Nether Hell and was in charge of killing at this moment. That gaze was cold and dead, without a trace of human emotion. Jiang Chen, what's wrong with you? Su Qingxue also felt this terrifying aura. Her face turned pale and she asked in a trembling voice. Jiang Chen spoke slowly, his voice as hoarse as two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. The truth about my parents' extermination. I found it. Chapter 16, Congratulations on becoming a father, and also a god? Twins are born, and Jiang Chen receives a lot of rewards. The truth about my parents' extermination. I found it. Each of these 11 characters seemed to be dug out from under the 10,000-year-old black ice. They were without a trace of warmth, yet they carried a raging rage that was enough to burn the entire world. The murderous intent that erupted from Jiang Chen was pure to the extreme. It was no longer a momentum, but had turned into substance. The air in the entire abandoned workshop seemed to have been drained away, solidifying into invisible steel. The temperature plummeted, and a layer of white frost, visible to the naked eye, even formed on the walls and metal. Well. Sumuyun, a dignified B-level grandmaster, actually felt difficulty breathing at this moment. She felt like she wasn't standing before a young man, but rather an ancient god or demon awakened from a sea of blood and corpses. The murderous intent pierced through her protective chi and pierced deep into her soul, sending an uncontrollable shudder and fear through the heart of this master, a powerful figure accustomed to life and death. So scary. What on earth is this kid carrying? How could he burst out with such terrifying murderous intent? Jiang Chen. Su Qingxue's face turned pale as a sheet. She was enveloped by the murderous intent, feeling cold all over, her blood almost freezing. She subconsciously grabbed the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes, her voice tinged with tears. You don't scare me. This trembling call was like a stream of clear spring water, pouring into Jiang Chen's heart that was about to be swallowed by hatred. He suddenly came back to his senses. The murderous intent that was rising into the sky was instantly suppressed by him and disappeared without a trace, as if the devastating scene just now had never happened. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, looked down at the beautiful woman in his arms, whose face was filled with tears and fear, and a sense of regret welled up in his heart. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. His voice returned to calm, but with an unquestionable firmness. The Lu family must be destroyed. But, not now. His gaze fell on Su Qingxue's flat belly, and his cold eyes instantly turned into tenderness. There are his children and his deepest concerns in this life. The blood feud must be avenged, but his wife and children need to be protected even more. Seeing Jiang Chen's eyes, Su Qingxue and Su Muyun instantly understood what he meant. Yes, the most important thing now is the children. Time passes quietly in this strange and subtle atmosphere. In the following month, a magical event occurred that caused Su Muyun, a B-level grandmaster, to lose his worldview. This abandoned bearing factory became the temporary home for the three of them. Su Muyun originally wanted to take her daughter back to the Su family and use all the Su family's resources to protect the fetus. But Jiang Chen refused. The reason was simple. The child in Su Qingxue's belly was the heir of the Celestial Emperor, imbued with the energy of primordial chaos, and simply could not be nourished by mortal herbs and equipment. Any rash intervention would only backfire. What shocked her even more was that Su Qingxue's belly was like a balloon, swelling every day at a speed that completely violated the laws of nature. Just 1 week is like 3 months for an ordinary pregnant woman. In just half a month, it looked like a 6-month pregnancy. A month later, it was already time for delivery. Is this fucking Neza pregnant? Su Muyun was completely stunned. She had been walking around for half her life and had never seen anything so outrageous. She finally understood why Jiang Chen said the Su family's resources were useless. The bad guy wasn't a human at all, but a god. How could a mortal's things be worthy of them? During this month, Su Muyun's initial vigilance and scrutiny gradually turned into numb shock, and finally, he witnessed countless miracles with his own eyes. She found that just by staying in this dilapidated factory, feeling the wisps of life breath emanating from Su Qingshua's body every day. The bottleneck of her grandmaster status that had troubled her for 3 full years was actually loosening more and more. She had a hunch that as long as she stayed here, she would be able to break through to the A-level grandmaster level within half a year. This is such a great opportunity. So, the high-ranking mistress of the Su family willingly stayed and became the guard and nanny for her daughter and this mysterious son-in-law. Today, exactly 1 month has passed since the car accident. Ah! A suppressed cry of pain broke the tranquility of the early morning. Lying on a bed made of countless soft fabrics, Su Qingshua's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. She clutched the sheets beneath her tightly, her pretty face slightly distorted with pain. I'm going to give birth. Su Muyun's face changed and he instantly flashed to his daughter's side, looking extremely nervous. Although she had expected it, she still felt at a loss when the moment finally came. She is a B-level grandmaster, she has killed countless people, but delivering a baby, this is her first time. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Jiang Chen's calm voice was like a reassurance, instantly settling the hearts of the mother and daughter. He stood aside, his Emperor's Eye already activated, and everything that was happening inside Su Qingshua's body was clearly visible to him. The 2 little ones' vital signs were normal, and they were even stronger than he had expected. Mom, please. Su Qingxue looked at her mother, her eyes full of dependence. Don't worry. Mom is here. Su Muyun took a deep breath, shedding her grandmaster's dignity. At this moment, she was just a mother worried about her daughter. She rolled up her sleeves and began to prepare in an orderly manner according to Jiang Chen's instructions. Time passes by minute by minute. Wow! Finally, accompanied by a clear and loud cry like a phoenix singing in the sky, a bright green light instantly filled the entire factory. A baby girl, as cute as a piece of jade, was born. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. Wow! Another cry rang out, this time powerful and deep, like a dragon's roar from the abyss. A warm golden light then blossomed. An equally cute baby boy was also born safely. The dragon and the phoenix bring good luck, and heaven and earth shine together. At the moment when these 2 little lives came into the world, the long-awaited system prompt sound exploded in Jiang Chen's mind like a violent storm. Ding! The successful birth of the Celestial Emperor's bloodline has been detected. The many children, many blessings system's 100-fold return mechanism has been activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your first daughter has been born. Talent assessment in progress. Assessment completed. Name, Zhang Nianxue. Talent assessment, SSS level sword talent primordial sword body. Luck value, 100 destined heroine. SSS level offspring talent detected. Triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. God level bloodline primordial sword body only 1. God level martial arts Taichu sword technique only 1. Boom! Before the system's voice fell, an indescribable sharp force originating from the origin of the great Tao instantly erupted from Jiang Chen's limbs, bones, and every cell. At this moment, his body seemed to be being thoroughly tempered and reshaped by billions of invisible divine swords. The mortal body is rapidly transforming into the body of a god. However, this is just the beginning. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your child has been born. Talent assessment in progress. Assessment completed. Name, Jiang Nianxin. Talent assessment, SSS level alchemy talent eternal heart of alchemy. Luck value, 100 child of destiny. SSS level offspring talent detected. Triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. God level Kung Fu eternal alchemy outline only 1. God level alchemy furnace Wanxiang Xianhuang furnace only 1. Rumble. If the reward just now was an unmatchly sharp sword, then what was pouring into Jiang Chen's mind at this moment was a vast ocean of knowledge. From the most basic pharmacology to the legendary method of refining magic pills, countless supreme mysteries of alchemy were like enlightenment, absorbed by him instantly and mastered thoroughly. At the same time, an ancient, heavy bronze tripod, which seemed to carry all things in the universe, also quietly appeared in his system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and completing the special achievement of Dragon and Phoenix bring good luck. Family luck level improved. Current level, level 2 rising fame. Reward, System Mall officially unlocked. Reward, newbie benefit, 10,000 bloodline points. A series of system prompts finally slowly stopped. And in the outside world, only a moment passed. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp sword intent that seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth flashed across his eyes. His entire temperament has undergone a drastic change. If we say that he was the abyss and the starry sky before, he was unfathomable. Now, he was a peerless divine sword thrust between heaven and earth. His sharp edge was unmistakable, his dominance unparalleled. Simply standing there made the very space hum with an unbearable pressure. This. Su Muyun was holding his two newly born grandchildren and was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the two little ones in her arms. The baby girl on her left hand was clearly just a soft infant, but in her master's perception, this tiny body seemed to contain a world of swords. That innate, pure sword intent made even her, AB-level master, feel terrified. The baby boy on her right was filled with a vast and majestic aura of life. That aura was pure and gentle, as if it was the source of all the elixirs in the world. She just held him, and she felt that the hidden injuries in her body were being rapidly healed. What were born were not two babies. These were clearly two reincarnated supreme beings. A sword god, and a medicine god. Su Muyun's brain completely crashed. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the person who had caused the sudden change in temperament, Jiang Chen, with a look as if he were a monster. Then, she swallowed hard and asked in a dry voice. "You, what on earth are you?" Chapter 17, the Lu family is still in a meeting, and Jiang Chen has already blocked the door. "You, what on earth are you?" Su Muyun's voice was dry and hoarse. She looked at the man in front of her whose temperament had changed drastically. She felt that her three views had been repeatedly crushed in just 1 month, then randomly glued together, and then shattered again. From an ordinary young man, to a mysterious strong man who saved his daughter's life, and then to a super rich man who casually gave out a betrothal gift of 100 million, now, in the blink of an eye, he has become a peerless sword god who makes even a B-level grandmaster like her tremble in the soul. The speed of switching identities is faster than turning pages of a book. Jiang Chen did not answer her philosophical question. He slowly restrained the sharp sword intent that had inadvertently leaked out from the Taichu sword body. His gaze fell tenderly on the two babies in Su Muyun's arms. That's his child. It's Jiang Yanxue and Jiang Yanchen. It was they who transformed him and gave him the capital for revenge. It was also they who brought warmth and concern back to his heart, which had been frozen by hatred for 15 years. He walked in front of Su Muyun, who subconsciously took half a step back, his face full of vigilance and awe. The mistress of the Donghai Su family was actually a little afraid to look directly at Jiang Chen at this moment. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, but instead of hugging the child, he gently stroked his daughter Jiang Yanshua's pink little face. The little guy seemed to feel his father's breath, his little mouth moved slightly, and he murmured in satisfaction. Jiang Chen's face showed the first real smile in a month. That smile was warm and pure, as if it could melt all the ice and snow in the world. But when he raised his head and looked out the window again in the direction of the Lu family, that smile disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by a coldness that was enough to freeze eternity. A deep blood feud, 15 years of forbearance and humiliation, the truth behind the tragic death of his parents. All of this points to the same place, the Lu family. Before, he lacked the strength and could only endure. But now, he has reached the peak of the first level of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra, possesses the Taichu sword body, and masters the eternal alchemy Dao. He already has the power to overturn the chessboard. Qingxue, Mom. Jiang Chen turned around, his voice calm, yet filled with an unquestionable determination. Wait for me here. I'm going to the Lu family to collect a blood debt. Su Qingxue's heart suddenly tightened. She was about to speak, but Jiang Chen stopped her with a gentle gesture. He gently put his arm around her waist and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Su Muyun's pupils shrank. She looked at Jiang Chen's eyes, which were calm but contained the power to destroy the world, and a huge wave rose in her heart. He is going now? One person, challenging the entire Lu family? The Lu family, one of the 4 great families of Jiangchang, rivaled the Su family in fame. The family was teeming with experts, and its head, Lu Zhan, was a renowned C-rank peak warrior with a profound background and a complex network of connections. But Jiang Chen's tone was as relaxed and casual as if he was going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Are you sure? Su Muyun asked with difficulty. When she asked this question, she felt a little ridiculous. For an existence that can even terrify B-level grandmasters, do we still need to ask whether it is certain? In my eyes, the Lu family is nothing but a bunch of dirt chickens and clay dogs. They can be destroyed in a snap of a finger. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, yet filled with unparalleled confidence and dominance. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the factory without stopping. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. Murderous intent, like a tide, began to gather around him. When he walked to the door that was smashed by Su Muyun, his figure was like a peerless fierce sword about to be unsheathed, causing the entire space to begin to distort and wail. At the same time, at the Lu family manor, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was extremely depressing. The head of the family, Lu Zhan, sat on the main seat with a face so gloomy that water almost dripped out of it. Bang! He slapped the rosewood table beside him, and the iron-hard tabletop was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. It's been a month. A whole month. That little bastard named Jiang Chen and that bitch from the Su family are like they've vanished from the face of the earth. No one sees them alive, no one sees their bodies dead. Lu Zhan's voice was filled with violent rage. A month ago, his son Lu Feng had his penis crippled and his limbs broken in public by Jiang Chen, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Jiangcheng. This is not only a humiliation to Lu Feng, but also a mad trampling on the reputation of the entire Lu family. When had Lu Zhan ever suffered such a great humiliation? He swore to tear Jiang Chen into pieces and turn his bones into ashes. But he sent out countless people and searched almost the entire Jiangcheng, but still could not find any trace of Jiang Chen and Su Qingxue. It was as if these two people disappeared out of thin air. Master, calm down. Below, an elder of the Lu family stood up and bowed, saying, I've already investigated. After the car accident that day, Su Qingxue was taken away by Jiang Chen and eventually disappeared in the area of the abandoned bearing factory in the west of the city. Furthermore, the Su family's mistress, Su Muyun, also disappeared after that. I'm afraid she hid the two of them. Su Muyun? Lu Zhan's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing across them. This crazy woman actually dared to interfere. Her daughter was defiled by a loser, and instead of cleaning up the mess, she helped hide it? The Su family is truly going from bad to worse. Another elder said sinisterly, Patriarch, I think this is an opportunity. Since Su Muyun is involved, we don't have to worry about the Su family's reputation anymore. As long as we do it cleanly and quickly, and get rid of Jiang Chen and Su Qingxue together, and then declare that they eloped and died accidentally, even if the Su family is furious, they won't be able to find any evidence. That's right. A loser who failed to awaken, a bitch who has lost her innocence. If they die, the Su family will only feel ashamed. They will never start a war over two dead people. Everyone in the Lu family in the hall discussed the matter and soon reached a consensus. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was still that useless piece of shit who could be manipulated at will. As for Su Qingxue, since she was no longer innocent, in their opinion, she had lost her value as a tool for marriage, and her death was not a pity. As Lu Zhan listened to everyone's discussions, the ferocious look on his face became more and more intense. He stood up suddenly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Pass on my orders. Gather all the best men in the family and blockade the area 10 miles around the West City bearing factory. Dig 3 feet underground to find that little bastard. This time, I not only want him to die. I also want him to die. Boom! Lu Zhan hasn't finished speaking yet. A terrifying roar, like the wrath of heaven and the roar of thousands of thunders, suddenly came from outside the manor. The entire Lu family manor, along with the ground beneath their feet, trembled violently. Everyone in the hall froze in an instant. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? No. This sound is coming from the direction of the gate. Lu Zhan's face changed, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. He was the first to rush out of the conference hall, followed by a group of Lu family masters who were in shock and confusion. When they crossed the courtyard and arrived at the main gate of the manor, the scene before them made everyone feel like they were struck by lightning and petrified on the spot. The Lu family's magnificent gate, which was strong enough to withstand artillery bombardments, was made of refined copper and engraved with a defensive formation. At this moment, it was actually broken in half from the middle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, so smooth that it could reflect a person's reflection. It was as if it was not blasted apart by violence, but was split into two with ease by an invisible divine weapon. The huge bronze door panel collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, creating 2 deep pits and raising a cloud of dust. And outside the broken gate, in the smoke and dust, a slender and upright figure was standing quietly. The sunlight gilded his figure, but it could not dispel the murderous aura that seemed to come from the 9th nether hell. It's Jiang Chen. He is here. He didn't wait for the Lu family to find him, he came to kill them on his own. Jiang. Jiang Chen? Lu Zhan's pupils instantly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shape. He stared at the figure intently, his face filled with disbelief and horror. How is that possible? How could a useless person with an F-level talent destroy the Lu family's gate with just one strike? That was a bronze gate of formation that could only leave a fist mark even with a full-strength attack from a C-rank warrior. It was you who destroyed the gate of my Lu family? Lu Zhan's voice became sharp and piercing because of extreme shock and anger. Jiang Chen raised his head, and his cold and dead eyes penetrated a distance of dozens of meters and fell accurately on Lu Zhan. He didn't answer. He just slowly raised his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers. It was as if he was holding an invisible sword. Then, he faced the entire Lu family manor, facing those faces filled with horror, anger, and disdain. With a gentle wave. Today, the Lu family must be destroyed. Chapter 18, the Grandmaster is killed with one sword, and the Lu family is destroyed. Jiang Chen, who else wants to die? Today, the Lu family must be destroyed. These 5 words were plain and cold, without any emotional fluctuation. It was like a divine thunder from the 9 heavens, striking fiercely on the top of the heads of all the Lu family members present. Dead silence. Deathly silence. The entire Lu family manor was in shock and anger because of the destroyed gate 1 second ago, and the next second, it fell into an extremely strange silence. Everyone stared at the young man standing in the ruins with eyes that looked like a madman or an idiot. Destroy the Lu family? Just you? After a brief silence, there was a volcanic eruption and tremendous rage. Ha 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 ha. A crazy and violent laugh came out of Lu Zhan's mouth. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You little bastard. What the hell are you talking about? Lu Zhan's laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a hideous and distorted expression. Do you think that just because you destroyed my front door with some one-time attack magic weapon you stole from somewhere, you have the right to bark here? He is determined. Jiang Chen must have used some powerful talisman or magic weapon. Otherwise, how could a loser who failed to awaken do such a thing? This must be his trump card, and he has already used it. That's right. The patriarch is right. This kid must be bluffing. He destroyed our gate. He's already at the end of his rope. You're just a piece of trash, yet you dare to come and kill my Lu family alone. You're simply courting death. Catch him. Don't let him die. I'm going to cut him into pieces and make him suffer all the tortures in the world. After a brief moment of shock, the Lu family's experts reacted one after another, each with a cruel and bloodthirsty expression on their face. In their opinion, Jiang Chen's behavior at this moment is no different from a moth flying into a flame. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Lu Zhan's body. No longer the peak of sea level. But it is the genuine article, the realm of Grandmaster. Although he had just stepped into the threshold of sea level Grandmaster and his aura was not very stable, the pressure belonging to a Grandmaster was still like a mountain, crushing Jiang Chen fiercely. Lu Zhan actually made a breakthrough within a month. Obviously, the great humiliation of Lu Feng being crippled actually stimulated him, allowing him to break through the bottleneck in extreme anger and hatred. Little beast, I have to thank you. Lu Zhan felt the surging power in his body, his face filled with the confidence and brutality of controlling everything. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have reached the Grandmaster level so quickly. To repay you, today, I will personally crush your bones, inch by inch. Everyone of the Lu family, listen up. Lu Zhan waved his hand and issued a stern order. Go ahead. Break his limbs and destroy his cultivation. I'm going to make him kneel before me and repent like a dead dog. Yes. Patriarch. Kill. With a command, hundreds of elite members of the Lu family, like a group of sharks smelling blood, rushed towards Jiang Chen from all directions with murderous intent. The flashing of swords and the whistling of energy. The momentum of hundreds of warriors gathered together to form a terrifying torrent that was enough to terrify any strong man of the same level. However, facing this tsunami-like attack, Jiang Chen did not even move. He just raised his head, his gaze calmly passed through those ferocious faces, and accurately fell on Lu Zhan at the back. Emperor of Heaven's Dharma Eye, open. Buzz. In his vision, the entire world once again transformed into its original form. Those warriors of the Lu family who rushed forward were more or less surrounded by black evil spirits and a faint bloody cause and effect. And on Lu Zhan's body. The black evil aura was as thick as real ink. What made Jiang Chen's murderous intent boil was that in that ball of black air, an extremely thick chain of cause and effect, formed by endless blood and wronged souls, rose into the sky. One end of the chain was tightly wrapped around Lu Zhan's fate. And on the other side, Jiang Chen saw clearly through his dharma eye that it was connected to the scene 15 years ago in the Black Wind Valley where his parents lay in a pool of blood. It's him! Lu Zhan! The mastermind who murdered his own parents. Boom! A hatred that had been suppressed for 15 years, enough to burn the sky and boil the sea, was no longer held back at this moment. It was like billions of volcanoes, exploding from the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. The murderous aura on him was no longer an invisible aura, but turned into a blood-red storm visible to the naked eye. Crack! Crack! The hard granite ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand the murderous intent and began to crack inch by inch. The air seemed to be completely sucked out and solidified. The temperature plummeted to freezing point. The Lu family warriors who were at the front, before they even got within 10 meters of Jiang Chen, were horrified to discover that their bodies were being restrained by an invisible force. The blood seemed to be frozen, and the circulation of true energy became extremely sluggish. A fear that came from the depths of their souls instantly turned the ferocity on their faces into horror and terror. What's going on? My body can't move. What kind of power is this? Such a terrifying murderous aura. No. Don't come over here. It's chaos. And right in the center of this chaos, Jiang Chen finally moved. He did not perform any earth-shattering martial arts. There was no explosion of earth-shattering energy. He just slowly raised his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers. It was as if he was holding an invisible sword. Then, he faced the aggressive and complacent new master of the Lu family, Lu Zhan. With a casual move, he thrust out a sword. Taichu's sword technique. There was no sword light, no sword energy, not even the slightest energy fluctuation. This sword is plain and simple to the extreme. Like a child's casual wave. However, this simple sword seemed to contain the most fundamental supreme laws of sharpness and speed between heaven and earth. It ignored space, time, and the protective chi in front of Lu Zhan. The grim smile on Lu Zhan's face has not yet faded. He only felt a flash of light before his eyes. And then, nothing happened. At this moment, his thoughts fell into eternal stagnation. He didn't even feel any pain. I just felt a chill in my chest. He lowered his head subconsciously. I saw that on his chest, where his heart was, an extremely smooth yet bottomless hole had appeared at some point. Not a drop of blood flowed from the edge of the hole. Because all the flesh, blood, meridians, and bones around his heart, as well as his powerful vitality as a grandmaster, were completely annihilated and decomposed from the root into the most primitive particles at the moment they were stabbed by an incomprehensible sharp force that came from the origin of the Tao. Well. A meaningless syllable came out of Lu Zhan's throat. His eyes, which were full of pride and confidence due to his breakthrough to grandmaster level, were now filled with extreme confusion and disbelief. I am the grandmaster. How could I? He couldn't figure it out. And never, ever, need to figure it out again. The power in his body was flowing away madly like a flood that broke through a dam. Those pupils that were filled with unwillingness and despair quickly lost all their luster and became gray and dead. Plop! Under the gaze of hundreds of dull, petrified, and ghost-like eyes. Lu Zhan, the new patriarch of the Lu family and the head of one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, fell straight back. With a loud bang, it hit the cold ground. Die with eyes open. In the entire Lu family manor, you could hear a pin drop in an instant. Chapter 19, The Shocking Secret of the Lu Family's Treasure House. The death of parents involves the mysterious organization Shadow Council. Dead silence. As dead silent as a cemetery. Lu Zhan's corpse, with his eyes open, lay straight on the cold ground. The bottomless hole in his chest was like a mocking black hole, swallowing up the reason and courage of all the Lu family members present. Grandmaster. He is a newly promoted martial arts master. He is the future pillar of the Lu family and the biggest source of confidence for their arrogance and domineering behavior. But now, just like that, dead? He was killed instantly by that waste in their eyes, that little beast who failed to awaken, in a way they could not understand or imagine at all. There was no earth-shattering clash, no energy that could destroy the world. It was so simple, as if it was just a wave of the hand. Then, their patriarch, a powerful master, was gone. What the hell is this monster? Fear. Boundless fear, like an icy tide, drowned the hearts of all the Lu family members. The hideousness, cruelty, and disdain on their faces all solidified and shattered, leaving only the extreme horror and paleness as if they had seen a ghost. Run! Run! Someone let out a shrill, distorted scream, completely breaking the dead silence. Boom! The entire Lu family manor was in an uproar in an instant. The Lu family members who were originally so aggressive and clamoring to cut Jiang Chen into pieces, now became completely confused like wasps whose nest was poked. They threw away their weapons, howled in fear, rolled and crawled on the ground, scrambling to flee madly in all directions. Family honor, revenge, all of it is bullshit in the face of the shadow of death. They now have only one thought: escape. The farther away from that devilish man, the better. However, how could Jiang Chen let them get what they wanted? Want to leave? His cold voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, like the sentence of death. I've said before, today, the Lu family must be destroyed. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. His figure did not move at all, he just stood there and slowly raised his right hand again. Taichu sword technique. Invisible sword intent rose from his body into the sky. This time, it was no longer a stab concentrated at one point, but turned into billions of sharp sword auras that were invisible to the naked eye, like a violent storm, instantly sweeping across the entire Lu family manor. Puff! 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 A series of dull sounds of sharp blades entering flesh were as dense as rain hitting banana leaves. Those core members of the Lu family who had participated in the siege of Jiang Chen's parents, or who bullied others and had blood on their hands, suddenly froze in their attempts to escape. Then, under the gazes of countless horrified eyes, a thin line of blood appeared between their eyebrows, necks, hearts, and every vital part of their bodies almost at the same time. No screams, no struggles. The moment their vitality and souls were penetrated by the sword energy, they were completely strangled and annihilated by the sharp force originating from the origin of the great Tao. One after another. Like wheat that had been cut down, it fell down in large pieces. In just a few breaths, the Lu family manor, which was bustling with people just now, was now littered with corpses and blood. Jiang Chen did not kill innocent people. His Emperor's Dharma eye had long been opened, and the cause and effect of everyone's sins were clearly presented in his eyes. None of those who were guilty of deep sins and were trapped in the bloody fire of karma could escape. However, those were just servants of the Lu family, or members of the collateral clan who had not committed serious sins. Jiang Chen's sword energy seemed to have eyes and perfectly avoided them. However, this kind of precise killing brings even more extreme fear. The remaining people were also frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their urine and feces flowing everywhere. They didn't even have the strength to escape. They could only look up to the man who dominated life and death with a look of admiration, their bodies shaking like sieves. Jiang Chen's gaze slowly swept across the sea of corpses and blood, and finally landed on the two trembling figures. One is Lu Feng. The other one is Lu Ruyan. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lu Feng completely collapsed. He looked at the corpses scattered all over the floor, at his father's cold body, and all his pride and dignity were instantly crushed to pieces. He used his hands and feet, like a real dead dog, and frantically crawled to Jiang Chen's feet, tears streaming down his face, and called out desperately. Jiang Chen! No! Brother Chen! Master Chen! I was wrong. I was really wrong. My father deserves to die. Our Lu family deserves to die. I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. I offended you. Please, treat me like shit and let me go. While he was kowtowing, he slapped his face frantically with his palms, making a slapping sound and his cheeks swelled up instantly. I'll give you everything. The Lu family's money, the Lu family's women, anything you want, I'll give it all to you. I'll be your slave from now on. Please spare my life. Looking at the dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy at his feet, Jiang Chen's face showed no emotion at all. His gaze was so cold that it seemed as if he was looking at a dead object. 15 years ago, your father used my parents' blood to buy the Lu family 15 years of prosperity and wealth. For the past 15 years, you've lived a life of luxury, lording it over others. Have you ever considered that every penny you spend is stained with my parents' blood? Jiang Chen's voice was calm and cold. Lu Feng's body suddenly stiffened, and the expression on his face froze in an instant. Parents' blood? He knew? No. No. I don't know. I don't know anything. Lu Feng howled like a pig being slaughtered and tried to explain himself. But Jiang Chen no longer had any patience. He slowly raised his foot. I said I would break your limbs and destroy your cultivation. Now, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Snap. A bone-breaking sound was heard so clear it made one's teeth ache. Jiang Chen's foot stepped hard on Lu Feng's dantian. Ah! Lu Feng's body suddenly arched up like a shrimp struck by electricity, and he let out a shrill scream that was not human. He could clearly feel that the true energy he had cultivated with great difficulty, along with the martial arts foundation he was proud of, were completely crushed by this kick, turning into nothing. Severe pain. Despair. He has become a complete waste. However, this is just the beginning. Snap. 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 Jiang Chen had no expression on his face. He kicked Lu Feng's limbs 4 times in succession, accurately breaking their joints. Aha! Lu Feng rolled and twitched wildly on the ground. The severe pain almost made him faint, but a cold sword intent kept stimulating his nerves, allowing him to maintain the clearest consciousness and taste the boundless pain and despair. Jiang Chen looked down at him condescendingly, his voice like eternal black ice. I won't kill you. I want you to live like a dog and watch with your own eyes how everything in the Lu family disappears into thin air. After saying that, he no longer looked at Lu Feng, but turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan, whose pretty face was pale and her whole body was shaking. Lu Ruyan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. She suppressed her fear, gritted her teeth, and screamed fiercely, Jiang Chen. How dare you touch me? I'm telling you, I'm going to marry into the Wang family soon. The Wang family is the most powerful family in Zhangcheng. If you kill me, the Wang family will never let you go. Wang family? Jiang Chen smiled, a smile full of disdain and mockery. He didn't even bother to say another word. A flick of the finger. Call out. An invisible sword energy instantly penetrated into Lu Ruyan's body. Lu Ruyan's body trembled violently. She discovered with horror that her meridians seemed to be locked by countless small locks. Her chi was completely solidified, unable to be mobilized even a little bit. She was also abandoned. You, what did you do to me? Lu Ruyan was horrified. Find a dungeon and lock her up there. Jiang Chen casually instructed a terrified Lu family servant nearby, let her think carefully about what it means to regret her actions. After doing all this, Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to the wailing and bloodshed in the manor. With his hands behind his back, he walked straight towards the heavily guarded treasure house in the deepest part of the Lu family manor. Revenge is just the first step. The key is to find out the truth and take back what belongs to our parents. The gate of the Lu family treasury was also made of fine steel and engraved with complex formations, but in front of Jiang Chen, it was no different from paper. He waved his hand casually, a flash of sword energy passed by, and the heavy door collapsed with a loud bang. Inside the treasury, there are jewels, precious stones, and magnificent gold. Various gold, silver, jewelry, magical weapons, and precious medicinal materials were piled up like mountains. These riches that are enough to drive any warrior crazy are no different from garbage in Jiang Chen's eyes. His Emperor's Dharma Eye was activated, and his gaze swept across the entire treasure house like a radar. What he was looking for was the demon-suppressing stone that made Lu Zhen willing to betray his friends and collude with the demons to get it. Soon, his gaze fixed on a secret compartment in the deepest part of the treasure house. The secret compartment was protected by a powerful restriction, but under the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor, all the patterns of the formation were clearly visible, and it was effortless to crack it. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and lightly tapped a few inconspicuous places on the wall. Rumble. When the secret compartment was opened, there was no demon-suppressing stone as imagined, but only an ancient black jade slip. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and took out the jade slip. A cold, evil aura emanated from the jade slip. His mental power probed into it. Buzz. The next second, countless chaotic and evil information flooded into his mind. What is recorded in the jade slip is the whole truth of the conspiracy 15 years ago. How did Lu Zhen covet the demon-suppressing stone that Jiang Chen's father accidentally obtained? How did he set up a vicious plan? And how did he contact an evil existence called Alien Demon? The jade slips described in detail the abilities of those demons, as well as the conditions for their cooperation with the Lu family blood sacrifice. The Lu family needs to regularly provide the alien demons with the blood of people with special physiques to hold an evil ritual called blood sacrifice in exchange for the power and resources bestowed by the alien demons. What made Jiang Chen's pupils shrink the most was the sentence at the end of the jade slip. What the Lu family came into contact with was just a small stronghold of the alien demon organization in Jiangcheng. The real name of that huge and mysterious demonic organization is Shadow Council. Crack! The jade slip in Jiang Chen's hand was instantly crushed into powder. A murderous intent that was 100 times colder and more terrifying than the one he had when he killed Lu Zhan before flashed across his eyes. It turns out that the Lu family is just a dog kept by those devils in Jiangcheng. The real murderer, the behemoth called Shadow Council, is still hiding in deeper darkness. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void. The Shadow Council. Very good. I will pull you all out of hell, one by one. Chapter 20. The bosses are all numb, and school beauty Xia calls excitedly. Jiang Chen walked out of the Lu family treasury, and behind him were mountains of wealth and a mess. But he didn't look at it again. These so-called riches were no different from dust to him. The only thing he cared about was the hideous truth hidden under the tip of the iceberg revealed in the jade slip. Shadow Council. An evil organization that uses blood sacrifice as a means and treats all living beings as straw dogs. 1. The real culprit who used his parents as sacrifices. Jiang Chen's figure disappeared at the end of the Lu family manor, leaving behind only corpses on the ground and the lingering smell of blood rising into the sky. Less than 10 minutes after he left. Woo! The shrill alarm sounded, piercing the night sky of Jiangcheng. One after another, special vehicles belonging to the city lord's mansion law enforcement team rushed towards the Lu family manor from all directions of the city like a black tide. Leading the team was Li Weiguo, the captain of the Jiangcheng law enforcement squad. A true C-rank peak warrior, in Jiangcheng, he was second only to several family heads and the city lord himself as a top expert. But when he rushed into the broken door with his fully armed team members, even he, a tough guy who was used to blood and killing, gasped on the spot. This is. Many of the team members behind him bent over and vomited violently on the spot. Corpse. Everywhere I look, there are corpses. From the main gate to the courtyard and then to the front of the meeting hall, hundreds of bodies of core members of the Lu family were lying in a pool of blood. The entire Lu family manor has turned into a Shura hell. Captain, look. A young team member pointed at the corpse in front of the meeting hall, his voice trembling. Li Weiguo's pupils suddenly shrank and he immediately dodged. When he saw the corpse with its eyes open, he felt like he was struck by lightning and his mind went blank. Lu Zhan. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhan. Quick! Check the injuries of the head of the Lu family. Li Weiguo roared. An experienced forensic team member immediately stepped forward, put on special gloves, and began to examine carefully. A few minutes later, the forensic doctor raised his head, his face as pale as paper and his voice extremely dry. Reporting to the captain. Lu. Patriarch Lu, his heart has been completely destroyed by an incomprehensible force. The wound is as smooth as a mirror, without any signs of tearing. It's as if it was instantly penetrated by an invisible, extremely sharp energy, completely erasing all life along with it. Killed with one strike. No sign of resistance. Boom! Every word in the forensic report was like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Weiguo's heart hard. Kill with one blow. No resistance at all. Are you kidding me? The news that Lu Zhan broke through to the Grandmaster level is no longer a secret. A martial arts master was killed instantly with just one move? Is this a C-rank warrior capable of this? No. Even a B-rank Grandmaster couldn't possibly kill a warrior of the same rank so cleanly and instantly. The scene, are there any clues left at the scene? Li Weiguo suppressed the shock in his heart and asked in a hoarse voice. Have. A team member pointed to the blood-stained ground. There, someone carved a word with his finger. A huge, ferocious, bloody character. Crime. At the same time. Jiangcheng, City Lord's mansion. The lights in the study were bright. The Lord of Jiangcheng, Zhao Woji, was sitting behind his desk. He looked to be about 50 years old, with an elegant face, but he had the dignity of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. As the controller of Jiangcheng, a major city with a population of millions, Zhao Wuji's strength has long reached the level of B-level Grandmaster, making him the undisputed strongest man in Jiangcheng. Boom boom boom. There was a rapid knock on the door. Come in. Zhao Wuji put down the documents in his hand and frowned slightly. His secretary, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man, pushed the door open and walked in with an unprecedented look of horror and solemnity on his face. City Lord. Something big happened. The Lu family. The Lu family has been destroyed. Snap. The pen made of century-old rosewood in Zhao Wuji's hand broke with a sound. He stood up suddenly, and a terrifying aura burst out uncontrollably, causing the air in the entire study to freeze. What did you say? Zhao Wuji's voice was terribly low. The Lu family was destroyed? Who did it? It's a young man named Jiang Chen. The secretary swallowed hard and reported the intelligence from the front line in detail as quickly as possible. From Jiang Chen, who was alone and cut open the gate of the Lu family with a sword, to Lu Zhan, who broke through to the master level but was killed instantly in one move, to hundreds of core members of the Lu family being slaughtered. The whole process sounds like a fairy tale. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji fell into a long silence. The shock on his face slowly faded away, and was replaced by an unprecedented and extreme solemnity. Jiang Chen. It's this Jiang Chen again. The young man who was rated as an F-level talent during the awakening ceremony. He originally thought that this young man had at most some adventures and that his strength was comparable to that of a C-rank warrior. But now it seems he was so wrong. Killing the newly promoted Grandmaster with one move. What kind of terrifying power is this? This is no longer something that can be described as B-level. Could it be A level? And a ranked Grandmaster who's less than 20 years old? As soon as this thought came to mind, even Zhao Wuji, the city lord who had seen many storms, felt his scalp tingling. Is this boy a dragon or a demon? Zhao Wuji muttered to himself. City lord, what should we do now? Should we issue a warrant for his arrest immediately? The secretary asked cautiously. Wanted? Zhao Wuji glanced at him, his eyes looking at an idiot. What are you going to use to issue a wanted notice? Who should I send? You or me? The secretary broke out in a cold sweat and dared not speak anymore. Yes, how can a monster that can kill a grandmaster in seconds be wanted? Who will catch it? Who dares to catch it? Immediately block all news. Zhao Wuji issued an order. Announce to the public that the Lu family colluded with the alien demons and deserved their punishment. They have been secretly executed by the military. No one is allowed to discuss this. Violators will be severely punished. Also, prepare a car for me. I need to go to the military headquarters right away. There was a gleam in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Such a terrifying existence must never become an enemy. No matter what, we must find out his purpose. If we can win him over, it will be a great blessing for the entire Jiangcheng. Almost at the same time, all the major forces in Jiangcheng, the Wang family, the Li family, the Chen family, and some hidden martial arts sects, all received this earth-shattering news through their respective channels. The entire upper-class society of Jiangcheng completely exploded on this night. What? The Lu family is gone? Lu Zhan is dead? What a joke! Today is not April Fool's Day. It's true. My spy in the law enforcement team said it himself. The scene was a river of blood, and all the direct descendants of the Lu family were killed. Who is the murderer? Which fierce dragon from across the river did it? Jiang Chen. A young man named Jiang Chen. When the name Jiang Chen spread along with these incredible labels such as F-level talent and killing the master in one move, all the big guys who heard the news were dumbfounded. They felt like their worldview had been crushed back and forth by an out-of-control dump truck more than a dozen times. Especially the Wang family. After listening to the spy's report, Wang Xiaotian, the head of the Wang family, smashed his most beloved antique vase on the spot. His face is uglier than when his own father died. Jiang Chen, it's actually that little beast. Wang Xiaotian let out an unwilling roar. His son Wang Tang had just gotten engaged to Lu Ruyan not long ago. He originally wanted to tie the Lu family to the Wang family's chariot through marriage and establish the Wang family's dominant position in Jiangcheng. But what about now? The Lu family is gone. Lu Zhan is dead. Lu Ruyan is also imprisoned. His Wang family has become the biggest joke in Jiangcheng. Dad. What should we do now? That Jiang Chen crippled Lu Ruyan and killed the entire Lu family. This is simply a slap in the face of our Wang family. Wang Tang was shocked and angry. Shut up. Wang Xiaotian slapped his son hard in the face. Hit us in the face? He's a monster that can kill a grandmaster in one move. And you still want to seek revenge on him? Do you think our Wang family didn't die quickly enough? Wang Xiaotian was really scared. He immediately issued a death order. Pass on my order. From today on, everyone in the Wang family must avoid Jiang Chen when they see him. Anyone who dares to provoke him, I will personally break his legs and expel him from the family without him having to do anything. Also, cut off all ties with that bitch Lu Ruyan immediately. Announce to the public that the engagement is void. Jiang Chen didn't care about the turmoil in the outside world. At this moment, he has returned to the abandoned bearing factory. When he pushed open the door and saw the two peacefully sleeping little faces and the most important woman in his life, the murderous aura that came from the nine nether hell instantly dissipated without a trace and turned into tenderness. Are you back? Su Qingxue came forward with a hint of worry on her face. Well, it's all solved. Jiang Chen gently took her into his arms. Just then, his cell phone rang suddenly. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone. On the other end of the line came a girl's voice that was trembling with extreme excitement, yet extremely familiar. Jiang Chen. Is that you? Is it really you? It's Xia Yubing. The Lu family's affairs, you did it, right? You really did it. Xia Yubing's voice was filled with uncontrollable enthusiasm and admiration. As the eldest daughter of the Xia family, she obtains intelligence even faster than the city lord's mansion. When she learned that the young man whom she once regarded as her life-saving straw had actually single-handedly destroyed the Lu family, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, and killed a martial arts master, she fell into a dreamlike excitement. Jiang Chen. Xia Yubing took a deep breath, and the enthusiasm in her voice faded, replaced by a hint of pleading and eagerness. You promised me. Do you remember? I need your help. Chapter 21, The 7 Evil Bloodlocks are removed. School beauty Xia awakens the Ice Phoenix divine body on the spot. I need your help. Xia Yubing's voice came through the receiver of the mobile phone, with an undisguised tremor in it. It was not fear, but the eagerness and pleading of grasping at the last straw. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change at all, but Su Qingxue in his arms could clearly feel that this phone call seemed to have triggered something. What's the matter? Jiang Chen's voice was as calm as water. 7 evil blood chains. Xia Yubing almost blurted out, you mentioned it before, the 7 evil blood chains in my body. It's been happening more and more frequently and painfully lately. I feel like I can't hold it back anymore. Jiang Chen, please, only you can save me. Her voice was full of helplessness and dependence. The Xia family, a prominent and respected clan in Jiangcheng, sought out renowned doctors and expended countless precious medical resources to treat her illness, but to no avail. Jiang Chen, however, had revealed her greatest secret upon their first meeting, and now, with the force of a thunderbolt, he had crushed the entire Lu family. In Xia Yubing's heart, Jiang Chen was no longer just an ordinary warrior, but an almighty god, her only hope. Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately. His gaze fell on Su Qingxue in his arms, then swept over to Jiang Nianxue and Jiang Nianchen, who slept soundly not far away. The blood feud had only just begun to unfold, and the true culprit, the Shadow Council, remained shrouded in mystery. He had no desire to cause further trouble. But Xia Yubing's Ice Phoenix bloodline held immense significance for him, a top-tier bloodline comparable to the primordial sword body and the eternal heart. If he could win over the Xia family, it would undoubtedly be a significant aid in his future fight against the Shadow Council. Furthermore, he had personally promised her. Where are you? Jiang Chen asked. Xia family manor. I'll come to you right away. Xia Yubing's voice was full of surprise. No, just stay where you are and I'll pick you up. Jiang Chen hung up the phone after he finished speaking, patted Su Qingxue's back gently, and said softly, I'm going to take care of something and we'll be back soon. Su Qingxue nodded obediently without asking any more questions. She knew her man was doing something earth-shattering, and all she had to do was trust and support him unconditionally. Half an hour later, the abandoned bearing factory welcomed a new guest. When Xia Yubing followed Jiang Chen into this overly simple home, she was stunned. She had imagined countless places where Jiang Chen might hide, perhaps a hidden paradise or a heavily guarded military base, but she had never imagined it would be a dilapidated factory building like this. What shocked her even more was the scene inside the factory. A woman with a gentle temperament and beauty like a fairy was looking at her tenderly, and on the simple bed lay 2 babies who were as delicate as jade and so cute that it would melt one's heart. This is... Xia Yubing's gaze moved back and forth between Su Qingxue and the 2 babies, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. My wife, Su Qingxue. Jiang Chen introduced calmly, "My children, Jiang Yanxue and Jiang Yanchen." Boom! Xia Yubing's mind went blank. He already had a wife? And a child? Suddenly, a wave of loss and sorrow, unnoticed even by her own consciousness, washed over her, but she quickly suppressed it. She had come here to seek help, not to dwell on such nonsense. "Hello, Miss Su." "Miss Su." Xia Yubing greeted her somewhat stiffly. Su Qingxue smiled gently at her and nodded in response. She could sense that the girl in front of her seemed to have special feelings for Jiang Chen, but she didn't show any hostility. She trusted Jiang Chen. Su Muyun on the side looked at Xia Yubing sharply. When he sensed the chaotic and powerful icy power in Xia Yubing's body, a trace of solemnity appeared on the face of this B-level master. "Let's get started." Jiang Chen wasted no time and pointed to the open space in the center of the factory. Xia Yubing took a deep breath, suppressed all distracting thoughts, nodded heavily, and walked to the center of the open space to sit cross-legged. Jiang Chen stood in front of her, and his Emperor's Eye was instantly activated. Buzz! In his vision, Xia Yubing's body transformed into a world composed of countless energy veins, and at the vital points of her heart and dantian, 7 black chains like poisonous snakes, condensed from extremely evil energy, were tightly entwining a ball of ice blue light emitting endless chill that was Xia Yubing's origin, the Ice Phoenix bloodline. The 7 evil blood chains and the Ice Phoenix bloodline clashed like water and fire, yet strangely entangled, forming a fragile equilibrium. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. This 7 evil blood chain wasn't a curse at all, but an extremely vicious seal. Not only did it suppress the Ice Phoenix bloodline, it also continuously stole its very essence to nourish itself. If the chain were forcibly broken, the pent-up Ice Phoenix power would instantly erupt uncontrollably, destroying the blood chain and potentially severely damaging Xia Yubing's body, even to the point of damaging her very essence. By then, even if the seal were lifted, her top-tier S-rank bloodline would likely be degraded, becoming useless. What a vicious method! A hint of coldness flashed through Jiang Chen's heart. How is it? Is there a way? Xia Yubing asked nervously when she felt the change in Jiang Chen's aura. It's a bit troublesome, but not a problem. Jiang Chen's voice remained calm. This bloodlock is too deeply entangled with the origin of your bloodline. Brute force is not an option. I need to draw on the dragon vein energy here and combine it with my strength to gently dissolve it. Dragon vein energy? Xia Yubing and Su Muyun were both stunned. Is there a dragon vein under this broken factory building? Jiang Chen did not explain, but made hand gestures and muttered something. Boom! The entire abandoned bearing factory shook violently. A vast, boundless, and life-giving earth energy, invisible to the naked eye, rose from the depths of the earth like a giant dragon awakened. The rich energy instantly filled the entire factory, transforming into a white mist. Su Muyun and Xia Yubing were shocked to find that just by breathing in a breath of mist, the true energy in their bodies became extremely active, as if it had received unprecedented nourishment. This is really a dragon vein. Su Muyun was completely stunned. He felt that his worldview had been rubbed to the ground again today. Jiang Chen ignored their shock and flicked his finger, sending streams of golden light shooting outwards around the factory, instantly forming a profound spiritual gathering array. All the dragon vein spiritual energy was drawn in, transforming into a torrent, rushing towards Xia Yubing, who sat cross-legged at the center. Keep your mind focused. What's coming next might be very painful. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Before he finished speaking, he stepped out and stood behind Xia Yubing, stretched out his right hand and pressed it against her back. A gentle yet supreme aura of chaos slowly flowed into Xia Yubing's body. Ah! Xia Yubing groaned in pain. At that moment, she felt her body transformed into a battlefield. On one side, the dragon vein spiritual energy and the primordial chaotic energy were like the warm spring sun, constantly nourishing her nearly dried-up bloodline essence. On the other side, the 7 cold and murderous chains seemed to sense the threat and began to counterattack frantically. Ice. Fire. 2 contrasting sensations raced through her limbs, through every inch of her body. Her skin was one moment red as fire, as if on fire the next, pale as ice, a fine frost condensing. The intense agony made her tremble, veins popped on her forehead, and sweat poured down. But she gritted her teeth, not uttering a single plea for mercy. She knew this was her only chance, and she had to hold on. Time ticked by, and Su Muyun and Su Qingxue, both inside the factory, watched the scene nervously, their hearts in their throats. They could clearly feel the aura within Xia Yubing's body rising and colliding at an extremely dangerous rate. Any slight inattention would result in an explosion and death. Jiang Chen's expression remained sullen, his hand on Xia Yubing's back steady as a rock. His primordial chaos body was impervious to all forms of attack, capable of absorbing all energies. The violent seven evils energy, upon contact with his power, was forcibly assimilated and decomposed, transforming into the purest energy that in turn nourished Xia Yubing's body. This process lasted for a full 3 hours. Just when Xia Yubing's mind was about to be overwhelmed by pain and about to collapse. Snap! A clear and extremely crisp sound of shattering suddenly rang out, as if it came from the depths of her soul, as if the invisible shackles that had bound her for 20 years were completely broken at this moment. Boom! An indescribably cold, noble, and terrifying chill, as if freezing the heavens and the earth, erupted with Xia Yubing at its center. The temperature of the entire factory suddenly dropped to freezing point. The walls, the floor, the metal, everything was instantly covered in a thick layer of blue ice crystals. Su Muyun's face changed, and she immediately unleashed a burst of protective qi to secure Su Qingxue and the 2 children behind her, preventing them from being harmed by the cold air. She looked in horror at Xia Yubing, the girl's once jet black hair now stained a dreamy icy blue at the tips. She suddenly opened her eyes. What eyes were those? Those icy blue pupils were deep, noble, and filled with majesty, as if the god of ice and snow had awakened from a deep slumber. A powerful pressure, so powerful that even Su Muyun, a B-level grandmaster, palpitated, swept out from her petite body. Peak of B level. Grade A. Peak A level. S level. Her talent rating skyrocketed like a rocket at this moment, and finally stayed firmly at the S level. Even her aura was faintly rising, and it seemed that she could break through to a higher level at any time. Chapter 22, The Truth is Revealed. The other murderer of my parents' death, the Shadow Council, surfaces. S level. The pressure that surged from Xia Yubing's body continued to rise, and finally stabilized at the terrifying level that represented S-level talent. At this moment, the entire abandoned bearing factory seemed to have turned into an ice cave that had existed for eternity. That was not an ordinary cold, but a supreme divine power that came from deep within the blood and was enough to freeze the soul and the laws. SS rank. Su Muyun, the B-level grandmaster, felt a dry throat at the moment and was completely stunned. She used all her strength to circulate her protective qi, and was able to withstand the aftermath of the cold air that escaped, and protect Su Qingxue and the 2 children behind her. She looked at the girl floating in the air with her hair flying and an ice-blue divine light surrounding her body. She felt that her worldview had been completely crushed, reshaped, and crushed again tonight by the monster Jiang Chen and the people around him. An F-class that failed to awaken can kill a grandmaster in one move. A girl who was under a vicious curse and was about to die, was freed from the curse one day and soared directly to the legendary S-level talent. What the hell is this? However, just when Xia Yubing's momentum reached its peak, something strange happened. Crack crack. A subtle sound, like the breaking of glass, came from Xia Yubing's body. I saw that on the surface of her skin as white as jade, fine, spider-web-like ice blue cracks began to appear. An even more violent and uncontrollable cold air gushed out from those cracks. Ah! Xia Yubing let out a painful scream, and her ice-blue eyes, which had just regained their spirit, were filled with pain and horror. She felt like she was going to burst. The power of the newly awakened Ice Phoenix bloodline was like a ferocious beast that had been imprisoned for 10,000 years. The moment it broke free from its shackles, it was completely out of her control and was about to turn her body and her will into cold dust. The backlash of bloodline awakening. Not good. Su Muyun's face changed drastically, her body can't withstand this force. Once it gets out of control, not only will Xia Yubing herself explode and die, but if this S-level Ice Phoenix power completely erupts, I'm afraid the entire bearing factory, and even the area within a few miles, will turn into a life-forbidden zone. However, at this critical moment, Jiang Chen, however, still stood there calmly. No problem. He uttered 2 words lightly, his voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain some supreme law that suppressed the heaven and earth, and instantly calmed the turbulent energy. When the bloodline first awakens, it's normal for the divine power to be difficult to control. He took a step forward, ignoring the terrifying cold current that was enough to freeze a B-level grandmaster, and came behind Xia Yubing again. He stretched out his right hand and gently pressed it on her vest covered with ice marks. Buzz. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations. There was only a primordial chaotic energy that was as warm as jade, yet as vast as the universe, as if it was the beginning of all things and the source of all living beings. It slowly flowed from Jiang Chen's palm into Xia Yubing's body. A magical scene happened. The violent power of the Ice Phoenix, which was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, was like a minister meeting a king or a child seeing his parents the moment it came into contact with Jiang Chen's aura. It instantly changed from a roaring beast into an extremely docile cat. All the violence and hostility were soothed, assimilated, and guided in an instant. The ice blue cracks all over Xia Yubing's body healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The uncontrollable pressure on her body also slowly subsided, and finally perfectly integrated into her limbs and bones, completely merging with her soul. Call. Xia Yubing exhaled a long breath of foul air mixed with ice crystals and slowly fell from mid-air. She felt the unprecedented yet powerful strength in her body, and looked at the god-like man in front of her. In her beautiful ice-blue eyes, there was no longer the previous pleading independence. Instead, there was absolute awe and fanaticism from the depths of her soul. He not only saved her life. It gave her a new life. Who did this to you? Jiang Chen withdrew his hand and asked calmly. These 7 evil bloodlocks disrupt yin and yang, steal the essence, and are extremely vicious. They are definitely not formed naturally. This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in Xia Yubing's mind. Her body trembled violently, and her eyes, which had just regained their calm, were instantly filled with a raging hatred that was enough to burn the entire world to ashes. It's not a tide of strange beasts. Her voice became hoarse and sharp due to extreme anger, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. It's the Wang family. It's the Jiangcheng Wang family. It's Wang Xiaotian, that beast who is worse than pigs and dogs. Boom! As soon as this name came out, Su Munyun, who was standing next to him, was shocked beyond words once again. Wang family? The number 1 family in Jiangcheng, that behemoth with a profound foundation and strength more terrifying than the Lu, Li, and Chen families combined? The downfall of the Xia family is actually related to the Wang family? This is definitely a shocking secret that is enough to detonate the entire Jiangcheng. Ice blue tears of blood even flowed from the corners of Xia Yubing's eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails piercing into her palms, and blood flowed out, but she was completely unaware. 15 years ago, our Xia family was the most powerful family in Jiangcheng. Because our Xia family possesses the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, which has been passed down from generation to generation, and we also guard an unparalleled secret treasure, the heart of the Ice Phoenix. The Wang family has always coveted the secret treasure of my Xia family. That old dog Wang Xiaotian, on the surface, is a brother to my father, but behind the scenes, he has long harbored evil intentions. Her voice was filled with endless grief and desolation. The monster wave that swept through the city 15 years ago was his best opportunity. He colluded with a group of devils wearing black robes and emitting an ominous aura. During the most chaotic moment of the monster wave, he and those devils worked together to launch a catastrophic attack on my Xia family. 372 members of my Xia family were killed overnight. Elders, clansmen, guards, all dead. They were all sacrificed to those demons. It was my father. He burned his own life and bloodline, using up his last bit of strength to place this 7 evil blood chain in my body, sealing my Ice Phoenix bloodline and turning me into an ordinary person. He then delivered me from that massacre. This bloodlock is both the seal that saved my life and the death warrant that has tortured me for 15 years and continuously devoured my vitality. Having said this, Xia Yubing could no longer hold on. She suddenly knelt down in front of Jiang Chen and kowtowed heavily with all her strength. Jiang Chen. No. Master. I've waited for 15 years. I've lingered on for 15 years. All for this day. So that I could personally slay my enemy and avenge this blood feud for my entire Xia family. Now, my bloodline has awakened. I, Xia Yubing, along with all the inheritance of my Xia family, my life, everything I have, all belongs to you. I only ask one thing of you. Her forehead was pressed tightly against the cold ground, and her voice was shrill and full of determination. Please, help me with revenge. Destroy the Wang family. The entire factory was dead silent. Only Xia Yubing's hateful oath echoed in the air. Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately. There was no expression on his face. But Su Qingxue clearly felt that the air around her seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. It was a chilling chill that came from the 9 netherworld hell, a million times more terrifying than Xia Yubing's Ice Phoenix power. Wang family. It's the Wang family again. It was 15 years ago again. Colluding with the demons again. All the clues were perfectly connected at this moment. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the factory and the endless night, and landed precisely on the extremely luxurious Wang family manor, which was like a palace, in the heart of Zhangcheng. Emperor of Heaven's Dharma Eye, open. Buzz. In his field of vision, there was no trace of the aura of a wealthy family above the entire Wang family manor. It was clearly a devilish place on earth, shrouded in endless darkness and sin. A sinful and evil aura that was 100 times thicker than that of the Lu family and as sticky as ink formed a huge and terrifying vortex, circling and roaring madly above the Wang family. In that vortex, countless chains of cause and effect formed by blood and wronged souls rose into the sky, densely packed like the devil forest in hell. One of the extremely thick blood-red chains was connected to the depths of the Wang family manor, representing the fate of Wang Xiaotian, the head of the Wang family. And on the other side, it was surprisingly connected to the girl named Xia Yubing who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. Her blood feud is real. And this is not what makes Jiang Chen's murderous intent boil. He saw it. Among the countless chains of cause and effect, there is another blood-red chain that is equally thick and filled with endless resentment and hatred. The other end of the chain, the scene connected to it. Exactly 15 years ago. Black Wind Valley. Seeing his own parents lying in a pool of blood, what a desperate and unwilling scene. Boom. I see. I see. Lu Zhan is not the only murderer who killed his parents. The Wang family is also one of the masterminds. The Lu family and the Wang family are both members of the evil organization called the Shadow Council. They are two dogs kept in Zhangcheng. And this dog from the Wang family is obviously more powerful than the Lu family, and the sins he committed are also more serious. Snap. The ground beneath Jiang Chen's feet began to crack without any warning. A murderous intent that was 100 times more terrifying and 1,000 times colder than the one that destroyed the Lu family before, burst out without any reservation. Su Muyun and Su Qingxue felt as if their souls were about to be frozen to pieces. They stared at Jiang Chen in horror, as if they were not looking at a human being, but an ancient demon god who had emerged from a sea of blood and corpses, in control of life and death. Jiang Chen slowly lowered his head and looked at Xia Yubing who was still kneeling on the ground. His voice was calm to the extreme, yet it contained an almighty power that was enough to make the entire Jiangqing tremble. Wang family, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. They deserve to die too. Chapter 23, S-Rank Xia Yubing makes a stunning appearance. Jiang Chen sets a trap, and the show begins. They deserve to die too. These 5 words are calm, indifferent, and without any worldly air. But the moment the words fell, the temperature of the entire abandoned bearing factory was hundreds of times lower than when Xia Yubing's ice phoenix power exploded. It was a pure, condensed and tangible murderous intent that seemed to drag people's souls into hell. Xia Yubing, kneeling on the ground, trembled violently. Her newly awakened S-rank ice phoenix bloodline, faced with this murderous intent, instinctively felt fear, and the power in her body stagnated. She looked up in horror and looked at Jiang Chen. The man in front of her still had that handsome face, but in her perception, he seemed to have transformed into a world-destroying demon god who stood tall and upright, stepping on an endless sea of corpses and blood, and walked out of the eternal darkness. Su Muyun, who was standing beside her, had a very pale face, completely devoid of blood. As a B-level grandmaster, she felt as insignificant as a small boat in the raging waves in front of Jiang Chen's undisguised murderous intent, and could be crushed to pieces at any time. She subconsciously protected Su Qingxue and the 2 children more closely behind her, her eyes filled with extreme horror. What kind of existence is this? This murderous intent was even more terrifying and purer than the one that destroyed the Lu family. Su Qingxue was the only one who did not feel afraid. She just looked at Jiang Chen's back worriedly. She could feel the anger and hatred in Jiang Chen's heart that was enough to burn the sky. A long time. The murderous intent that was enough to freeze time and space slowly receded like a tide and regrouped in Jiang Chen's body. He leaned over, stretched out his hand, and gently lifted up Xia Yubing, who was still kneeling on the ground. Get up. His voice returned to calm. Hatred alone is not enough. Xia Yubing was helped up by him, still a little dazed. She could feel that Jiang Chen's murderous intent just now was even partly due to the truth she revealed. He also has a blood feud with the Wang family and that mysterious devil organization. Wang family, has there been any big news recently? Jiang Chen turned around and asked in a cold voice. Revenge cannot be achieved solely through passion. The Lu family is just an appetizer. The Wang family, as the most powerful family in Zhangcheng, is deeply rooted and far more powerful than the Lu family. More importantly, they are a more important pawn of the Shadow Council in Zhangcheng, and there must be more secrets hidden behind them. He not only wants to kill, but also destroy their hearts. He wants to expose all the sins of the Wang family to the public. He wants to dig out the cancer of the Shadow Council from the darkness bit by bit. Xia Yubing took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the excitement in her heart. The flame of revenge ignited in her ice-blue eyes. Yes. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, 3 days later. It's the 60th birthday of Wang Tianba, the old dog of the Wang family. Wang Tianba? Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows. That's right. He's the current patriarch of the Wang family, one of the masterminds of the massacre 15 years ago. A genuine, peak-level grandmaster. Xia Yubing's voice was filled with deep hatred. For this birthday banquet, the Wang family has sent out invitations to nearly every prominent figure in Jiangcheng. Representatives from the city lord's mansion, the military, and even prominent figures from several surrounding cities will be coming to congratulate. They want to use this birthday banquet to completely establish the Wang family's dominant position in Jiangcheng and show off their power and glory to everyone. Having said that, Xia Yubing showed a cruel sneer on his face. Show off glory? No. That will be the guillotine of their royal family. Birthday banquet. Zhang Chen's mouth curled up into an icy arc. What a godsend! He was originally thinking about how to catch the Wang family in one fell swoop and expose their crimes to the public. Now, the Wang family has already set up the most magnificent stage for him. A plan instantly formed in his mind. 3 days later, Zhang Chen's gaze fell on Xia Yubing. You will attend this birthday banquet in a high-profile manner as a survivor of the Xia family. What? Xia Yubing was stunned. You don't have to do anything. Zhang Chen's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. You just need to show up, show your S-level talent, and tell everyone that the Xia family's bloodline has not been cut off. Your mere presence is a resounding slap in the face to the Wang family. It will completely disrupt their formation and draw all their attention. Xia Yubing instantly understood Zhang Chen's intention. She is the bait. It was the first bomb that set off the whole place. What about you? Xia Yubing asked excitedly. Me? Zhang Chen smiled, and that smile froze the air. I will sneak in as a mysterious and powerful person. Amidst all of your revelry, I will find all the evidence of the Wang family's collusion with the demons. Then, at the climax of the birthday party, give them a gift that they will never forget. Xia Yubing's breathing suddenly became rapid. She seemed to have seen the scene of the Wang family's birthday banquet 3 days later, with blood flowing like a river and wailing everywhere. This plan is crazy. It's perfect. However, Zhang Chen's gaze turned to Su Muyun on the other side. Although the plan is good, the Wang family is a behemoth after all, and there is an unfathomable shadow council behind it. He cannot have any worries. Su Qingxue and his 2 children are his only weaknesses. Senior. Zhang Chen's voice became extremely serious. Su Muyun's heart trembled. I need you to take Qingxue and the children and leave Jiangcheng immediately. What? Su Muyun and Su Qingxue exclaimed at the same time. I'm not leaving. Su Qingxue refused without a second thought. I want to stay with you. Nonsense. Zhang Chen's tone became stern for the first time. You staying here will only distract me. He looked at Su Muyun and said in a deep voice, the Wang family is far more dangerous than the Lu family. Behind them is the Shadow Council. I don't know what other cards they have. I can't let Qingxue and the child take any risks. Senior, take them back to the Su family in Donghai. That's the safest place. Besides, I need the Su family as a backup. If things change, I need the power of the Su family. Su Muyun's expression was uncertain. She is a B-level grandmaster, and if she stays, she will definitely be a great help. But she looked at Zhang Chen's unquestionable eyes, then at her daughter who looked stubborn and at her 2 grandchildren who were still in their infancy. She understood. In this impending storm that is enough to overturn the entire Jiangcheng, protecting Zhang Chen's family is the greatest help to him. Okay. Su Muyun nodded seriously, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. I promise you. The Donghai Su family will always be your strongest backing. If anyone dares to touch my grandson and granddaughter, my Su family will mobilize all our strength to fight them to the death. Zhang Chen heaved a sigh of relief after receiving the promise. He walked up to Su Qingxue, gently held her in his arms, and his voice became softer. Qingxue, be obedient. This is just a temporary separation. Once I have dealt with Jiangqing's affairs and resolved all the troubles, I will go to Donghai and take you home. Su Qingxue leaned on his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. All her uneasiness and stubbornness turned into endless tenderness and trust. She knew that her man was doing something earth-shattering. She raised her head, didn't cry, but just stood on tiptoe and gave him a light kiss on the lips. I'm waiting for you. The babies and I are waiting for you to come back. Half an hour later. A low-key off-road vehicle, carrying Su Moyun, Su Qingxue and 2 children, quietly drove away from the abandoned bearing factory and sped towards the highway leading to Donghai City. Silence returned to the empty factory building. Only Jiang Chen and Xia Yubing were left. The warmth of the past was replaced by a solemn feeling as if a storm was about to come. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the center of Jiangcheng, the brightly lit area. Remember, in 3 days, you will no longer be that orphan girl struggling to survive. His voice echoed in the empty factory. You are the last bloodline of the Xia family, the ice phoenix that has returned from nirvana. What you must do is to reclaim all the glory that rightfully belongs to you. Your pride and hatred will be like the sharpest knife piercing the heart of the Wang family. Xia Yubing stood behind him, feeling the endless S-level power surging in her body. There was no trace of cowardice in her ice-blue eyes, only cold, resolute murderous intent. She nodded heavily. I see. 3 days later, there will no longer be a Wang family in Jiangcheng. Chapter 24, Shocking Revelation. The truth behind the bloody incident 15 years ago, the Wang family colluded with the demons. 3 days later. As night falls, the lights come on. The Wang family manor, the most central and luxurious area in Jiangcheng, is now brightly lit, as bright as day. Today is the 60th birthday of Wang Tianba, the old man of the Wang family. As the undisputed number 1 family in Jiangcheng today, the Wang family's birthday banquet was so grand and lavish that it was simply appalling. Luxury hovercars worth tens of millions of yuan flocked from all directions of the city like a swarm of carp crossing the river, filling the huge parking lot specially opened outside the manor. As you step through the gilded gate of the Wang family's house, what catches your eye is endless luxury and brilliance. The white marble floor is paved with a mirror-like luster, priceless antique calligraphy and paintings can be seen everywhere, and the air is filled with the aroma of top-quality wines and delicious food. The well-dressed celebrities, dignitaries, and martial arts masters of Jiangcheng, holding wine glasses, walked around with warm and flattering smiles on their faces. Almost all of Jiangcheng's upper-class society was present. Master Wang, congratulations! May you be blessed with fortune as vast as the East Sea and live as long as the southern mountains. Master Li, you're too polite. Please take a seat. Master Chen, your presence truly brings honor to our Wang family. Brother Wang, you're joking. How dare I not come to your birthday party? At the top of the banquet hall, Wang Xiaotian, the current head of the Wang family, was greeting one important guest after another with a rosy face. His father, today's protagonist, Wang Tianba, sat firmly in the main seat. This pillar of the Wang family looked to be about 60 years old, with gray hair, but he was in good spirits. His eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he had an aura of dominance that was intimidating without even being angry. Grandmaster's peak. This hidden aura made every guest present feel awe. Feeling the compliments and awe coming from all sides, and listening to those disgusting flatteries, Wang Xiaotian's son, Wang Tong, who was standing behind his father at this moment, was about to float up. He puffed out his chest, his face showing unconcealable smugness and pride. The Lu family is gone. The Lu family, which had always been superior to their Wang family, was wiped out overnight. Now, the entire Jiangcheng belongs to his Wang family. Dad, look at their faces, they are so ridiculous. Wang Tong lowered his voice and said disdainfully in his father Wang Xiaotian's ear. A few days ago, when the Lu family was still around, they all fawned over them. Now that the Lu family has fallen, they immediately come to lick our Wang family's boots. What a bunch of fence-sitters. Be careful with your words. Wang Xiaotian glared at him, but the smile in his eyes became even more intense. This is strength. This is power. His eyes swept across the entire audience, filled with the pleasure of being in control of everything. After tonight, our Wang family's dominance in Jiangcheng will be completely solidified. By then, even the city lord's mansion and the military will have to look to our Wang family for their approval. Wang Xiaotian's heart was filled with lofty ambitions. He seemed to have seen that under his leadership, the Wang family would move towards unprecedented glory. However, none of them noticed. In an inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall, a handsome young man wearing a waiter's uniform was standing there quietly with a tray. He seemed to be out of tune with the noise and luxury of the entire banquet. It's Jiang Chen. He mingled among the crowd, like a ghost, watching the Wang family's final carnival with cold eyes. Emperor of Heaven's Dharma eye, open. Buzz. In his sight, the entire magnificent banquet hall changed its appearance in an instant. The resentment rising to the sky. Boiling sin. Countless pairs of eyes filled with despair and hatred appeared in every corner of the manor, staring at Wang Tianba sitting in the main seat and the high-spirited Wang Xiaotian. The sinful and evil aura, which was 100 times more concentrated than that of the Lu family, had condensed into substance and transformed into hideous black chains, wrapping around every core member of the Wang family. What a bunch of beasts in human skin! There was no expression on Jiang Chen's face, but murderous intent was already boiling in his heart. Just then, the music in the banquet hall gradually stopped. Wang Xiaotian, the head of the Wang family, walked to the podium in the center of the hall, holding a microphone with a bright smile on his face. Dear guests, dear friends. Good evening. Today is my father, Mr. Wang Tianba's 60th birthday. On behalf of the Wang family, I would like to thank everyone for taking the time out of their busy schedules to attend this birthday banquet. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Wang Xiaotian pressed his hands together and continued, My Wang family's success today is inseparable from the support of all of you, my friends, and even more so, my father's decades of hard work. Now, let us give the warmest applause to our birthday boy, my beloved father, Mr. Wang Tianba, to come to the stage and give a speech. Bang 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 bang. The applause became even louder. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Tianba straightened his tang suit, put on a reserved and majestic smile on his face, slowly stood up, and walked towards the platform step by step. He enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. He enjoys the power to control everything. He stood on the podium, took the microphone, cleared his throat, and was about to speak and deliver his long-prepared speech that would demonstrate the Wang family's dominance. However, at this moment, something strange happened suddenly. Boom! An indescribable, extremely cold, and terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to completely freeze a person's soul came down from the door of the banquet hall without any warning. Snap! 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 The temperature of the entire banquet hall dropped to freezing point in an instant. The red wine in the wine glasses on the guests' tables quickly froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were even icy blue, dreamy snowflakes floating in the air. What is going on? It's so cold. My chi is about to freeze. What kind of power is this? Thousands of guests in the venue were instantly thrown into chaos. Those ordinary wealthy people who were slightly weaker in strength had their teeth chattering, their lips turning purple, and they felt like their blood was about to freeze. The powerful warriors were horrified. They desperately circulated their protective chi to barely resist the invasion of this cold air. On the high platform, the expressions of Wang Tianba and his son Wang Xiaotian changed drastically. Is this the pressure from a grandmaster? No. It's even more terrifying than the pressure from a grandmaster. Wang Tianba's pupils suddenly shrank, and a solemn look appeared on his face for the first time. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall in horror. There, a beautiful figure, bathed in ice blue divine light, walked slowly towards them, step by step. She was wearing an ice blue floor-length dress and had jet black hair, the ends of which had turned into a dreamy ice blue color, dancing lightly in the wind. Her face was exquisite, yet cold as ice, without a trace of worldly air. There was no trace of murderous intent in her. But she just stood there, and the nobility and majesty that came from deep in her blood made everyone present want to worship her. S level. The terrifying pressure from an S-class expert was released without reservation. Who is this? When did such a goddess appear in Jiangchang? The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone was completely stunned by this sudden scene. The girl ignored everyone's gaze, walked through the silent crowd, went straight to the bottom of the platform, and slowly raised her head. Her pair of ice blue eyes, devoid of any emotion, passed through the crowd and landed precisely on Wang Tianba, whose face had become extremely ugly, standing on the platform. The moment Wang Tianba saw the girl's face clearly, he felt like he was struck by lightning. The dignity, reserve, and dominance on his face disappeared at this moment. Instead, there was endless, unbelievable horror and fear. You. He pointed his finger at the girl in the audience, his voice trembling, as if he had seen the most incredible ghost in the world. Xia Yubing? You're not dead? Boom! As soon as this name came out, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding in the entire banquet hall. Especially the older guests, when they heard this name that had been forgotten for 15 years, they all gasped. Xia Yubing. 15 years ago, the proud daughter of the Xia family, the #1 family in Jiangcheng. The last bloodline of the Xia family who should have died in the tragic massacre 15 years ago. She's still alive? Moreover, he possessed such terrifying strength? Below the stage, Xia Yubing looked at Wang Tianba's face, which was filled with shock and fear. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up into an extremely cold arc filled with endless ridicule and hatred. Her voice was cold and ethereal, yet like the sharpest ice knife, it reached the ears of everyone present clearly. Wang Tianba. 15 years ago, your Wang family colluded with the alien demons and massacred 372 members of my Xia family. Today, I, Xia Yubing, am coming. Demand justice for my Xia family. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into deathly silence. What followed was a huge uproar. What? Colluding with alien demons? Massacre the Xia family? Oh my god. Is this true? All the guests went crazy. This is definitely enough to overturn the entire Jiangcheng, no. It is enough to shake the entire federation, a shocking secret. Collude with the demons. This is the only unforgivable crime of genocide in federal law. You are talking nonsense. Wang Tianba finally recovered from his extreme shock. He pointed at Xia Yubing and let out a furious roar. You witch, you came out of nowhere. How dare you slander my Wang family? Someone, come here. Take down this bitch who's spreading rumors and disrupting the birthday party. Don't care about life or death. He was completely defeated and terrified. He absolutely couldn't let Xia Yubing continue talking. At the command, dozens of powerful Wang family guards who had been hiding in the dark suddenly rushed out from all directions, with murderous intent, and pounced madly towards Xia Yubing under the platform. Chapter 25. So what if I'm at the peak of Grandmaster status? In front of the river god, all beings are equal. Take her down. Wang Tianba's hysterical roar was like thunder, exploding in the silent banquet hall. He is scared. Unprecedented fear, like a cold poisonous snake, instantly wrapped around his heart. Xia Yubing is still alive. This evil creature, who should have been completely wiped out along with the entire Xia family 15 years ago, is actually still alive. Moreover, he returned with such a terrifying appearance. S-level. That kind of pressure is definitely the divine power that only the legendary S-level talent can possess. Once she makes the truth of that year known to the public, his Wang family will be finished. Collude with demons and slaughter your own kind. This was the highest taboo in the Federation. It was a crime of genocide, enough to raise the behemoth Wang family to the ground in a single day. He absolutely cannot let this happen. She must be killed. At all costs, before anyone can react, the sole survivor must be completely wiped out. Kill. Following Wang Tianba's order, the dozens of powerful Wang family guards instantly flashed bloodthirsty glare in their eyes. They are all the death warriors raised by the Wang family. Each of them has the strength above D level. Among them, the leading team leaders have even reached the level of C level warriors. Dozens of people joined forces to form a killing net with no blind spots, and rushed madly towards the beautiful figure in the center of the banquet hall from all directions. The flash of a sword. The shadow of a sword. The wind of a fist. The violent energy exploded instantly, stirring the air in that area into a boiling state. The guests present screamed in fear and retreated in all directions, fearing that they would be caught up in the aftermath of this terrifying energy. On the high platform, Wang Xiaotian and his son Wang Tang had extremely ferocious expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. Go to hell. Xia Yubing. You damn bitch. Why didn't you die 15 years ago? Why did you come back? Now that I'm back, I'd better die completely. However, facing this killing net that was powerful enough to strangle a top-level C-level warrior, there was no trace of fear on Xia Yubing's cold and pretty face. What there is only endless coldness and hatred from the depths of the soul. A bunch of ants. She slowly raised her right hand. In an instant, an ice-blue divine light that was 100 times more terrifying than before burst out from her palm. Ice Phoenix, Divine Wrath. Boom. No complicated moves, no fancy techniques. There is only the purest, most domineering, most unreasonable, and absolute power to crush. A visible ice blue shock wave, centered on Xia Yubing, spread out madly in all directions in a circular shape. Snap! 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 Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be frozen. The hideous smiles on the faces of those dozens of aggressive Wang family assassins froze in an instant. Their knives, their swords, their fists, and even the expressions on their faces were completely sealed by a thick layer of ice crystals that exuded the breath of death the moment they came into contact with the ice blue shock wave. Puff! 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 Next second, those lifelike human-shaped ice sculptures exploded without any warning. It turned into ice blue flesh and blood fragments all over the sky. One move. Just one move. Dozens of elite guards above D-level, including some C-level warriors, were killed instantly without even touching the corner of Xia Yubing's clothes. The whole process was clean, neat, and efficient. Hiss. The whole audience gasped in shock. All the guests were stunned. They looked at the girl standing in the rain of ice crystals and blood, who looked like the goddess of the 9 heavens who had descended to earth, and felt that their hearts were about to stop beating. Is this the terror of S-level talent? This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. On the high platform, Wang Tianba's pupils suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shapes. He miscalculated. He seriously underestimated the destructive power of an S-level talented expert. Although Xia Yubing has just awakened and her realm may not be stable yet, her level of strength has already completely surpassed that of a B-level Grandmaster. Ordinary warriors are no different from ants in front of her. You little bastard. You're looking for death. Wang Tianba was completely furious. He knew that if he couldn't kill Xia Yubing here today, his Wang family would never have peace. Boom! A chill that was even more domineering and condensed than Xia Yubing's, and filled with a destructive aura, suddenly erupted from Wang Tianba's body. Grandmaster's peak. At this moment, the Wang family's pillar of support no longer held back. His figure disappeared from the platform in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of Xia Yubing like a ghost. The speed was so fast that it even left a clear afterimage on the spot. Come and die. Wang Tianba roared, and his dry right hand turned into an eagle claw. Between his 5 fingers, there was a black energy that was strong enough to tear apart gold and iron. He grabbed Xia Yubing's crown fiercely. He used all his strength in this claw. The air was grabbed and a sharp sonic boom sounded. He was absolutely confident that with this one claw, even a piece of fine steel would be crushed into powder. What's more, it's Xia Yubing's flesh and blood body. Xia Yubing's expression finally changed. She could feel a shadow of death instantly enveloping her. Wang Tianba's strength is too strong. The pressure from the peak Grandmaster was like a 1,000-foot mountain, locking her tightly and suppressing the Ice Phoenix power in her body to the point that it became extremely sluggish. She wanted to hide, but found that her body could not move at all. She wanted to resist, but found that her strength was so pale and powerless in front of the other party. This is the difference in realm. Although she possesses S-level talent, she has just awakened. Her real combat power is at most equivalent to that of a B-level Grandmaster. Facing a peak Grandmaster unleashing his full strength, she had no chance of winning at all. Is it over? I waited for 15 years and planned for 15 years. Is this where all our efforts will fail? No. I won. Accept it. Xia Yubing's ice blue pupils were filled with endless despair and unwillingness. However, just as Wang Tianba's sharp claws filled with death were about to touch Xia Yubing's head, mutation occurs again. Call out. An imperceptible stream of golden light, as thin as an ox hair, which seemed to not exist in this dimension, shot out from an inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall without any warning. This stream of light did not make any noise and did not attract anyone's attention. Just like that, it silently cut through the space and accurately hit Wang Tianba's eagle claw wrist that he was determined to get. Phew! A slight sound. Wang Tianba's full strength attack, which was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, mysteriously stopped less than an inch away from Xia Yubing's head. His attack was abruptly deflected. A piercing pain came from the wrist. Wang Tianba looked down in horror, only to see a tiny, bottomless bloody hole had appeared on his wrist at some point. An extremely sharp sword intent was flowing madly into his meridians along the wound, destroying his vitality. Who? Wang Tianba let out a terrified scream, suddenly pulled back, and looked around the audience in shock and confusion. Who is it? Who is it? He could actually break his full strength attack silently? All the guests were stunned. They have no idea what's going on. It was at this moment. A figure appeared in front of Xia Yubing without any warning, as if teleporting. He was wearing a cheap waiter uniform, had a thin figure and an ordinary face, and stood quietly between Xia Yubing and Wang Tianba. It's Jiang Chen. He slowly raised his head, and his deep, emotionless eyes passed through the crowd and fell on Wang Tianba, who was not far away and had a look of horror on his face. A cold, indifferent, yet majestic voice slowly rang out in the silent banquet hall. The sin of 15 years ago. Today. It's time to settle accounts. Boom. Wang Tianba's brain went blank. Who is this young man? When did he show up? How come a peak grandmaster like me was completely unaware of his existence? He is the one who just made the move? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a kid in a waiter uniform possess such terrifying strength? You, who are you? Wang Tianba's voice became sharp because of extreme fear. Jiang Chen didn't answer him. He just slowly raised his right hand. Buzz. A force even more terrifying than the one that destroyed the Liu family before. Even more vast. And a supreme sword intent burst out from his body. The divine sword body is fully activated. Taichu sword technique, ultimate operation. This sword. Jiang Chen's voice seemed to come from the sky above. Behead you, it's your sin. The moment he finished speaking, he put his fingers together like a sword and gently slashed at Wang Tianba in the distance. This sword is very slow. It was so slow that everyone present could clearly see the trajectory of his wave. But this sword was very fast. It's so fast that it seems to transcend time and space. In the perception of everyone, including Wang Tianba himself, a sword light that was extremely blurry, as if it did not exist in this world, flashed by. There was no earth-shattering noise. There is no earth-shattering fluctuation. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have fallen into absolute stillness. The horror on Wang Tianba's face froze. He stood there blankly, not moving. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Click. A soft sound. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck without any warning. Immediately following. Gulp. A large human head, with endless fear and confusion that he could not understand until his death, rolled down from his neck. Blood spurted into the sky like a fountain. Wang Tianba's headless body fell straight backwards. Bang! It fell heavily on the cold, white marble ground. Chapter 26, The River God is Wrathful. Next target, the demonic cave in Zhangcheng. Dead silence. The entire banquet hall was in deathly silence. Time seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. Everyone's movements and expressions were frozen on their faces, forming an absurd and horrifying picture. Thousands of eyes were staring at the headless corpse lying in a pool of blood, and at the head that had rolled to the ground with an expression of endless horror and confusion still on its face. That's Wang Tianba. The Wang family's pillar of support. The existence at the top of the pyramid of Zhangcheng martial arts world. A genuine, top-level grandmaster. Just died like that? Was he beheaded with a single, nonchalant blow from that young man in a waiter's uniform? Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. This insignificant sound was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly detonating the fear that had accumulated to the extreme in the entire audience. Ah. Dead, someone's dead. Old Master Wang is dead. Devil. He's a devil. Scream. Confusion. Panic. Like the most terrifying plague, it swept through the entire banquet hall in an instant. The paradise on earth with elegant ladies and clinking glasses just a second ago, in this second, has completely turned into the Shura hell of doomsday. The guests rushed towards the main door like crazy, pushing and trampling on others, just to escape from this place of right and wrong that made their souls tremble. Father! A shrill roar that was out of tune tore through all the noise. Wang Xiaotian's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have all the bones pulled out of him. He rushed to Wang Tianba's body like a madman, and with trembling hands, he tried to put the fallen head back in place. No, impossible, this is impossible. He was like a madman, unable to accept the extremely cruel reality before him. How could his father, the almighty grandmaster who was like a god in his heart, die? How could he die so easily? Such humiliation. It's you! You killed my father. Wang Xiaotian suddenly raised his head, and his bloodshot eyes were fixed on the figure who was still standing calmly in the middle of the hall. Hatred. Resentment. There is also an uncontrollable fear that goes deep into the bones. I want you to die. I want you to die without a burial place. He roared hysterically, everyone in the Wang family, listen up. Activate the god-slaying formation. Kill him. Cut him into pieces. However, his roar received no response. The surviving guards of the Wang family looked at Zhang Chen's back as if they saw the god of death from hell. Their legs were shaking like sieves and they didn't even have the strength to hold their weapons. Start the formation? What a joke! Even an old man at the peak of Grandmaster level was killed instantly by them in one move. How is it any different for these scumbags rushing in? They are just committing suicide. A bunch of trash. Beside Wang Xiaotian, his son Wang Tang also had a face as pale as paper at this moment, but the resentment in his heart and the arrogance he had developed since childhood made him make the stupidest decision in his life. He suddenly pulled out an exquisite pistol inlaid with gems from his waist and pointed the muzzle at Zhang Chen, who was not far away. Bastard! Whatever monster you are! Die! Bang! A sharp gunshot. A rune bullet made of a special alloy, strong enough to penetrate the protective true chi of a D-level warrior, carried Wang Tang's last madness and resentment, cut through the air and shot towards Zhang Chen's back. However, the bullet strangely stopped in mid-air when it was half a meter away from Zhang Chen's body. It was as if I was trapped in an invisible, sticky quagmire. Immediately following. Click. Under Wang Tang's horrified gaze, the hard alloy bullet shattered into pieces without any warning and turned into metal powder all over the sky. Zhang Chen, from beginning to end, didn't even look back at him. Noisy. He uttered two words lightly. Phew. Wang Tang's body suddenly stiffened. He looked down and saw that a bloody hole had appeared on his chest, which was transparent from front to back. Well. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but all that came out was mouthfuls of blood and broken internal organs. Bang! He fell straight in front of Wang Xiaotian, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. Tonger! Wang Xiaotian let out a heart-wrenching cry. Father is dead. Now, even his only son is dead. The Wang family's sky collapsed. It completely collapsed. Ah! I'm going to fight you. The extreme grief and despair turned into crazy courage. Wang Xiaotian, the B-level master, burned his true energy and pounced on Zhang Chen like a mad tiger. Zhang Chen finally turned around. He did not make any unnecessary movements, but calmly stretched out his right hand. Pop! A soft sound. Wang Xiaotian's punch, which was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks, was easily caught by Zhang Chen's palm. All the strength and all the true energy disappeared without a trace at this moment. There was only endless despair on Wang Xiaotian's face. Where is the Wang family's treasure house? Zhang Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, like a god high above, judging the sinners beneath his feet. I will kill you. Wang Xiaotian was still roaring. Snap. Zhang Chen exerted slight force on his wrist. Ah! The bones of Wang Xiaotian's entire arm were crushed into powder in an instant. The severe pain made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. I'll ask again. Zhang Chen's voice remained calm. Where is the treasure house? I'll tell you. Wang Xiaotian completely collapsed. All dignity, all pride, were crushed to pieces in the face of absolute fear of death. He trembled and pointed to the huge main seat at the top of the banquet hall, which was carved from a whole piece of obsidian and symbolized the supreme power of the royal family. Under the main seat, there is a mechanism. Zhang Chen got the answer and threw it away. Bang! Wang Xiaotian was thrown out like a broken sack, knocking down a white marble pillar. His bones were broken and he collapsed on the ground, only breathing out but no breathing in. Zhang Chen no longer cared about the lives of these ants. He took Xiao Yubing, who was still in great shock, through the messy banquet hall and walked step by step towards the main seat of the Wang family. Wherever he passed, all the Wang family guards who were still wailing became silent, and crawled to make way for him. After groping behind the main seat for a while, Zhang Chen found the hidden mechanism. Rumble. Following a dull mechanical sound, the huge obsidian main seat slowly moved to the side, revealing a deep metal staircase leading underground. A strong smell, a mixture of spiritual energy and money, hits you in the face. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and walked down first. Xia Yubing followed closely behind. At the end of the stairs is a huge iron door made of refined black iron and half a meter thick. Jiang Chen didn't even look at it, he just put his fingers together like a sword and slashed it casually. Swish! The black iron gate that was strong enough to withstand the full force of a master was cut open silently like tofu. The world behind the gate made Xia Yubing, who had already witnessed Jiang Chen's power, gasp in shock. This is a huge underground space covering thousands of square meters. What caught the eye was a mountain of spirit stones. Hundreds of low-grade, mid-grade, and even top-grade spirit stones emitted brilliant light, illuminating the entire treasure house as bright as day. On the other side, there are rows of shelves made of 10,000-year-old cold jade, filled with all kinds of rare elixirs and pills, including some 1,000-year-old medicinal kings that have long been extinct. On the wall, there are weapons and armors that are shining with cold light. Each piece emits powerful energy fluctuations. The worst one is also a D-level masterpiece. And those bookshelves are filled with the skills and martial arts that countless warriors dream of. This is the entire wealth that the first family of Jiangcheng has plundered after occupying Jiangcheng for decades. These sinful treasures. Xia Yubing looked at everything in front of him, and a raging rage burned in his ice-blue eyes. Every spiritual stone and every spiritual herb here is stained with the blood of countless innocent people. Among them are the wrong souls of the 372 members of her Xia family. However, there was no fluctuation on Jiang Chen's face. In his eyes, these worldly treasures are no different from dust. His eyes swept calmly across the entire treasure house. Emperor of Heaven's Dharma Eye, open. Buzz. In his vision, the scene of the entire treasure house changed again. All the spiritual stones and all the spiritual medicines were covered with a faint, lingering black aura. That is the breath of sin. The source of this sinful aura does not come from the treasures themselves, but from the ground beneath the treasure house, seeping out in strands. Here. Jiang Chen walked to the center of the treasure house, raised his foot, and stomped lightly on the hard metal ground. Boom! An invisible chaotic force sank with a loud bang. The entire treasure house shook violently. On the ground, countless runes carved by Jiang Chen's true energy suddenly lit up, forming an extremely mysterious formation. Snap! Snap! With a teeth-grinding cracking sound, the ground in the center of the treasure house suddenly collapsed downwards, forming a huge hole. A terrifying aura that was 1,000 times stronger than before, filled with blood, evil, and depravity, gushed out of the hole like a flood that broke through a dam. Xia Yubing's face turned pale, and the ice phoenix blood in his body instinctively felt disgust and rejection. She looked deep into the hole, and her pupils suddenly shrank. It was an underground space that was twice as big as the treasure house above and more secretive. In the center of the space stood a 10-meter-high evil altar made of countless pale bones. The altar was engraved with twisted and strange blood-red runes. Countless black chains extended from the altar and connected to the surrounding walls. On the walls hung corpses that had long been dried. The entire space is a devilish place on earth. At the very top of the bone altar, a diamond-shaped magic stone that was completely black and exuded an ominous aura was quietly floating there, flickering on and off, like a devil's heart, slowly beating. On the surface of the magic stone, a complex totem composed of countless twisted souls and tentacles is clearly visible. Shadow Council. Found it. Jiang Chen's figure instantly appeared on the altar. He stretched out his hand and grasped the magic stone in his hand. Buzz. The magic stone trembled violently, and an evil spiritual force tried to invade Jiang Chen's mind. Roll. A cold word uttered from Jiang Chen's mouth. Boom. The primordial chaotic energy, as vast as the universe, instantly crushed the evil force completely. Emperor's Eye was operating at full power, and began to forcibly read all the information stored in the magic stone. Bloody and cruel scenes flashed through his mind. Every once in a while, the Wang family would send a group of living people into this underground magic cave as sacrifices to this magic stone. They used the lives of these innocent people in exchange for powerful power and precious resources from the evil organization called the Shadow Council on the other side of the magic stone. 15 years ago, the downfall of the Xia family was the biggest pledge of allegiance offered by the Wang family. And this is not all. At the end of the magic stone information flow, an extremely clear coordinate appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, in Black Wind Mountain, the abandoned mine number 3. There is the secret base set up by the Shadow Council in Jiangcheng. Snap. Jiang Chen's 5 fingers suddenly tightened. The extremely hard magic stone shattered into pieces in his palm and turned into powder all over the sky. He slowly turned around and looked at Xia Yubing under the altar. His voice was calm, but it contained a murderous intent that was enough to make the entire Jiangqing tremble. Walk. Go and uproot them. Chapter 27, The Iceberg Military Beauty Arrives. Is she one of Jiang Chen's future concubines? Jiang Chen and Xia Yubing just disappeared outside the gate of Wang family manor. It took no more than 10 minutes. The shrill alarm sounded like the screams of evil spirits tearing through the night sky, blasting wildly from all directions. Dozens of military hover-armored vehicles painted with ferocious beast emblems blocked all the streets around the Wang family manor. Countless military special forces members wearing black combat uniforms, holding rune rifles, and with a strong aura, poured down from the armored vehicles like a tide, and instantly surrounded the entire manor. 2 people got out of the leading command vehicle. Walking in front was a middle-aged man with a burly figure, a resolute face, and an iron-blooded murderous aura. He was actually the Dean of Studies of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Zhao Wuji. But at this moment, he took off his usual teacher's uniform and put on a neat military uniform. The shining star on his shoulder showed his noble status as the deputy commander of the Jiangcheng Military Department. Beside him was a tall, beautiful female officer whose temperament was as cold as 10,000 years of black ice. She was wearing a specially made tight combat uniform that perfectly outlined her hot and eye-catching figure. Her short and capable hair, coupled with her expressionless and beautiful face, gave people a strong visual impact. Qin Wushuang, the youngest major in the Jiangcheng military headquarters. The supreme commander of the Special Operations Battalion, Dragon Feng. A woman who fought her way out of a sea of blood and corpses, a true iron-blooded military beauty. Deputy Commander Zhao, intelligence has confirmed that the life signal response inside the Wang family manor has dropped to freezing point. Qin Wushuang held a tactical tablet in his hand and reported in a cold voice without a trace of emotion. Go in and take a look. Zhao Wuji's expression was more solemn than ever before. He waved his hand, and a team of fully armed dragon-tooth special forces behind him immediately held explosion-proof shields, formed a battle formation, and carefully pushed open the gilded door that had long been stained with blood. Boom! The moment the door was opened, a bloody smell so thick that it almost turned into substance, mixed with the lingering terrifying murderous intent that made one's soul tremble, rushed towards him. Even these special forces elites who had been through hundreds of battles and crawled out of piles of corpses, their faces turned pale and their stomachs churned the moment they smelled this breath. But when they saw the scene in the banquet hall clearly, everyone was petrified on the spot. Hell! Hell on earth! The entire magnificent banquet hall has now completely turned into a bloody field. Severed limbs. Broken arms. Shattered internal organs. There are corpses everywhere. There is blood everywhere. Those Jiangqing celebrities who usually look high and mighty are now like garbage, piled up in the corner, with extreme fear and madness still remaining on their faces. And in the center of the hall, the headless corpse lying in a pool of blood, with its eyes still open, made Zhao Wuji, a B-level warrior who was used to seeing life and death, suddenly shrink his pupils. Wang Tianba? He screamed in shock, completely stunned. Wang Tianba, the peak grandmaster, is dead? Moreover, he was beheaded with one blow. Who the hell did this? Report. Wang Xiaotian, the patriarch of the Wang family, a B-level grandmaster, has been found. His bones are completely shattered and his life is gone. Report. Wang Tong, the eldest son of the Wang family, was found dead on the spot with a hole in his chest. Shocked reports came from all directions. Zhao Wuji's heart sank to the bottom bit by bit. It's over. The core members of the Wang family, the number 1 family in Jiangcheng, were slaughtered overnight. This is definitely a shocking case that is enough to shock the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire Tianfeng province. For the first time, Qin Wushuang's face showed an expression of emotion. She walked quickly to Wang Tianba's body, squatted down, and carefully examined the mirror-smooth incision on his neck. What a terrifying attack! Her voice was filled with a hint of disbelief and shock. A supreme sword intent remained on the wound, instantly destroying all his life force. The strength of the person who attacked him is unfathomable. The figure of a young man involuntarily emerged in Zhao Wuji's mind. Lu family. It's the Lu family again. This kind of domineering and unyielding style of action. This kind of terrifying strength that treats masters as worthless. Who else could it be but that monster? Jiang Chen, it must be you. Zhao Wuji's throat was a little dry, and a huge wave rose in his heart. He originally thought that Jiang Chen's destruction of the Lu family was already his limit. But he never expected that just a few days later, he uprooted the Wang family, which was several times more powerful than the Lu family. Just how far can this brat go to defy the heavens? Deputy Commander Zhao. At this moment, a team member's exclamation came from the top of the banquet hall. Something's going on here. We found a secret passage leading underground. Zhao Wuji and Qin Wuxuan looked at each other and rushed over immediately. When they followed the deep stairs and came to the underground treasury filled with treasures, even with their status, they couldn't help but be shocked by the terrifying background of the Wang family. However, when they saw the huge collapsed hole in the center of the treasure house and the extremely evil demonic energy emanating from the hole, their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Oh no! It's the breath of a demon! Zhao Wuji's face darkened, and he no longer cared about anything else. He was the first to jump down. Qin Wuxuang and a group of Dragon Fang team members followed closely behind. When they saw clearly the evil altar made of countless bones, everyone felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. This is the blood sacrifice demon altar. Qin Wuxuang, the icy military beauty, began to tremble in her voice. The Wang family actually built something like this on their own territory. Are they crazy? Collude with the demons. Human sacrifice. Any one of these two charges is enough to make the Wang family die 10,000 times. Zhao Wuji's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. He walked up to the altar step by step, looked at the magic stone fragments all over the ground, and felt the traces of evil marks belonging to the Shadow Council that remained in the air. He finally understood. Everything is clear now. I see. The Wang family, like the Lu family before them, are all lackeys of that mysterious evil organization, the Shadow Council. No wonder Jiang Chen was so cruel to them. He is not killing innocent people. He is doing justice for the heavens. In an instant, the last bit of doubt in Zhao Wuji's heart about Jiang Chen completely disappeared. Instead, there is endless, heartfelt admiration and appreciation. Good boy. What a good boy. With the strength of one person, single-handedly, in just a few days, he successively eradicated the two major cancers hidden in Jiangcheng. What courage! What strength! Immediately block all news. Zhao Wuji turned abruptly and gave Qin Wuxuang a top-level order: collect all evidence of the Wang family's collusion with the alien demons and classify it as top secret. Also, his gaze became extremely sharp. Immediately mobilize the military Sky-Eye system to lock onto all movements outside Jiangcheng, Black Wind Mountain, and the abandoned mine number 3. Deputy Commander, you mean? Qin Wuxuang was shocked. That's right. Zhao Wuji nodded heavily, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. That kid, cutting the grass is always to remove the roots. Since he destroyed this place, he will definitely not let go of the Shadow Council's lair. Pass my orders. Zhao Wuji's voice was sonorous and powerful, full of unquestionable determination. Dragon Fang Special Operations Brigade, everyone is here. Target, Black Wind Mountain. Let's go and support our Jiangcheng hero. Chapter 28, The Iceberg Military Flower Attacks. After a disagreement, she actually wants to capture Jiangcheng on the spot? Black Wind Mountain. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, there is a barren mountain that has been abandoned for decades due to the depletion of mineral resources. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the entire mountain range in dead silence and darkness. At the foot of the mountain, the entrance to the abandoned number 3 mine, which had long been blocked by barbed wire and marked extremely dangerous, was now completely different from the desolation of the outside world. Two ghostly figures appeared outside the mine silently. It was Jiang Chen and Xia Yubing who escaped from the Wang family manor. Is this the place? Xia Yubing looked at the bottomless mine in front of him, which looked like the bloody mouth of a giant beast. Deep hatred flashed in his ice-blue eyes. From Jiang Chen, she has learned everything about the Shadow Council. It was this evil organization that supported the Wang family for its own benefit and used her Xia family as a sacrifice. This is the devil's lair. Jiang Chen nodded, his expression remained calm, but under the Emperor's Dharma eye, the scene of the entire Black Wind Mountain had already taken on a completely different look in his vision. The evil energy rising into the sky. The sin and resentment that were 100 times more concentrated than the demon cave underground in Wang family manor almost turned into a tangible black storm, stirring madly with mine number 3 as its center. Under the cover of this evil energy, all life within a radius of 10 miles is cut off. The defenses inside are very strict. Jiang Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion. There are at least 5 B-level masters, and over 100 C and D-level warriors. Moreover, they seem to be performing some kind of evil ritual. Through the observation of the Emperor's Dharma eye, he could clearly see that in the deepest part of the mine, a blood sacrifice demon altar that was even larger and more evil than the one underground in the Wang family was slowly operating. Countless innocent civilians were captured and tied up around the altar like livestock, their faces filled with endless despair and fear. In the center of the altar, a man in a black robe with a cold and strange aura was raising his hands high and muttering something, as if calling for some terrifying existence. Xia Yubing clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. The ice phoenix blood in her body began to boil with extreme anger. "Let's charge in." Her voice was icy cold. "No rush." Jiang Chen shook his head, slowly raised his head and looked in the direction he came from. "Our reinforcements have arrived." At the same time, Wang's manor. When Zhao Wuji and Qin Wushuang rushed out of the underground devil's cave filled with evil aura with a group of Dragon Fang Special Forces members, everyone's faces became extremely ugly. Immediately block all news. Zhao Wuji turned abruptly and gave Qin Wushuang a top-level order: collect all evidence of the Wang family's collusion with the alien demons and classify it as top secret. Yes. Qin Wushuang responded immediately, but her brows were tightly locked. Deputy Commander, the person who took action, has left. She looked around and found that the banquet hall, which was like a Shura hell, was already deserted. Apart from the corpses and pools of blood on the ground, the mysterious man who killed the peak grandmaster with one sword, and the S-level talented girl Xia Yubing, had disappeared without a trace. I know. Zhao Wuji's expression was extremely complicated. Of course he knew that Jiang Chen had left. Given that kid's ability and character, if he didn't leave after finishing his job, would he stay and wait for the military to give him a banner? However, when Zhao Wuji thought of Jiang Chen's unpredictable methods, his heart was filled with endless shock and a hint of worry. Such a terrifying power, yet it is not subject to any constraints. Is this a blessing or a curse for the order of the entire Jiangcheng? Keep the change, please. At this moment, an indifferent voice, without any warning, rang in everyone's ears. At the entrance of the banquet hall, 2 figures had reappeared there at some point. It was Jiang Chen and Xia Yubing who had returned. Swish. All the Dragon Tooth Special Forces members present instantly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Dozens of black rune gun muzzles were pointed at the 2 harmless-looking young men at the door. The air solidified in an instant. The tense atmosphere is about to explode. Put down your guns. Zhao Wuji shouted sternly, walked up to him quickly, and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Classmate Jiang Chen, why are you back again? When he saw Jiang Chen now, he felt scared. Jiang Chen ignored him. His gaze passed Zhao Wuji and fell on the short-haired female officer behind him who had a hot body and a cold temperament. Qin Wushuang. The sharpest knife of Jiangcheng military headquarters. One of the future harem? A strange thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, but his face remained expressionless. Qin Wushuang was also looking at him. Her eyes were like the most sophisticated instrument, sharp, cold, and full of scrutiny and inquiry. The young man in front of him, dressed in a waiter's uniform, looked ordinary, without even a trace of energy fluctuation on his body. But she had just examined Wang Tianba's body with her own eyes. The mirror-smooth sword mark and the remaining domineering sword intent all tell us how terrifying and destructive power this young man possesses. You are Jiang Chen? Qin Wushuang finally spoke, her voice as cold as she was. It's me. Jiang Chen responded calmly. According to Article 3, Section 7 of the Federal Wartime Emergency Regulations, any extraordinary person with a combat power of B-level or above who is not registered with the military or the Warrior Association must undergo a strength assessment and background check by the military. Qin Wushuang's voice was emotionless, as if he was reading out a cold verdict. Now, in the name of the commander of the Jiangcheng Special Operations Brigade, I demand that you immediately give up your resistance, return with us, and accept investigation. Major Qin. Zhao Wuji's face changed instantly. What the hell is this Qin Wushuang doing? Didn't you see that he just killed a peak grandmaster with one sword? Did you discuss the regulations with him? You're just looking for death, like holding a lantern in a toilet? However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen did not get angry. There was even a hint of a playful smile on his face. Strength assessment? He looked at Qin Wushuang's pretty face, as cold as an iceberg, and said slowly, how do you want to assess it? A barely perceptible gleam of light flashed across Qin Wuxuang's eyes. This is exactly what she was waiting for. Regulations are just excuses. Her real purpose was to test the depth of the young man in front of her with her own hands. As the top talent of the younger generation in Jiangcheng, a martial arts prodigy who reached the peak of Class C at the age of 22, Qin Wuxuang has his own pride. She couldn't believe that there really was such a monster in this world. It's very simple. Qin Wuxuang took a step forward, and the powerful aura of a sea-level peak warrior was released without reservation. A fierce fighting spirit, as if it could pierce the sky, soared into the sky. Beat me. Or, be defeated by me. The moment she finished speaking, she moved. Boom. Her figure instantly turned into a blurry afterimage, extremely fast. The military's secret body movement technique Thunder Step. In the blink of an eye, she crossed a distance of dozens of meters and appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The delicate fist wrapped in the black tactical glove now contained a terrifying force that was enough to penetrate a tank, and it struck Jiang Chen in the face. This punch was delivered without any reservation. However, facing this earth-shattering punch, Jiang Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. He just casually held up 2 fingers. Pop. A soft sound. Qin Wuxuang's full-strength attack, which was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, was easily clamped by those 2 white and slender fingers. All the strength and momentum vanished at this moment. What? Qin Wuxuang's pupils suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shape. For the first time, the coldness on her face was replaced by endless horror. This? How is this possible? Before she could recover from her shock, an irresistible, vast and terrifying force came from Jiang Chen's fingertips. Qin Wuxuang felt as if he had been hit by a prehistoric giant beast, and he flew backwards uncontrollably. Bang! 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 She rolled awkwardly in the air for more than 10 times, knocking down 3 banquet tables in a row, before she managed to stabilize herself. There was a sweet feeling in my throat, and I almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. The whole place was in deathly silence. Zhao Wuji and the members of the Dragon Fang team were all stunned. Their supreme commander, Major Qin, who was like a Valkyrie and invincible in their hearts. To think that he was defeated in an instant with just 2 fingers? Too weak. Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his fingers, shook his head, and said indifferently, "Your moves are full of flaws. Your strength and speed are like children playing house." Puff. Qin Wuxuang couldn't hold it in any longer, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. She wasn't injured. She was angry. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a proud daughter of heaven. How could she have ever suffered such humiliation? You. Qin Wuxuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his cold eyes were burning with rage and unwillingness. She was about to burn her true energy and use her final trump card. That's enough. Jiang Chen's voice suddenly became cold and majestic. An invisible, supreme divine power descended with a loud bang. Qin Wuxuang only felt that his soul was trembling, and the fighting spirit that had just been raised was crushed to pieces in an instant. She felt like she was being held down by an invisible mountain, unable to even move a finger. "I don't have time to play such boring games with you." Jiang Chen no longer looked at her, but flicked his finger and shot a spiritual mark that was shining with a faint golden light into the center of Zhao Wuji's eyebrows. The demonic organization the Wang family is colluding with is called the Shadow Council. These are the coordinates of their base located in the abandoned Black Wind Mountain No. 3 mine on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, as well as evidence of their ongoing blood sacrifice of hundreds of civilians. I'll leave it to your military to deal with. I hope you won't let me down. After saying this, Jiang Chen did not stop. He took the hand of Xia Yubing beside him, turned around and walked out of the Wang family manor step by step under the gazes of everyone who looked as if they had seen a ghost. It seemed like I had just done something insignificant. Chapter 29, The whole army was wiped out? The iceberg army was in dire straits, and the god of rivers was thousands of miles away, killing them instantly with a single thought. There was deathly silence in the Wang family manor. Zhao Wuji's brain was still processing the huge and terrifying flow of information left by Jiang Chen. Black Wind Mountain. Abandoned mine No. 3. Hundreds of civilians. Blood sacrifice. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. Damn it! Zhao Wuji suddenly woke up from his shock, and his eyes turned blood red in an instant. He grabbed the communicator beside him and roared with all his strength. "Attention all units! Level 1 Combat Alert. Dragon Fang Special Operations Team, board the vehicle immediately. Target, Abandoned Mine Number 3, Black Wind Mountain, Suburban Area. Repeat. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All personnel, load your guns and rifles. Authorization to use full force of fire. Rumble. The moment the order was issued, dozens of military armored vehicles parked outside the manor emitted a deafening roar from their engines, and like awakened steel behemoths, they turned their heads and drove madly towards the outskirts of the city. Major Qin. Zhao Wuji turned around and looked at Qin Wushuang, who was still standing there, her pretty face pale and her eyes complicated. His voice was extremely solemn. We may have stirred up a huge hornet's nest. Qin Wushuang didn't say anything. She just silently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and drew a rune sword flashing with a cold light from her waist. The shock and humiliation in her eyes were gradually replaced by a purer and colder murderous intent. She followed Zhao Wuji's footsteps, her figure as fast as a ghost. Black Wind Mountain, Mine Number 3. The shrill alarm sounded without any warning and echoed wildly throughout the underground base. Alert! Alert! A large-scale armed military force is approaching. All combatants, immediately take up combat positions. Deep in the mine, chaos suddenly broke out around the huge and evil blood sacrifice altar. Dozens of evil warriors wearing black robes and with cold auras poured out from every corner, with bloodthirsty and cruel grins on their faces. Military? How did they find their way here? Ha ha ha. They came just in time. I was just worried about not having enough sacrifices, and now they've come to me. Kill them. Use their blood and souls to please the great Lord of Shadows. In the center of the altar, the black-robed man who presided over the ceremony slowly turned around. He took off his hood, revealing a pale and strange face with a pair of eyes that had vertical pupils like a poisonous snake. Peak of B level. The aura on him is even stronger than Wang Xiaotian's. What are you panicking about? He uttered a sneer as hoarse and unpleasant as a night owl. They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Activate the base's defense array and open the Blood Demon's incubator. Tonight, let them see the true terror of the Shadow Council. Boom! At the foot of Black Wind Mountain, dozens of armored vehicles came to an abrupt stop. The fully armed Dragon Tooth team members, like a tiger coming down the mountain, completed the battle deployment in an instant. Report! The life detector shows that there are over 200 high-energy life signals deep in the mine. Among them, there are over 150 warriors above D level. C-rank warriors, 37 people. B-rank Grandmaster, 6 energy sources detected. Hiss. After hearing this report, even Zhao Wuji couldn't help but gasp. This force is almost equivalent to half of the high-end combat power of the Jiangcheng military. The cancer of the Shadow Council is actually hidden so deeply in Jiangcheng. Storm. Qin Wushuang's voice was cold and decisive. Without any hesitation, she was the first to rush towards the bottomless mine entrance, sword in hand, turning into a blue lightning. Kill. Hundreds of Dragon Fang team members followed closely behind, letting out earth-shaking roars. However, they just rushed to the entrance of the mine. Buzz. A blood-colored energy shield suddenly rose from the ground without any warning, completely sealing the entire mine entrance. Right after. Roar. A terrifying roar that was not human and made one's scalp tingle came madly from the depths of the mine. The ground began to shake violently. Bang! 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 More than a dozen huge metal culture chambers rose from the ground, and the heavy hatches exploded. A sticky, disgusting bloody liquid gushed out. In the liquid, humanoid monsters with burly bodies, muscular bodies, strange dark red skin, bloodshot eyes, and no rationality at all, struggled and crawled out. Blood Demon. A war weapon born from the blood and essence of countless living people, it knows only killing. Each one of them possesses terrifying power that is no less than that of a peak D-level warrior. Fire. Qin Wushuang's face changed drastically and he let out a hoarse roar. Da-day-day-day-day. The violent metal storm swept through the entire mine in an instant. Countless rune bullets, dragging dazzling tail flames, poured down on the blood demons. However, these bullets that were powerful enough to penetrate steel plates could only splash a string of sparks and leave white marks on their dark red skin. The defense is terrifyingly high. Roar. The blood demons were completely enraged. They took heavy steps and launched a fearless charge towards the Dragon Fawn line like human tanks. Phew! A special forces soldier who was unable to dodge was instantly caught up by a blood demon. The fist as big as a casserole smashed down with tremendous force. Bang! The specially made alloy explosion-proof shield was like paper and shattered into pieces in an instant. The team member didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed into a pool of meat paste. Ah! Bastard! I'm going to fight you. The comrade beside him had red eyes and rushed forward with high-explosive rune explosives in his arms. Boom! The violent explosion finally blew the blood demon into pieces. But more blood demons have rushed up. The battle entered its most brutal and intense stage from the moment it began. Damn it! High in the sky, Jiang Chen's figure, like a ghost, was suspended above the clouds thousands of meters high. Under the Emperor's Dharma eye, the tragic battle in the mine below was clearly visible. There was no expression on his face. The life and death of these soldiers has nothing to do with him. He was just waiting. Wait until the black-robed priest at the peak of B level who presides over the ceremony reveals a flaw. Inside the mine. Break it for me. Qin Wuxuan let out a delicate cry, and the rune sword in her hand burst out with a brilliant blue light. The peak C-level true energy was injected into it without reservation. Swish! A terrifying sword energy that was 10 meters long swept out and instantly cut the two blood demons blocking the way in half. She was like the sharpest knife, tearing a hole in the group of blood demons. Everyone! Follow me! Save the hostages! She took the lead and rushed madly towards the altar deep in the mine. Court death. On the altar, the priest with vertical pupils sneered. His figure disappeared instantly. The next second, he appeared like a ghost on the route Qin Wuxuan was advancing. Little girl, your opponent is me. He stretched out his dry palm, with ominous black evil energy lingering between his 5 fingers, and grabbed Qin Wuxuan's neck like lightning. So fast. Qin Wuxuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Without even thinking, she swung her knife and slashed out. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing. Qin Wuxuan only felt an irresistible and terrifying force coming from the blade. The whole person was like being hit by a high-speed train, flying backwards uncontrollably and slamming heavily into the hard rock wall. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. With just one move, she was seriously injured. Too weak. The priest with vertical pupils shook his head in disdain and walked towards Qin Wuxuan, who was lying on the ground, step by step. However, your pure vitality is a good sacrifice. He licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. It's over. A trace of despair flashed in Qin Wuxuan's eyes. She wanted to resist, but found that the true energy in her body had been completely disrupted by the other party's strange demonic energy, and she couldn't muster any strength at all. However, just as the sharp claws of the vertical pupiled priest were about to touch her. Call out. An imperceptible streak of golden light that shouldn't exist in this world crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, penetrated the thick rock layer, and accurately penetrated the back of his head. Phew! The vertical pupil priest's body suddenly stiffened. The grim smile on his face froze. The greed in his eyes turned into endless, incomprehensible confusion. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There, a tiny blood hole that was transparent from front to back had appeared at some point. Well. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but all his life force was completely annihilated in that instant by the supreme sword intent. Bang! His body fell straight in front of Qin Wuxuan. Chapter 30, The Alien Demon Attacks. The icy military beauty is on the verge of death, and the river god comes to save her. Dead silence. The entire depths of the mine fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was petrified. Those black-robed evil cultivators who had been laughing arrogantly just a second ago, those fearless blood demons, and those battle-hardened Dragon Fang Special Forces members. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the headless corpse of the peak-level B-level expert lying in front of Qin Wuxuan. Dead? The highest-ranking official of the Shadow Council in Jiangcheng, the priest with vertical pupils so powerful that they felt despair, just died? Without even seeing the enemy, he was instantly killed by a strange golden light that descended from the sky? What the hell is going on? The enemy leader is dead. Someone roared in a trembling voice. This roar was like the fuse that lit a powder keg, instantly setting the entire place off. The high priest is dead. Run! Run! Those black-robed evil cultivators collapsed instantly. Even the strongest priest was killed in seconds, so what was they going to do? For a moment, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and birds and beasts scattered. Leave no one behind. Qin Wuxuan was the first to react. She endured the injuries in her body, and the murderous intent rekindled in her cold eyes. Kill. The morale of the Dragon Tooth team members was greatly boosted, and like a tiger descending from the mountain, they launched a final general attack on the fleeing evil cultivators. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Half an hour later. The battle is completely over. The entire number 3 mine was filled with blood. All members of the Shadow Council here were wiped out, leaving no one alive. Hundreds of innocent civilians who were sacrificed were also successfully rescued. The joy of victory did not dilute the solemnity on Zhao Wuji and Qin Wuxuan's faces. Clear the battlefield immediately. Collect all clues about the Shadow Council. Don't miss any clues. Zhao Wuji gave orders, but his eyes kept looking at the thick rock layer on the top of the mine. He knew that the mysterious attack just now must have been done by that young man again. Thousands of miles away, a single thought can kill. This has exceeded his understanding of martial arts. What kind of monster is that kid? On the other side, Qin Wuxuan was also directing the team members to clean up the battlefield. Her mood was 10,000 times more complicated than Zhao Wuji's. Humiliation. Shock. Confusion. And a hint of an indescribable throbbing that even she herself was unwilling to admit. That man defeated her easily with just 2 fingers, turning everything she was proud of into a joke. But it was that man who saved her life in a way she could not understand at her most desperate moment. Who is he? Why did he do that? Just when she was feeling extremely confused, her eyes were attracted by something in the ruins of the altar. It was a broken piece of altar. On it, a broken blood-red rune was flickering with a strange light, as if it still had life. A faint, extremely cold and evil aura emanated from the rune. As if possessed by some mysterious force, Qin Wuxuan walked over. As a soldier, it is her responsibility to investigate all suspicious items. She took out a high-strength alloy probe from her tactical waist bag and carefully touched the strange rune. However, at the moment the probe tip touches the rune, buzz! That blood-colored rune suddenly burst out with an extremely dense black gas. The black gas was like a living poisonous snake. It followed the alloy probe and instantly wrapped around Qin Wuxuan's wrist at a speed that was impossible for Qin Wuxuan to react to. Ugh! Qin Wuxuan let out a painful groan. A cold energy that seemed to be able to freeze the soul rushed into her body frantically, along her meridians, and rushed straight to her heart and lungs. Major Qin. The team members nearby were horrified and rushed over immediately. Qin Wuxuan's right hand, which was holding the probe, was covered with a layer of strange black lines at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the lines were still rapidly spreading towards her arms and her body. Oh no! It's demonic energy pollution. Zhao Wuji's face changed drastically, and he rushed to Qin Wuxuan in one step, slapping her on the back with one palm. He poured his powerful B-level true qi into her as if it was free, trying to help her dispel the evil energy. However, it's useless. As soon as his true energy entered Qin Wuxuan's body, it was like a drop in the ocean, and was instantly swallowed up by the more domineering and weird black energy. Puff! Qin Wuxuan opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He fell down limply and lost consciousness in an instant. Hurry! Military doctor! Military doctor! Zhao Wuji was completely panicked. He held the unconscious Qin Wuxuan and roared. The military's field doctor rushed over, and all kinds of advanced medical equipment were connected to Qin Wuxuan immediately. However, the data fed back on the screen made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. Report to the deputy commander. No known viruses or toxins were detected. Major Qin's vital signs are declining at an alarming rate. Her cell activity is being madly eroded by an unknown energy. Our treatment equipment is completely ineffective. It's over. Zhao Wuji's brain went blank. He watched Qin Wuxuan's beautiful face quickly turn pale, and the breath of life was rapidly fading away. The military's brightest rising star, the youngest major in Tianfeng province, was he going to die here, inexplicably? Just when everyone was in despair. A calm and indifferent voice sounded behind everyone without any warning. Get out of the way. Swish. Everyone turned around suddenly. The young man in the waiter uniform had appeared behind them silently without anyone noticing. Jiang Chen. How come he is here? Without waiting for everyone's reaction, Jiang Chen had already walked to Qin Wuxuang's side, squatted down, stretched out 2 fingers, and lightly touched her forehead. Under the Emperor's Dharma eye, the condition inside Qin Wuxuang's body was clearly visible. A wisp of demonic energy that was 100 times purer than the one on the vertical pupiled priest before, and carried a trace of the soul law, was like a greedy parasite, madly devouring her vitality and soul. The curse of the demonic soul. Jiang Chen uttered 4 words lightly. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, he picked up the unconscious Qin Wuxuang. Standard, princess hug. You, what are you going to do? Zhao Wuji screamed in shock. The members of the Dragon Tooth team subconsciously raised the rune rifles in their hands. Jiang Chen didn't even look at them. His eyes fell on Zhao Wuji's face, and his voice was emotionless. If you want to save her, find me a room that is absolutely quiet and won't be disturbed by anyone. Otherwise, within 3 minutes, her soul will be completely devoured by this power, and even gods will be unable to save her. After saying that, he hugged Qin Wuxuang and turned away. Overbearing. Strong. No doubt about it. Stop. Put down Major Qin. Several loyal team members roared and wanted to rush forward to stop them. Stop it, everyone. Zhao Wuji let out a thunderous roar. He stared at Jiang Chen's back, veins popping out on his forehead, and a battle between his conscience was going on in his heart. Reason told him that he couldn't trust this young man who had an unknown origin and acted without any scruples. But his intuition was screaming wildly, telling him that only this young man could create a miracle. Follow me. In the end, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and made a decision. He personally led the way and brought Jiang Chen to the medical room of the leading command vehicle, which had the highest level of defense and soundproofing facilities. Is this okay? He asked, panting. Jiang Chen didn't answer, but walked straight in holding Qin Wuxuang. Bang! The heavy alloy hatch slammed shut behind him. Zhao Wuji looked at the tightly closed hatch, his heart in his throat. Inside the medical room, Jiang Chen gently placed Qin Wuxuang on the sterile medical bed. At this moment, her skin was covered with strange black magic patterns, and she exuded an ominous aura of death. The power of the devil's soul curse has already invaded the origin of her soul and is undergoing the final devouring. Conventional means are no longer effective. Jiang Chen's eyes finally showed a slight fluctuation. He slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on Qin Wuxuang's smooth forehead. The other hand hesitated for a moment, and finally fell on her flat belly wrapped in a tight combat uniform. There is the warrior's Qi Hai Dantian. I'm sorry. Jiang Chen said softly and closed his eyes. Boom! A vast, ancient, supreme energy, as if it came from the primordial chaos at the beginning of the universe, slowly flowed out from his palm. Chapter 31 The Goddess's Heart. Qin Wuxuang, my life will be yours from now on. Command vehicle, inside the medical room. As the vast, ancient, and supreme primordial chaotic energy poured into Jiang Chen's palm, a strange scene happened. The black magic pattern that had originally covered Qin Wuxuang's entire body, emitting an ominous and deathly aura, began to melt rapidly the moment it came into contact with this chaotic energy, just like ice and snow encountering its natural enemy. TSK. It was as if an invisible flame was burning away the filth deep in her soul. Strands of black air that were imperceptible to the naked eye were forced out from Qin Wuxuang's 7 orifices, and then the moment they came into contact with the air, they were completely annihilated by the invisible chaotic force and turned into nothingness. This process was undoubtedly painful for Qin Wuxuang. Even in a deep coma, her pretty face, which had already turned pale, was twisted by intense pain, her brows were tightly furrowed, and her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably. There was no expression on Jiang Chen's face. His expression was one of extreme concentration. Under the Emperor's Dharma eye, he could clearly see that the origin of Qin Wuxuang's soul had been corroded and riddled with holes by the devil's soul curse. The original energy of the alien demon was like a most cunning poisonous snake, entwined in the deepest part of her soul, and almost merged with her life breath. Ordinary power, let alone expelling it, even finding it, is impossible. Once it is forcibly stripped off, the first thing to collapse will be Qin Wuxuang's own soul. But the chaotic energy of Hongmeng is different. That is the power of the origin of the universe that is above all the laws of the heavens. Not to mention a mere demonic curse, even if a real demon god descended, he would be crushed into slag in front of this power. Town. Jiang Chen silently recited a word in his heart. Boom! Even more powerful chaotic energy rushed in like a river bursting its banks. This time, it is no longer a gentle purification, but an overbearing suppression. The black poisonous snake lurking deep in Qin Wuxuang's soul let out a silent scream filled with fear, and was instantly nailed to the spot by the supreme power, unable to move. Then, it was a crushing defeat. Snap! Like the sound of shattering glass, it echoes at the level of the soul. The devil's soul curse that was powerful enough to render even a B-level grandmaster helpless was easily and completely crushed into the most primitive nothingness by Jiang Chen's primordial chaotic energy. After doing all this, Jiang Chen's face turned slightly pale. This devil's soul curse is more difficult than he imagined. In order to completely wipe out Qin Wuxuang without damaging his soul, the amount of chaotic energy he consumed was several times more than what he consumed when he destroyed the entire Wang family. But it's all worth it. The crisis is over, but the treatment is not over yet. After erasing the curse, the pure chaotic energy did not dissipate. Instead, under Jiang Chen's guidance, it began to slowly repair Qin Wuxuang's broken soul and nourish her almost exhausted vitality. He even began to perform a transformation on her body, cleansing her marrow and meridians. Qin Wuxuang's body began to emit a faint halo like white jade. Her skin, which had originally become rough and gray due to the erosion of evil spirits, was now becoming delicate, smooth, and as delicate as a baby's at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's even 3 points better than before she was injured. The meridians in her body were widened and strengthened under the impact of the chaotic energy, becoming extremely tough. The true chi in her dantian was also purified and compressed by this supreme divine power, and its quality was improved by more than one level. The specially made tight combat suit she was wearing, under the impact of the powerful energy that erupted from within, actually made a series of unbearable sounds. Tear. Clothes, torn. Large areas of creamy white skin were exposed to the air. That thrilling and fiery curve, without the restraint of the combat uniform, looks even more magnificent. However, Jiang Chen's face remained calm. It seemed as if the erotic scene before his eyes, which was enough to make any normal man's blood boil, was no different from the stubborn stones on the roadside. He slowly withdrew his hands, turned around calmly, and left his back to the medical bed. Just at this moment, a soft moan full of confusion sounded from the bed. Qin Wuxuang woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, and a trace of confusion flashed across her ice-blue eyes, and then she suddenly became alert. She sat up instantly and subconsciously took a defensive stance. But the next second, she froze. She lowered her head, looking at her tattered combat uniform and the large area of her jade-like skin exposed, and was completely stunned. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented powerful feeling surged up from every part of his body. She could clearly feel that the true energy in her body was several times more powerful than before. A pure and powerful force flows in the meridians, as if it can tear mountains and rivers apart with just a wave of the hand. This is. The bottleneck at the peak of C rank has been broken? No. It's not just a breakthrough. She felt that her life level had undergone an incredible leap. You're awake. A calm and indifferent voice came from the front. Qin Wuxuang looked up suddenly and noticed that there was a second person in the room. It's that boy. Jiang Chen. It's him. He saved me. In an instant, everything that happened before he fell into a coma flooded into his mind like a tide. That strange blood-colored rune. That evil energy that freezes the soul. The despair of walking step by step towards death. And, at the last moment, his godlike figure descended. Qin Wuxuang's breathing suddenly became rapid. She looked at the calm figure from behind. For the first time, that pretty face that had been frozen for more than 20 years revealed extremely complicated emotions other than coldness and murderous intent. Shocking. Gratitude. There is also a strange feeling that even she herself cannot understand. Ding. Detected a dramatic emotional fluctuation in the target person. Qin Wuxuang's favorability plus 40 life and death rescue, current favorability, 5100 comrade. A system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's mind, but he didn't care. How do you feel? He didn't turn around, his voice still flat. Qin Wuxuang subconsciously pulled the sterile sheet beside her and wrapped her exposed body, but her voice was no longer as cold as before, but trembled with a hint of disbelief. My wounds, my strength. I've already helped you break the curse, Jiang Chen said calmly. By the way, I've also helped you temper your body as a reward. Interest? Qin Wuxuang's heart trembled suddenly. She is not a fool. She could feel that Jiang Chen had paid an unimaginable price to save her. The supreme aura that remained in her body was of such high quality that she couldn't even comprehend it. How could it be possible that using such a magical item to save her without any consumption? You. Qin Wuxuan opened her mouth, and there were thousands of words she wanted to say, but in the end, they only turned into 3 words. Why? Yeah, why? He obviously doesn't care about his own life or death. Before, I even wanted to attack him. Why did he save himself and pay such a huge price? Jiang Chen finally turned around. His gaze fell calmly on Qin Wuxuan's face. Because you need to become stronger. There was no emotion in his voice. Today's Black Wind Mountain is just the beginning. There are many more organizations like the Shadow Council in the shadow of the Federation. The threat posed by the alien demons is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The Federation needs a stronger force to protect it. And you have the potential. Qin Wuxuan was completely stunned. She looked at Jiang Chen's eyes that were so deep that they seemed to be able to swallow everything, and her heart skipped a beat for no reason. So, is that so? He did all this not for her personally, but for the entire Federation? In an instant, Jiang Chen's image in her mind was infinitely elevated. What a broad mind and courage this is. Qin Wuxuan claimed to be dedicated to the country and the people, but compared with him, her vision was simply ridiculously small. Qin Wuxuan took a deep breath and suddenly jumped off the bed, not caring that she was only wrapped in a thin sheet. She solemnly gave Jiang Chen a standard military salute. Mr. Jiang Chen. I, Qin Wuxuan, owe you my life. From today on, I will go through fire and water without hesitation if you ask me to do so. Her voice is sonorous, powerful, and resounding. This is the most important promise she, the iceberg military beauty Qin Wuxuan, has ever made in her life. Chapter 32, God's Perspective. Thousands of miles away, God Zheng sees through the conspiracy of world destruction. Outside the command vehicle, Zhao Wuji paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Every minute and every second seemed as long as a century. The Dragonfall team members behind him were also tense, not daring to breathe. The tightly closed door of the medical room seemed to separate them from the world of life and death. Can Major Qin survive? Can that mysterious young man really create a miracle? Click. Just as Zhao Wuji's heart was about to jump out of his throat, the heavy alloy door finally slowly opened. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on it. The first person to come out was the indifferent young man in the waiter's uniform. His face seemed a little paler than before, but his eyes were still as calm and deep as ever, making one's heart flutter. And following behind him. Hiss. When they saw the second person coming out, all the Dragon Tooth team members present, including Zhao Wuji, gasped in surprise. Qin Wuxuan. She's still alive. No. This can no longer be described as alive. At this moment, Qin Wuxuan was only wrapped in a white sheet to hide her breathtaking curves, but her whole spirit and energy had undergone a drastic change. Her originally icy face now had a jade-like luster, and her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. Even more terrifying was the aura emanating from her body. That aura was several times more powerful than before, majestic, condensed, and pure, and even carried a hint of supreme charm that made their souls feel awe. Is this a breakthrough? And it's definitely not just a simple step into B-level. Everyone is fine now. Jiang Chen's voice broke the dead silence. His eyes swept over everyone and finally landed on Zhao Wuji. You guys finish up what's going on here. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, he didn't even give anyone time to react. His figure flashed and disappeared instantly, as if he had teleported. He had come and gone without a trace, as if he had never appeared, leaving behind only a group of military elites completely petrified. Deputy Commander. A team member swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Just now, was I not seeing things? Zhao Wuji didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on Qin Wuxuan, his weather-beaten face filled with endless shock. He could clearly feel that the power in Qin Wuxuan's body had reached a level that he needed to look up to. How could this be called saving someone? This was simply turning stone into gold. It was a miracle. I'm fine. Qin Wuxuan met everyone's gazes, her voice still cold, but her icy blue eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light. She glanced in the direction where Jiang Chen had disappeared, her figure deeply imprinted in the deepest part of her soul. Then she turned abruptly, and the fierce pressure of a powerful person dissipated with a bang. Everyone listen up. Immediately seal off the scene, clean up the battlefield, and count the casualties. Seal all evidence related to the Shadow Council and classify it as top secret. Yes. Half a day later, at the highest military command center of the Federation's Tianfeng province, an emergency supreme meeting was being held, where only officers of the rank of general and above were eligible to attend. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely depressing. In the main seat, General Li Zhan, the highest military commander of Tianfeng province, stared with a sullen expression at the large screen before him, watching the shocking reports Zhao Wuji and Qin Wushuang had sent back overnight, the tragic conditions at the Black Wind Mountain stronghold, the evil of the blood sacrifice demon altar, the preliminary results of the interrogation of the Shadow Council. Each piece of information was like a hammer, hammering down on the hearts of every high-ranking official in attendance. Assholes. A bunch of assholes. Li Zhan slammed the table. This veteran, a man who had spent his entire military career, unfazed by the weight of a mountain, was now trembling with anger. The Wang family has been entrenched in Jiangcheng for decades. A massive demon stronghold hidden right under our noses. And we actually had no idea. Everyone here, Jiangcheng Military Warrior Association. What are you doing here? The cold question echoed in the conference room, and no one dared to answer. Zhao Wuji and Qin Wushuang, as the direct responsible persons for the incident, lowered their heads, their faces pale. Sir. This isn't the scariest thing. Qin Wushuang stepped forward and said solemnly, based on the mental interrogation of several captured evil cultivators, the Shadow Council's influence is by no means limited to Jiangcheng. Their tentacles have infiltrated every level of the Federation, and they even have people in some high-level departments. Boom. This statement was like a bombshell, exploding throughout the conference room. Everyone stood up in shock. The top brass of the Federation had been infiltrated by demons? How could this be possible? Is this true? Li Zhan's pupils suddenly contracted. Absolutely true. Qin Wushuang said firmly, although those evil cultivators know only a limited amount, they have mentioned more than once that they have protection from above. Before he could finish his words, a piercing red alarm rang out throughout the command center without any warning. Report. A communications officer rushed in without even knocking, his face filled with fear and despair. Emergency war report. On the northwest border of the Federation, the three fortress cities of Linshan, Tibi, and Wangbei were simultaneously attacked by a massive wave of demons 15 minutes ago. What? Li Zhan turned around abruptly. What's the scale of the attack? Unprecedented, the communications officer's voice trembled. According to the latest footage from the front, the number of demons exceeds 1 million. Among them are many A-level and even suspected S-level terrifying creatures. The defense arrays of the three cities completely collapsed in the first wave of attacks. The cities have lost contact. Deathly silence. A pin drop could be heard throughout the command center. Everyone's mind went blank. Three fortress cities with a population of 1 million, guarding the most important line of defense in the northwest of the Federation, had lost contact in just 15 minutes? This was no longer war, but a massacre. Ding ding ding. More communication requests came in like a tide. Report. The East China Sea defense line is in crisis. The Sea Tribe demons are launching a full-scale attack. Report. 100,000 mountain beasts are rioting in the south. Countless demonized monsters are breaking through the defense line. Report. A spatial rift has been discovered outside the capital area. A high concentration of demonic energy has been detected. One piece of bad news after another, like the death knell of doom, hammered at everyone's nerves. Across the Federation, from east to west, from south to north, the flames of war were simultaneously ignited. This was a long-planned, all-out war against all of humanity. Activate the Supreme War Regulations. Li Zhan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, only a resolute bloodshot color remained in his cloudy old eyes. Apply to the Federal Parliament for the highest authorization. Order. All provinces across the country immediately enter Level 1 combat readiness. Issue the highest level red call-up order. All martial arts academies, all aristocratic clans, all martial artists in the wild. All those with combat power above B-level, assemble at the designated location within 1 hour. Anyone who disobeys this order will be charged with treason. The human race is at a critical moment of life and death. Meanwhile, in an unassuming rental house in Jiangcheng, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged. His eyes were tightly closed, but the entire blue planet was clearly visible in his mind through the Heavenly Emperor's divine eye. He could see that the pale blue energy of human destiny, which had originally enveloped the entire planet, was now fluctuating violently. Streams of inky black energy, filled with the aura of sin and destruction, rose from every corner of the planet. In the void beyond the planet, it converged into a terrifying, gigantic demonic face, its bloody mouth agape, frantically devouring the blue light of destiny. The luck of the human race is weakening at an alarming rate. Finally, is it starting? Jiangchen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. His face remained expressionless, as if this doomsday scene, enough to make all of humanity despair, couldn't stir a single ripple in his heart. He slowly stretched out his hand and looked at his slender white fingers. It's time to take back some of what belongs to me. Chapter 33 Airborne Command. Jiangchen's words turned the entire battle situation around. Tianfeng Province, the highest military command center. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Dozens of huge screens on the wall were madly flashing blood red lights, representing the highest level of alert. The calls for help, reports of loss of contact, and intermittent images of the hellish battlefield from all corners of the Federation made every general present feel a chill and powerlessness from the depths of their souls. Commander! The entire defense line is in crisis. The demonic attack is too fierce. This is a long-planned war of extermination against all of humanity. We must make a decision. The faces of the iron-blooded soldiers with general stars on their shoulders were now filled with anxiety and determination. Decision? How to decide? General Li Zhan, the highest military commander of Tianfeng Province, punched the cold alloy command desk hard, and his turbid old eyes were full of bloodshot. The enemy is coming from all directions simultaneously. Our forces are being dispersed infinitely. Every battlefield requires support, but we simply don't have any extra maneuverability. This is a dead end. Despair. Unprecedented despair enveloped the entire command center. At this moment, a cold but extremely firm voice resounded throughout the venue. We have reinforcements. Swish. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on the source of the sound. Qin Wushuang. She was dressed in a brand new military uniform, her posture was as straight as a pine tree, and her beautiful face no longer showed the humiliation and confusion she had before. Instead, there was a kind of confidence and sharpness that came from absolute strength. Major Qin, what nonsense are you talking about? A major general frowned and shouted, no jokes at a time like this. I'm not kidding. Qin Wushuang took a step forward, and the terrifying aura that belonged to the peak of B-level, even faintly surpassing B-level, spread out with a bang. The air in the entire command room suddenly stagnated. All the generals present, including Zhao Wuji, felt a tremendous pressure. General Li Zhan's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at Qin Wushuang, his voice filled with disbelief. Wushuang, your strength. It was Mr. Jiangchen who saved me and gave me the strength I have now. Qin Wushuang's voice was resounding. She told them everything that happened in Black Wind Mountain, how the young man killed the top-level B-level vertical pupil priest in a single thought, how he used unpredictable means to pull her back from the brink of death and helped her to be reborn, in front of all the senior military officials, word for word. Dead silence. You can hear a pin drop in the entire command center. Everyone was shocked by the information revealed in Qin Wushuang's words, and their minds went blank. A young man of unknown origin? In a waiter's uniform? Kill the peak B-level in a single thought? Can it even turn stone into gold, allowing people to instantly break through bottlenecks and skyrocket their strength? This sounds even more magical than an alien demon invasion. Absurd! A hot-tempered, one-eyed admiral with a beard slammed the table and shouted angrily. Qin Wushuang. I see you're still wounded and your mind is muddled. You're boasting about a wild brat of unknown origin as a savior? If he truly possesses such omnipotent abilities, why doesn't he just take action and wipe out all the alien demons instead of just standing here and watching us suffer? That's right. This person's origins are unknown, and his powers are strange. Who can guarantee that he isn't a spy for the alien demons? He's deliberately putting on a show to gain our trust. For a time, doubts arose everywhere. There were many factions within the military hierarchy, and some people were naturally wary and hostile towards this uncontrolled, powerful individual who suddenly emerged. He's not a spy. Zhao Wuji also stood up and said in a hoarse voice, he was the one who provided the coordinates of the Black Wind Mountain stronghold. If it weren't for him, we would still be kept in the dark. Millions of people in Jiangcheng could become the next sacrifice at any time. That's enough. General Li Jian suddenly raised his hand to stop all quarrels. His sharp eagle eye swept across the entire room and finally fell on Qin Wuhuang's face. Wuhuang, do you guarantee with your military honor that everything you said is true? I guarantee it with my life and soul. Qin Wuhuang said firmly. Li Jian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The entire command center was waiting for his final decision. Do you believe it? Or don't you? This is a huge gamble that concerns the fate of the entire Tianfeng province and even the entire human federation. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of crazy determination flashed in his turbid eyes. Okay. I bet. Now, contact that Jiang Chun you mentioned immediately. I want to talk to him in person. Zhao Wuji looked troubled. He's gone. We don't have any contact information for him. No need to contact. An indifferent voice sounded behind everyone without any warning. It was as if he had always been there. Swoosh. At this moment, all the generals in the entire command center felt their hair stand on end. They turned around suddenly. At the door of the command room, the ordinary-looking boy in a waiter's uniform had quietly appeared. There was no expression on his face. It seemed as if these generals in front of him, who commanded heavy federal troops and could shake a region with a stomp of their feet, were no different from weeds on the roadside. Under the emperor's dharma eye, the luck, strength, and even the deepest thoughts hidden in the hearts of these so-called military leaders are all exposed. For most people, their aura is the upright red color that is unique to soldiers. But there are also a few people whose destiny is mixed with a faint trace of black and gray, representing desire and decay. You are Jiang Chen? Li Jian forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Being able to sneak into the most heavily guarded military command center of the Federation silently, this strength alone is enough to prove that what Qin Wuhuang said is true. Jiang Chen did not answer, but cast his gaze on the largest three-dimensional sand table in the center of the command center, which displayed the entire federal war situation. On the sand table, the blue light spots representing the federal army are being madly devoured and swallowed by the red light spots representing the demons. Stupid deployment. Jiang Chen finally spoke, his voice indifferent and without a trace of emotion. Using the tactic of adding fuel to the fire, dividing the troops and occupying them, we attempt to hold all the strongholds. The result will only be that we will be defeated one by the enemy and our entire army will be annihilated. How dare you, the one-eyed general was furious. How dare you, a little boy, discuss military and national affairs here? Jiang Chen didn't even look at him. He just casually raised his hand and pointed to a war zone on the sand table called Eagle Gorge located on the northwest border. The blue spots of light there are gathering, preparing to launch a general attack on a group of demons entrenched in the canyon. Eagle Gorge War Zone, Commander-in-Chief, Zhou Lai. Jiang Chen said calmly. He formulated a decapitation plan, which involves concentrating superior forces and attacking the enemy head-on. He seems to be very brave and decisive. But actually, it's incredibly stupid. The 10,000-strong demonized Earth Dragon army within the canyon is merely bait. Hidden within the mountains on either side of the canyon are at least 30,000 burrowing demon spiders. Once Zhou Lai's troops enter the heart of the canyon, the ambushes on both sides will launch a surprise attack, cutting off their retreat. At the same time, their true trump card, an Abyss Lord who has reached the peak of a rank, will emerge from deep underground and directly destroy their command system. According to my calculations, Zhou Lai's troops will enter the ambush circle in 15 minutes. In 30 minutes, this Goshawk Legion, composed of 30,000 elite federal soldiers, will be annihilated, with no one left alive. Jiang Chen's voice was very calm, as if he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. But to everyone in the command center, it sounded no less like thunder from the sky. How did you know? The chief of staff in charge of the Northwest War Zone cried out in shock. The battle plan for Eagle Gorge was formulated just 10 minutes ago and sent to the front lines as a top secret. Apart from the few people present, there was no way anyone else knew about it. And those things he was talking about, digger spiders? Abyss Lords? Their frontline reconnaissance equipment did not detect any relevant energy reactions at all. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Jiang Chen's face still had that unchanging indifference. Now, immediately order Zhou Lai to halt the attack. The entire army retreats 30 miles. Then, deploy 3 space-based destroyers to launch an indiscriminate blanket strike on the coordinates 127.3, 88.5. That's where the A-rank Abyss Lord sleeps. Kill it, and the siege of Eagle Sorrow Gorge will be lifted. You. The one-eyed admiral wanted to say something. Execute the order. Li Zhan let out a thunderous roar. He stared at Jiang Chen intently, veins bulging on his old face. He chose to take another gamble. Pass on my order. Contact Zhou Lai immediately. Stop all military actions. Retreat. Authorization. Space-based weapon system activated. Target, coordinates 127.3, 88.5. 3 bursts, saturation attack. The order was conveyed as quickly as possible. In the entire command center, everyone held their breath and stared intently at the screen, which represented the scene of the Eagle Gorge war zone. 10 minutes later. The frontline images are coming back. 3 beams of light that were powerful enough to tear the sky apart and contained destructive energy whizzed down from outer space and accurately hit the coordinate point mentioned by Jiang Chen. Boom! The earth is wailing. A violent earthquake occurred throughout the Yingqiu Gorge. Right after, a terrifying roar filled with endless pain and anger, which did not belong to this world at all, suddenly came from deep underground. The terrifying pressure contained in the roar made all the generals present feel a palpitation even through the screen. A level peak. Absolutely a terrifying existence at the peak of a level. In the center of the scorched earth that was completely turned into glass by the space-based destroyer, countless caves hidden underground were exposed. Thousands of hideous and terrifying burrowing spiders were turned into charcoal under the devastating attack before they could rush out of their ambush points. Ambush really exists. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the command center. Everyone looked at the young man who was still standing with his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression as if he were a monster. If it weren't for him, the consequences are unimaginable. Report, the communications officer's voice, tinged with tears and uncontrollable excitement, rang out. Urgent news from the Eagle Gorge front. The Goshawk Legion has successfully evacuated. The enemy's air rank leader has been severely damaged by our space-based weapons, and over 90% of the ambush troops have been wiped out. Eagle Gorge is saved. Boom! The entire command center was instantly in an uproar. We won! We won! God has mercy on us. The Federation is saved. At this moment, countless iron-blooded soldiers were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Li Zhan slowly stood up from the commander's seat. He walked up to Jiang Chen, straightened his military attire, and then solemnly gave a standard military salute to this young man who looked only 17 or 18 years old. I, Li Zhan, on behalf of the federal military, implore Mr. Jiang Chen to serve as the special strategic advisor to the Federal Supreme Military Council. Participate in all of our highest-level military decisions. Have the highest authority to mobilize all resources. Please, sir, save our Federation. Save our human race. As soon as he finished speaking, all the generals behind him, including the one-eyed general, stood up straight and saluted Jiang Chen deeply. However, in the corner of the crowd, those generals whose auras were mixed with gray-black aura also saluted, but they lowered their heads even lower. One of them, with his hands hidden behind his back, calmly pressed a few keys on his tactical terminal. An encrypted message was sent quietly. The target oracle appears, and the plan is thwarted. Chapter 34, The Girl of Destiny? Give it to me. Jiang Chen, I want her, I'll save her life. In the command center, the encrypted message merged into the vast torrent of data like a silent drop of ink. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a faint, cold arc. Under the Emperor of Heaven's Dharma eye, nothing can escape his sight. Of course, he saw the little movement in the corner. The major general with a dark grayish-gray aura was named Sun Dishing, one of Li Zhan's lieutenants in charge of logistics. A pitiful creature whose soul had been corrupted by greed and ambition. Behind him, there was a big shot in the federal parliament. Although the demonic aura of that big shot was hidden very deeply, it could not be hidden from Jiang Chen's eyes. Just a small fish. Jiang Chen wasn't even interested in looking at him anymore. Now is not the time to close the net. What he wants to do is not to nip in the bud a few jumping clowns, but to uproot all the dirty and rotten roots hidden under the seemingly calm surface of the Federation. Mr. Jiang Chen, please accept our request. General Li Zhan's voice brought Jiang Chen back to his senses. This old man, who had spent his entire life in the military, was now looking at Jiang Chen with an almost pleading attitude. All the generals behind him also maintained a saluting posture, not daring to breathe. The fate of the entire Federation seemed to rest on the shoulders of this mysterious young man. Special strategic advisor? Jiang Chen's voice remained calm. I'm not interested. What he needed was luck, to quickly recover 1/10,000th, or even 1/1000,000th, of his strength, not just an empty reputation. This position has no restrictions. Li Jun said eagerly. You don't need to be accountable to anyone. You only need to provide us with strategic guidance when you deem it necessary. All the resources and intelligence systems of the Federation will be open to you unconditionally. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would refuse. A person who can see through the battlefield layout thousands of miles away and predict all the enemy's movements is no longer something that can be described as talent. This is God. The only oracle capable of leading humanity out of this crisis of extinction. Just when Jiang Chen was about to refuse again. Boom! The entire military base shook violently without any warning. Immediately afterwards, the dome of the Supreme Command Center, which was made of a special alloy, seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and a dazzling golden beam of light fell from the sky and landed directly in the center of the command room. Enemy attack. Protect the commander. All the generals' faces changed drastically and they instantly entered combat mode. However, that golden beam of light was not at all aggressive. The light dissipated, and a figure appeared in the same place. He was a young man wearing a golden dragon-patterned brocade robe, with a handsome and enchanting face and an elegant and noble temperament. On his forehead was a small golden flame mark. A pressure so powerful that it suffocated all the B-level experts present emanated from him. Grade A. Another O-level expert. Moreover, the domineering aura he exudes is not something that an ordinary warrior can possess. Yanhuang Empire, 13th Prince, Ji Xian. The young man spoke slowly, his voice filled with an innate arrogance. I have come to Tianfeng province on the orders of my father, the emperor, to seek an audience with someone. Yanhuang Empire? Li Zhan, Zhao Wuji and others were shocked. It was one of the two oldest and most powerful factions standing at the summit of the human world. A behemoth that rivaled the Federation and ruled over the eastern continent. Normally, although the Federation and the Empire are of the same human race, their relationship has never been harmonious. In many areas, they are even in a state of competition or even hostility. At this critical moment when all of humanity is facing life and death, why is the Imperial Prince personally descending upon the Federation Military Command Center? I wonder who Your Highness the Prince wants to see. Li Jun suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Ji Xian's gaze swept across the entire audience. When his eyes swept across those high-ranking military officers, they did not linger for a moment, as if they were all air. Finally, his gaze fixed on the young man in a waiter's uniform, the only one who remained calm under his A-level pressure. I'm here to find you. Ji Xian said word by word, with a hint of nervousness in his tone that he himself was not even aware of. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone's eyes once again focused on Jiang Chen. The Imperial Prince, despite tearing through space and traveling across thousands of miles, was looking for him? Who is this young man? Is there something? Jiang Chen finally raised his eyelids and uttered two words. Ji Xian took a deep breath. As a prince of the empire, when had he ever used such a begging attitude towards anyone? But his father's order and the importance of the matter forced him to put aside all his pride. My sister, Princess Ji Yueyao, suffers from the 9 Yin meridians. The coldness has attacked her heart, and she won't live long. The empire emptied its treasury and sought out famous doctors from all over the world, but nothing could cure her. Everyone declared she wouldn't live past her 18th birthday. And 3 days from now, it will be her birthday. Ji Xian's voice became a little low. Not long ago, imperial spies obtained a fragmented recipe from the Lu family, a ruined clan in Jiangcheng. Appraised by the empire's chief alchemist, the theory behind the elixir described in that recipe surpasses all existing alchemy systems. We followed the clues and found Black Wind Mountain, the Wang family, and finally, you. Mr. Jiang Chen. Ji Xian bowed deeply and solemnly to Jiang Chen. On behalf of the Yanhuang Empire, I beg you to save my sister's life. As long as you are willing to make a move, the Empire can agree to any conditions. Divine artifacts, skills, territory, wealth. As long as you ask, the Empire will never frown. Boom! Ji Xian's words were like dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake. Li Zhan, Zhao Wuji, Qin Wushuang, everyone was completely stunned. They feel that their brains are no longer enough. The scene before them has completely overturned their worldview. To save one person, a powerful nation like the Yanhuang Empire was willing to pay such an outrageous price? and the person they begged was just an ordinary-looking boy. However, facing these conditions that were enough to drive anyone crazy, Jiang Chen's face remained expressionless. Save people? Not interested. He is not a saint, nor is he a doctor. His time is precious. Just when he was about to refuse outright. Ding! Information about the important girl of destiny, Ji Yueyao, has been detected. The target person is near death. Trigger hidden mission, Phoenix Nirvana. Mission objective, cure Ji Yueyao's 9 absolute egg meridian and help her awaken the Taiyin divine body. Mission reward, luck points plus 10,000. 1 strand of primordial chaos energy. Plus 1% progress towards unlocking the Celestial Emperor's Dharmakaya. Jiang Chen paused slightly. Finally, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes, which had remained indifferent for thousands of years. Emperor's Eye. Open. In an instant, his sight seemed to penetrate the endless space and directly locked onto the depths of a magnificent and heavily guarded palace billions of miles away. He saw a girl lying on a 1,000-year-old ice jade bed, her face as pale as paper, but still unable to hide her peerless beauty. Above the girl's head, a huge, almost blinding, and dazzling golden pillar of luck shot up into the sky. In that beam of light, there was a faint shadow of a noble phoenix, wailing. Target person, Ji Yueyao. Identity, Princess of the Yanhuang Empire reincarnated goddess. Luck value, 98-100 chosen girl. Fate annotation, the chosen daughter of heaven, the Phoenix Nirvana, the mother of the world, with great fortune. Current status, 9 absolute meridians erupt, the source of life is about to be exhausted, disaster is approaching, life hangs by a thread. Good job. Another girl of luck. Moreover, his luck value was as high as 98 points. Even higher than Qin Wushuang. More importantly, the mission rewards are staggeringly generous. 10,000 luck points. There is also a wisp of extremely precious Hongmeng chaos energy. This deal can be done. I don't need any conditions. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Jiang Chen finally spoke again. A hint of ecstasy flashed across Ji Xian's face. Then what the gentleman means is, I can save him. Jiang Chen's voice left no room for doubt. But I will not go to your empire. If you want her to survive, send her to Jiangcheng within a day. If you're 1 minute late, you'll be ready to collect the bodies. Chapter 35, The Goddess Falls in Love Again? Jiang Chen rescues the beauty, the princess, he is so gentle, I love him so much. In the command center, Jiang Chen's voice was like an unquestionable imperial decree, announcing the fate of the princess of the Yanhuang Empire. Overbearing. Absolutely domineering. You. For the first time, anger and surprise appeared on Ji Xian's handsome and charming face. He was a prince of the empire, and he came in person and begged humbly, but in return, he received such a strong and ruthless order. Ask him to deliver the empire's most noble princess to this remote federal city within 1 day, like a piece of cargo? This is such a shame and humiliation. However, before he could react. Ding! Information about the important girl of destiny, Ji Yueyao, has been detected. The target person is near death. Warning! The target's life source is rapidly depleting. Time remaining, 23 hours and 58 minutes. In Jiang Chen's mind, the system's countdown was beating coldly and mercilessly. He didn't even look at Ji Xian again, and turned and left. It seemed as if saying one more word would be a waste of his precious time. Stop! Ji Xian shouted angrily. The terrifying pressure from the A-level strong man exploded, trying to confine the figure in place. But that momentum that was enough to make mountains and rivers collapse, when it came within 3 feet of Jiang Chen, was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, and it melted into nothingness in an instant. Jiang Chen's footsteps did not pause for a moment. Just like that, under the shocked and angry gaze of the imperial prince, he disappeared step by step at the door of the command room. Asshole! Ji Xian was so angry that he was shaking all over and punched the alloy wall beside him. Boom! The wall that was strong enough to withstand missile bombardment was smashed by him and a terrible dent was created. Li Zhan, Zhao Wuji and others present were silent. However, after the anger, it was replaced by deeper powerlessness and fear. Ji Xian knew better than anyone how dangerous his sister's condition had become. Jiang Chen is their only hope. Someone come. Ji Xian gritted his teeth, his voice filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Contact father immediately. Use the Empire's highest level space warship, the 9 Heavens. No matter the cost, Her Royal Highness must be sent to Jiangqing within 1 day. 20 hours later. Jiangcheng, the military's secret base with the highest level of security. The sky was torn apart by an invisible force. A magnificent ship made entirely of unknown gold and divine gold, with countless mysterious array characters engraved on the hull, shaped like a phoenix with spread wings, forcibly broke through the space barrier and landed here. The huge ship blocked out the sun. The overwhelming pressure from the ancient empire made all the warriors in Jiangqing feel a shudder from the bottom of their souls. The hatch opens. The imperial prince Jixian was the first to come out, personally holding a girl wrapped in a thick ice silk quilt. His face looked extremely ugly. The girl in his arms breathed so faintly, like a candle that could go out at any moment. In the core medical room of the base, Jiang Chen had been waiting for a long time. All the medical equipment here has been cleared out, leaving only a simple bed. Ji Xian held Ji Yueyao and carefully placed her on the bed. When everyone present, including Qin Wushuang, saw Ji Yueyao's face, which was as pale as paper but still breathtakingly beautiful, they felt a pang of heartache. It is a kind of beauty that is about to wither and break. It was as if a fairy from the ninth heaven had fallen into the mortal world, and her soul was about to return to the heaven of separation and sorrow. I've brought her here. Ji Xian's voice was hoarse. He looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "Can my sister be saved?" Jiang Chen didn't answer. He walked to the bed, stretched out 2 fingers, and placed them on Ji Yueyao's wrist, which was as cold as snow. A tiny, imperceptible wisp of primordial chaotic energy flowed along his fingertips and into Ji Yueyao's body. Emperor's Dharma Eye is activated at the same time. In an instant, all the secrets in Ji Yueyao's body could no longer hide in front of Jiang Chen. Her meridians were almost completely frozen and blocked by an extremely cold black energy. That was not ordinary cold air, but a vicious curse that carried the power of law. This curse was like a cancer that had taken root in her soul and the source of her life, madly absorbing everything from her. The so-called 9 meridians are not innate at all. But someone, when she was young, used an extremely sophisticated and cruel method to forcibly implant it into her body. The purpose was not to kill her at all. But it's for raising insects. Treat her as a perfect container, and use her divine luck and phoenix fate to nurture this curse. Once the curse seal is mature, the person behind it can take it out, refine it into a pill, or swallow it directly. At that time, all of Ji Yueya's luck and origin can be taken away in one fell swoop. What a vicious method. It's not a congenital disease. Jiang Chen finally spoke, his voice indifferent. When she was 3 years old, someone used the 9 nether soul refining needle to inject a tiny demon seed into her crown. She has survived all these years thanks to her own powerful phoenix destiny and the countless natural treasures your empire has used to forcibly prolong her life. But now, this demon seed has matured. What? Ji Xian was like being struck by lightning, he was completely stunned. Human, artificial? How is that possible? My father invited the best imperial physicians in the world, and they all said it was a congenitally blocked meridian. Just a bunch of quacks. Jiang Chen commented calmly, without any emotion in his tone. The source of this energy is the same as the one we encountered in Black Wind Mountain before, but it is more refined and more ancient. The Shadow Council. Jiang Chen uttered 4 words. But he already understood it in his heart. This is definitely not something that a small branch of the Shadow Council can do. Behind it, it must be related to an extremely ancient and terrifying existence in the demon world. Then, is there any hope? Ji Xian was completely panicked, his voice trembling. She was hopeless, Jiang Chen said, but she met me. The words fell. Jiang Chen stopped talking nonsense. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Ji Yueyao's icy forehead. The other hand, through the thin blanket, hovered over her lower abdomen. You all, get out. Ji Xian and others did not dare to disobey in the slightest and quickly left the medical room. The heavy alloy door slowly closed. Only Jiang Chen and the beautiful girl whose life was hanging by a thread were left in the room. As if she felt the faint breath in Jiang Chen's palm, the unconscious Ji Yueyao uttered a painful groan and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. The Taiyin demon in her body felt an unprecedented threat and began to retaliate madly. There was no expression on Jiang Chen's face. Boom! An extremely pure energy, as if it came from the primordial chaos at the beginning of the universe, slowly flowed out from his palm. This time, he did not choose to suppress it in a domineering manner. Instead, it was like a warm stream, gently enveloping the cold evil energy that was raging in her meridians. Sizzle, sizzle. Warmth begins to dispel the cold. Light begins to purify the darkness. For Ji Yueyao, who had endured inhuman pain for more than 10 years, this feeling was unprecedented. She felt that her body, which had been in an ice cellar for years, felt warm for the first time. It is not the burning heat of fire, but the most gentle and warmest warmth that comes from the origin of life. The pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow and soul is being soothed bit by bit. So comfortable. So warm. This was a feeling she had never experienced in her life. She sank into this warmth, and her brows, which had been furrowed for more than 10 years, relaxed for the first time. She could even see a golden warm current flowing through her body. Wherever it passed, the black ice crystals that were entrenched in her meridians and causing her unbearable pain melted away gently. Her body, her soul, were moaning with delight. In her deep coma, a satisfied, lazy blush like a kitten appeared on her pale face. Ding! Detected a dramatic emotional fluctuation in the target person. Ji Yueyao's favorability plus 40 like a spring breeze, current favorability, 7100 dependence. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the system's prompt sound. His expression was one of extreme concentration. It is not difficult to remove the demon seed for Ji Yueyao. The difficult part is how to perfectly remove the demon seed that has been entangled with her soul without damaging her origin. At the same time, this process must be used to temper her body in turn and help her awaken the Tian divine body hidden in the deepest part of her blood. This requires God-like control over power. The slightest mistake will lead to failure. Time passes by minute. Ji Yueyao's body began to emit a faint golden halo. Her skin, which was as pale as paper, gradually became rosy and full of the luster of life. A powerful vitality is reviving in her body. I don't know how long it took. The girl's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. A pair of pure and clear eyes that seemed to contain the sea of stars looked at the world in front of them with a hint of confusion. Sight, focus. She saw the young man who was pressing his palm against her forehead. That calm and indifferent face, those eyes so deep that they seemed to be able to swallow everything. And the warmth coming from his palm, which made her so nostalgic and dependent on him. You. Ji Yueyao opened her mouth and uttered the first complete sentence in more than 10 years without any pain. Her voice is ethereal, clear, and like the sound of nature. Is it a god? Chapter 36, Defy Fate and Change Destiny. Treat an illness and give your wife away, and buy one get one free? Is it a god? The girl's voice was ethereal, filled with the confusion and deep shock of just waking up. Jiang Chen didn't answer. His palm was still on Ji Yueyao's forehead, and his deep eyes were as calm as a deep well, as if the girl's beautiful face that was enough to make any man in the world fall in love with her was no different from a piece of stubborn stone. Immortal? He was once the emperor of heaven, standing above all the gods in the heavens. In his eyes, the gods are nothing but ants. His attention was completely focused on Ji Yueyao's body. As the Tian demon seed was continuously purified and stripped away by the primordial chaotic energy, his omnipotent, emperor's eye, could see more and more clearly. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. He noticed something was wrong. Deep within Ji Yueyao's frozen meridians, at the source of the 9 absolute meridians, there is actually a completely opposite force hidden. It was a blazing, overbearing, and extremely noble young force. This power was suppressed by an extremely complex ancient seal in the deepest part of her blood, like a sleeping dragon, only occasionally leaking a faint breath. It was this leaked trace of extremely yang energy that created the most fundamental conflict with the extremely yin power of the Tian demon seed. One yin and one yang, incompatible with each other, have been tearing and fighting wildly in her body for more than 10 years. This is the real source of her pain. The so-called 9 yin meridians was an outright lie from the very beginning. This is not a dead bloodline at all, but two extremely opposite, god-level bloodlines. Lunar divine body and sun divine body? No, that's not right. Jiang Chen's emperor's eye penetrates through layers of fog and looks directly at the source. He saw it. What was sealed wasn't the complete sun god's body, but a bloodline source. A bloodline mark belonging to someone else. This blood mark, like a seed, was forcibly implanted into Ji Yueyao's body. Some people want to use Ji Yueyao, the chosen girl, as an excellent fertile soil to breed a yang bloodline. Combined with the vicious Tian demon seed. Jiang Chen instantly understood the sinister intentions of the person behind the scenes. This person wanted to use Ji Yueyao as a cauldron to cultivate the two extreme powers of yin and yang at the same time. When the day of success comes, he will use them to replenish the yin and yang, and achieve a leap to heaven in one step. What a shocking conspiracy! What a cruel and ruthless method! Unfortunately, despite all their calculations, they miscalculated one thing. They underestimated the power of Ji Yueyao's phoenix fate and overestimated the strength of their own seal. The imbalance of yin and yang caused Ji Yueyao to reach the brink of death prematurely, and also made their conspiracy that they had planned for more than 10 years about to fail. Interesting. The corners of Jiang Chan's mouth finally curled up into a cold arc. To break this deadlock, simply eliminating the demon species is not enough. The only way is to break the seal of the sun. Let yin and yang no longer be in opposition, but blend and become one. Using his supreme primordial chaotic energy as a bridge, he forced these two divine bloodlines to achieve a perfect balance in Ji Yueyao's body. This is tantamount to defying fate. Its difficulty is thousands of times greater than simply saving people. But for Jiang Chen, it's just a little more effort. Hold on tight. Jiang Chen uttered 3 words lightly, without waiting for Ji Yueyao to react. Boom! A primordial chaotic energy that was 100 times larger than before, like the Milky Way pouring back from the sky, suddenly poured from his palm into Ji Yueyao's limbs and bones. Ugh! Ji Yueyao let out an uncontrollable cry of pain, and her delicate body began to tremble violently. Half of it is freezing cold. Half is as hot as fire. 2 completely different extreme pains erupted in her body at the same time. She felt as if her body was about to be torn in two alive. Just when her consciousness was about to collapse, the extremely domineering Hongmeng chaotic energy suddenly changed and turned into a vast and boundless chaotic nebula, enveloping the cold power of the moon and the hot power of the sun at the same time. Suppression. Fusion. With an absolutely unquestionable attitude, he forcibly broke down the barrier, allowing the two forces to begin to contact, rotate, and chase. It was as if the world was just created and yin and yang were just separated. A mysterious Tai Chi diagram began to slowly take shape in Ji Yueyao's Dantian Qi Si. The pain of ice and fire, in the ultimate sublimation, gradually transformed into an indescribable comfort and pleasure. Ji Yueyao's tense body slowly relaxed. A lazy blush appeared on her pale face again, and her pair of misty starry eyes looked at the boy in front of her with mist. Her body and her soul longed for the power of creation that came from his palm. Just then, ding! A deep bond has been detected between the host and the high luck target Ji Yueyao luck value 98. The target's physique is detected to be special, with yin and yang blending and chaos beginning to emerge. The host has successfully sown the Tao seed. Congratulations to the host, the offspring was successfully conceived single baby. When your offspring is born, you will receive a 100-fold return reward based on their talent. A series of system prompt sounds suddenly exploded in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen paused slightly. His indifferent eyes finally showed a ripple. Offspring? Sow the seeds of Tao? He looked down at his hand pressing on Ji Yueyao's lower abdomen. The primordial chaotic energy is the source of all things and the beginning of life. Ji Yueyao's physique happens to be a chaotic breeding ground where yin and yang coexist. In the process of deeply combing and integrating his power, a wisp of his original breath was perfectly combined with Ji Yueyao's life source. At the moment of yin and yang, a new life imprint was born. A Tao seed that carries the blood of the heavenly emperor. I see. Jiang Chen understood instantly. There was still no extra expression on his face. Accident? Maybe. But the result seems to be good. When a child is born, will the reward be returned 100-fold? This deal is a huge profit. His expression returned to its eternal indifference. The movements of his hands became a little gentler. After all, this is no longer just about saving one person. He is also nurturing an investment product that can bring him huge returns. At this moment, Ji Yueyao was still unaware of all this. She only felt that as the warm power continued to penetrate deeper, in addition to the comfortable feeling of the blending of yin and yang, there seemed to be something more in her lower abdomen. It was a very wonderful feeling. It was as if there was a small seed full of infinite vitality taking root and sprouting there, closely connected with her life and her soul. She could even faintly feel that the seed was happily absorbing the power from the man's palm. And towards him, she exuded a feeling of admiration and closeness that came from blood. What's going on? Ji Yueyao was completely stunned. Her mind, which had just regained clarity, was completely unable to comprehend what was happening before her eyes. She only knew that her body was undergoing earth-shaking changes that were far beyond her imagination. And the source of all this comes from the godlike young man in front of him. I don't know how long it took. Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his hand. All right. He uttered 2 words lightly. The Taiyin demon seed in Ji Yueyao's body has been completely purified. The seal of Ji Yang has also been lifted. The yin and yang forces formed a perfect cycle in her body, endlessly. At this moment, she not only completely got rid of the threat of death, but also turned a disaster into a blessing, and ascended to heaven in one step, awakening the unique Chaos Dao body in the ages. Its future achievements are limitless. Ji Yueyao slowly sat up from the bed. She looked down at her hands, which were as white as jade and full of power, and felt the unprecedented, surging and vast power in her body. She's alive. Moreover, it has become countless times stronger than before. She suddenly looked up, and her eyes, bright as stars, stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. Gratitude, shock, awe, dependence, all kinds of complex emotions intertwined in her eyes. In the end, all her emotions turned into an absurd idea that made her blush and her heart beat fast. Her hand, uncontrollably, gently stroked her flat belly. There, that new, wonderful feeling of being connected to her blood was so clear. Ji Yueyao's pretty face instantly turned red to her ears, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Am I pregnant with your child? Chapter 37, Jiang Cheng is in danger. My wife was beaten on the front line, and the god of Jiang is furious. Inside the medical room, the air seemed to freeze. Ji Yueyao's earth-shattering words, filled with endless shyness and uncertainty, plunged the entire room into an eerie silence. Do you have your child? Jiang Chen's movements finally came to a complete stop. For the first time, his eyes, which had been calm for eternity, showed a trace of indescribable and complex emotions. He lowered his head and glanced at his palm, which had just left the girl's belly, then looked at the girl's beautiful face, which was so red that it was about to bleed, but full of expectation and dependence. Under the Emperor's Dharma eye, he could clearly see that deep within the girl's newly formed chaotic body, an extremely tiny life imprint was happily absorbing the magnificent vitality in her body, and emitting admiration for him from the deepest part of her blood. Although it was just an accident. But it seems to be true. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking about whether to use the pale explanation of "you misunderstood" or a more direct way to let her understand the difference between Tao seed and child. Buzz buzz buzz. Shrill. Ear-piercing. The blood-red roar, signaling the highest-level intrusion alarm, suddenly and without warning, ripped apart the tranquility of the entire base. The entire secret base shook violently at the sound of this terrifying alarm. What's going on? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Ji Xian, Zhao Woji and others who were guarding outside the door suddenly changed their expressions and rushed in immediately. Mr. Jiang. Are you okay? Zhao Woji took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Chen and Ji Yueyao, looking around with a vigilant look on his face. Ji Xian also had a solemn expression on his face, and the aura of an A-level expert burst out from his body, protecting Ji Yueyao firmly behind him. However, there was no expression on Jiang Chen's face. He didn't even pay attention to the crowd that rushed in. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick alloy wall, penetrate the endless space, and look towards the sky above Jiang Cheng. Emperor's eye. Open. In an instant, the entire scene of Jiang Cheng appeared in his mind in a form beyond dimension. He sees it. In the sky east of Jiangcheng, the city's originally indestructible defense barrier was torn open by a terrifying force from another dimension, leaving a huge crack several kilometers long. The inky black demonic energy gushed out from the crack like a flood bursting through a dam. Countless hideous, twisted demons that exuded a breath of tyranny and destruction rushed out from the cracks like a swarm of locusts. Low-level cannon fodder demon soldiers, huge demonized beasts, shadow demons that excel at stealth and assassination. There are even several terrifying beings that are over 100 meters in size and have an aura that has reached the peak of B level or even half a step into a level the Abyss Demon Generals. This was a premeditated lightning invasion against Jiangcheng. Report! Report! The East City Gate's defensive barrier has collapsed. The number of demons exceeds 100,000. And it's still increasing. Request for support. We can't hold on any longer. Roars filled with despair and terror were heard from the communication channel within the base. The streets of Jiangcheng were already in chaos. The citizens who had just been immersed in a peaceful life now had fear and despair written all over their faces, and were running around like headless flies. The cries, screams, the sounds of collapsing buildings, and the cruel and bloodthirsty roars of the demons intertwined into a symphony of hell at the end of the world. Asshole. As Zhao Wuji listened to the urgent reports coming back from the tactical terminal, his weather-beaten face instantly turned red and his eyes were about to burst. All the Dragon Fong members who can still move. Follow me to the front lines immediately. Major Qin has already led his men over, a team member reported in a trembling voice. The scene switched to the main battlefield at the East Gate. Qin Wuxuan was dressed in military uniform, holding an ice-blue sword that exuded a biting coldness. He led the troops and rushed to the front line like a blue lightning. At this moment, her strength is no longer what it used to be. The terrifying power belonging to the peak of Class B erupted without reservation. Wherever the swordlight passed, groups of low-level demons were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and then shattered into ice chips all over the sky. Her existence was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, temporarily stabilizing the defense line that was about to collapse. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar was heard. An abyss demon general, over 50 meters tall, covered in black scales and holding a huge bone blade, set his sights on her. The terrifying pressure from a half-step A-level cultivator came crashing down. Evil beast! Die! Qin Wuxuan's beautiful eyes turned cold, and instead of retreating, she advanced. Her whole body turned into a stream of light, soaring into the sky, and took the initiative to meet the terrifying demon general. However, at the moment when she was fighting fiercely with the demon general, in the shadows, two other equally powerful figures emerged silently. One is the soul-stealing witch who is good at mental shock. On the other side is the shadow hunter, which is extremely fast and has claws that are sharp enough to tear apart tanks. 3 heads. A total of 3 half-step A-level abyss demon generals. Their target, from the very beginning, was Qin Wuxuan, the strongest force on the battlefield. This is a sure kill situation. Oh no! Major Qin is in danger. Zhao Wuji screamed in shock, his eyes bloodshot. He wanted to go to support, but he was stopped in the secret base. His first priority was to protect Jiang Chen. Inside the medical room, everyone was shocked by this sudden and drastic change. However, Jiang Chen still stood there, motionless. He did not look at the tragic battlefield scene. His emperor's eyes can see things at a deeper level. He saw that the light golden halo that originally enveloped the sky above Jiangchang, representing the city's fortune, was being madly eroded and swallowed by the strange demonic black energy that was rising into the sky. Every second, countless golden spots representing the destiny of the human race are assimilated and erased by the black air. Jiangchang's luck line is becoming dim and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. And these devoured fortunes will eventually be gathered into the hands of the Shadow Council or even the demonic gods through some mysterious sacrificial rituals. This is more than just an invasion. This is more of a plunder of luck. There was still no expression on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Cheng's life or death, and the lives of millions of people, are irrelevant to him. But the fortune of this city belongs to him. He had just sown a Tao seed here that would bring him a 100-fold return. This is already his territory. How dare these filthy bugs snatch things that belong to him right in front of him? Ding! A large-scale invasion has been detected in the host's territory, Jiangchang. The human race's luck is being plundered. Ding! High luck target Qin Wuxuan luck value 75 is detected to be in mortal danger, and vital signs are rapidly declining. Trigger Guardian mission, clean the courtyard. Mission objective, repel all the demons that invade Jiangchang and protect the host's assets. Task reward, based on cleaning efficiency and results, a large amount of luck points will be calculated. The system prompt sounded coldly. Jiang Chen slowly raised his eyes. His eyes fell on the battlefield scene. He saw that Qin Wuxuan was under siege by the 3-headed demon general, and was in danger. Phew! The mental shock from the soul stealing which caused her to be in a momentary trance. It's this flaw of 1,000th of a second. The sharp claws of the shadow hunter tore through her protective aura, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone on her white arm. Blood dyed the military uniform red. Major Qin. Zhao Wuji let out a sad and angry roar. Ji Yueyao's pretty face, which had just regained its color, turned pale in an instant. She subconsciously grabbed the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes, her starry eyes filled with fear and worry. It was at this moment Jiang Chen finally moved. He didn't even say hello to anyone. He just said calmly to Ji Yueyao, whose face was full of worry. Stay here and don't run around. before he finished speaking. His figure disappeared instantly as if it had never appeared. All that was left was a room full of people in a complete daze. Where are the people? A member of the Dragon Fall team swallowed hard. Zhao Wuji suddenly turned around and stared at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared. On his face, which was full of anxiety and anger, there emerged an uncontrollable ecstasy and awe. He took action. This godlike young man is finally going to take action. Jiang Chen is saved. Chapter 38, My Wife is Being Bullied? Jiang Chen, kill millions of demons with one sword. Jiang Chen, East Gate defense line. Blood and fire intertwined into a picture of hell. The defense line is in name only. Countless demons poured in like a tide, frantically tearing apart all human warriors who dared to resist. Qin Wuxuang's breathing became extremely heavy. Her silver armor had long since been stained a dark crimson by blood and filth. The deep wound on her left arm, deep enough to see the bone, was steadily draining her strength and body temperature. The energy in the body is almost exhausted. He. The Federation's Frost Rose is nothing more than this. The soul stealing which let out a shrill laugh, and the invisible mental shock was like poisonous needles, piercing Qin Wuxuang's already exhausted mind. Her consciousness went blank for a moment. Now is the time. A hint of cruel excitement flashed in the eyes of the Shadow Hunter. Its figure turned into a black line that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Its claws were sharp enough to tear through alloy armor, and with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it went straight for Qin Wuxuang's throat. The shadow of death is clearer than ever. For the first time, a hint of despair and unwillingness flashed in Qin Wuxuang's beautiful ice-blue eyes. Am I going to die here? She thought of her family, her father's expectations, and her comrades who had sacrificed their lives. Finally, that calm and indifferent face, as if it didn't care about anything, emerged in her mind uncontrollably. Jiang Chen. What would happen if he were here? This idea is so absurd, yet so persistent. Phew. There was no sound of claws tearing flesh. The expected severe pain did not come. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Qin Wuxuang raised his head with difficulty. She saw it. A figure, without her knowing when, had already stood in front of her. It was a very familiar, thin figure. He was still wearing that simple casual outfit, which was totally out of place on this bloody and tragic battlefield. He didn't look back or even make any unnecessary movements. The Shadow Hunter's claws, sharp enough to tear a tank apart, stopped less than 3 inches from the back of his neck and could no longer move forward. It seemed as if there was an invisible and absolutely insurmountable chasm there. What's going on? For the first time, an emotion called fear arose in the chaotic and bloodthirsty mind of the Shadow Hunter. It wanted to retreat, but found that its body, along with the surrounding space, was completely imprisoned by an invisible force and could not move. How dare you touch my people in front of this emperor? A voice that was so cold and emotionless slowly sounded. The voice was not loud, but it seemed like an oracle from the sky, clearly reaching the ears of every living being on the battlefield. As the words fell, Jiang Chen finally turned around slowly. His gaze fell on the 3 half-step-a-level demon generals who had forced Qin Wuxuang into a desperate situation. What a pair of eyes those are! There was no anger, no murderous intent, only an eternal, dead silence and indifference. It's as if the gods are looking down upon the humble ants. Boom! An indescribable terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Jiang Chen's body. That's not a level, let alone the so-called S level. It is a supreme sword intent that transcends all power systems in this world and is above the laws. God-level sword body. Full aura. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, all metal products in the entire East Gate battlefield, whether it was the swords and guns in the hands of the soldiers, the armor and weapons on the demons, and even the bullet casings scattered on the ground, all let out violent screams. They are trembling and surrendering. It was as if he was worshipping the source of all swords, the emperor of all swords. The air was filled with an invisible sharp aura, as if even the space itself was about to be cut into pieces by this sword intent. What kind of power is this? The largest abyss demon general let out a terrified roar. Its hard scales that were strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment were now cut by the invisible sword energy, leaving fine blood marks. Escape! The soul stealing which was the first to react. She screamed, turned around and tried to escape into the void. However, it was too late. Jiang Chen raised his hand. He put his fingers together like a sword and lightly drew a line at the air. There are no earth-shattering sound and light effects. There is no earth-shattering energy fluctuation. It's just that simple, such a casual stroke. An invisible sword energy, invisible to the naked eye and formed purely from sword intent, flashed by. Puff! 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 3 ferocious heads rose into the sky. The 3 arrogant half-stepper rank abyssal demon generals who had forced Qin Wuxuang into a desperate situation didn't even utter a single scream. Their bodies, along with their souls, were completely annihilated by that invisible sword energy. Their spirits and souls were completely shattered. Flash sale. With one strike, 3 half-step A-level monsters were killed instantly. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence in an instant. No matter whether it was the alien demons who were attacking frantically or the human warriors who were struggling to hold on, everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at the 3 huge headless corpses that fell to the ground. Everyone's brain went blank. Roar! The nearest B-level demonized beast seemed to have not yet recovered from the death of its companion. A fierce light flashed in its scarlet eyes, and it took heavy steps and rushed towards Jiang Chen with a roar. Jiang Chen didn't even look at it. He just took a step, one step at a time, and walked slowly towards the torn crack in the sky and towards the endless army of demons. Just at the moment when he crossed paths with the demonized giant beast. Swish! The giant beast, which was tens of meters tall and as big as a hill, had its body neatly split into 2 halves by an extremely smooth cut in the middle. The boiling internal organs and smelly blood flowed all over the ground with a splash. Jiang Chen's body was still spotless. He didn't even make a move. Just the protective sword energy naturally emanating from around the body was enough to instantly dismember this terrifying peak-level B-class beast. This scene completely broke down the psychological defenses of all the demons. Devil! He's the devil! Run! Fear, like a plague, spreads wildly among the demon army. The demon soldier who was brutal and fearless just a second ago, now screamed in fear as if he had seen a ghost, turned around and ran away, trying desperately to get away from the slowly approaching, godlike figure. The scene became extremely weird. On one side, there were tens of thousands of demonic armies fleeing like a tide. On the other side, there was a young man walking alone, leisurely. He alone is like an army of thousands. He alone is the natural disaster and divine punishment. You want to leave now? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold arc. Did I tell you to leave? He stopped, raised his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and clenched them violently towards the chaotic battlefield. Sword domain, open. Buzz. With him as the center, an invisible yet real domain instantly covered the battlefield of several kilometers in radius. In this realm, Jiang Chen is the only master. The only god. 10,000 swords return to their origin. Accompanied by his cold sentence. In this world, all the concepts of swords, sharpness, and cutting were completely controlled by him at this moment. Ding ding dong dong. The long swords in the hands of countless human warriors flew out uncontrollably. The bone spurs and sharp claws on the bodies of countless demons were forcibly stripped off. Countless metal fragments from buildings, stones on the ground, and even the dust floating in the air were all endowed with supreme and sharp sword intent at this moment. Thousands and thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. Endless swords cover the sky and the sun, hovering in the air. That scene was like a myth coming to life. Qin Wuxuang sat slumped on the ground in a daze. She looked up at the rain of swords in the sky and the back of the god of destruction who stood alone between heaven and earth, like the one who was in charge of punishment. Her frozen heart was completely melted at this moment, and was deeply branded with an indelible mark. Zhao Wuji, Ji Xian, and others watched the scene that subverted their worldview through the screen of the secret base, and had completely lost the ability to think. Fall. Jiang Chen uttered a word softly. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A rain of swords suddenly fell from the sky. That's not a massacre. It was a cleanup without any suspense. Chapter 39 Chaos Body vs. Demon King. The entire Jiangcheng is about to be blown up. The rain of swords stopped. The world is quiet. Outside the East City Gate, the land that was originally crowded with hundreds of thousands of alien demons has now turned into a bloody graveyard composed of broken limbs and metal fragments. There was not a single intact body. There is not a single living demon. The endless demonic tide that seemed to devour the entire Jiangcheng was completely wiped out from this world in just a few tens of seconds. Cleaning. It was truly a clean-up. Clean, neat, leaving no traces. All the surviving human warriors stood there blankly, like puppets with their souls taken away. The weapons in their hands had already flown away at the command of 10,000 swords returned to the origin and were now stuck in the corpses of monsters in the distance, still buzzing. Their brains have completely shut down. The scene before their eyes had already surpassed their wildest and boldest imaginations. Miracle. They couldn't find any words other than miracle to describe what had just happened. Qin Wuxuan collapsed in a pool of blood, and she even forgot the pain in her body. Her ice blue eyes, which were always cold and aloof, were now staring at the lonely and tall figure floating in the air without blinking. It was him. He saved himself. It was him who saved the entire Jiangcheng with his own strength. This thought, like the hottest brand, was deeply engraved into the deepest part of her soul. Inside the secret base, Zhao Wuji, Ji Xian, and all the senior military officials who witnessed all this through the screen were petrified. Dead silence. Inside the command center, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's mouth was open and their eyes were wide open, as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. That's an army of hundreds of thousands of demons. Among them are many powerful beings at B level and even half-step A level. Just like that, gone? Killed instantly by one person with one move? This is S level? No, even the legendary S level powerhouse can never achieve this level. Zhao Wuji's voice was as dry as if it had been polished by sandpaper, filled with endless horror and awe. Ji Xian's body was shaking uncontrollably. As a prince of the Yanhuang Empire, he had seen countless powerful men and even witnessed his father's earth-shattering power. But even his father could not wipe out hundreds of thousands of troops in an instant so easily. This is not force. This is divine punishment. It is a higher dimension, a dimensionality reduction attack on lower creatures. Just when everyone thought that this nightmare was over. Boom! Suddenly, from the torn crack in the sky, there was a dull sound like a heartbeat. A terrifying aura that was 100 times more terrifying and 10,000 times more evil than all the previous demons combined, like an awakened ancient beast, suddenly descended upon the world from the depths of the dark crack. That breath was cold, violent, and filled with destruction and despair. Just the arrival of that aura made the entire Jiangcheng sky instantly turn as dark as ink. The demonic energy that had begun to dissipate became thick again, as if it had turned into a tangible, sticky liquid. The air is wailing. The laws are twisting. All the surviving humans felt a shudder in fear that came from the very soul. It was as if a pair of eyes from the abyss were coldly watching each of them. What is that? And, there are stronger enemies? The glimmer of hope that had just risen was instantly replaced by ruthless despair. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a tall figure, covered in a tattered black robe, slowly walked out from the crack in the sky, step by step. He seemed to be walking on an invisible staircase, and with every step he took, the entire space trembled. No one could see his face clearly. That face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of eternal dark fog. All one could see was two blood-red spots of light beneath the shadow of the hood, without any emotion. With his appearance, on the entire battlefield, all the remaining evil auras belonging to the demons seemed to have found their king and gathered towards him madly. He is the source of all demons. He is fear itself. The Shadow Council, the leader of the Jiangcheng branch, the king-level demon, Black Disaster. Jiangchen slowly raised his head, looked at the descending figure, and finally uttered a few words. His emperor's eyes had already seen through the other party's disguise and recognized his true nature. This is a true A-level peak existence who has mastered a trace of the law of destruction. Its strength is more than 10 times stronger than the 3 half-step A-level demon generals combined. Human. A hoarse, harsh sound, like the friction of metal, came from under the black robe. The voice had a condescending, judgmental tone. You are very strong, beyond my expectations. You succeeded in getting my attention. Haizai's scarlet gaze locked onto Jiang Chen, and his tone carried a hint of condescending admiration. But, that's where it all ends. Today, you and this city will pay the price for your arrogance. The words fell. Haizai slowly raised his arm hidden under his black robe. No unnecessary movements. He just pointed lightly in the direction of Jiang Chen. Buzz. 5 terrifying energy beams as black as ink and with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly condensed into shape. That's not pure energy. On the surface of the dark beam of light, one can even see countless phantoms of souls struggling and roaring in pain. That is the magic power of the abyss that contains the laws of destruction and corrosion. Wherever it passed, even the space was corroded, making a sizzling sound, leaving behind 5 dark, unhealable spatial cracks. Not good. Zhao Wuji and others cried out in shock. The power of this attack is enough to completely wipe out half of Jiangcheng from the map. However, facing this devastating blow, finally, a hint of interest appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Finally, someone decent has arrived. Perfect, let me use you to test how much strength I have recovered. His unchanging indifferent voice slowly sounded. Next second. Boom. An aura that is older, more vast, and more supreme than the evil aura of the Black Disaster suddenly awakened from Jiang Chen's body. It was not gold, nor white, but a color of chaos that seemed to encompass everything in the universe and contained the mysteries of the creation of heaven and earth. Hongmeng Chaos Body. Level 2, Open. In an instant, gray chaotic air currents surrounded Jiang Chen, making him look like a creator god who came from the source of the long river of time and spanned the ages. The space around him was no longer simply distorted, but began to collapse and reorganize. It seemed as if he himself was an independent universe that was in the process of creating the world. Facing the 5 beams of abyssal magic light that are powerful enough to destroy everything, Jiang Chen just calmly raised his right hand. And the fingers are like swords. Face forward and make a gentle stroke. The Taichu sword technique. Chaos, open the sky. A sword is drawn. There is no stunning sword light, no vast sword energy. Only a gray space crack, so fine that it was almost invisible, flashed by. The gray crack seemed to ignore the distance of time and space, and instantly collided with the 5 dark magic light beams. There were no earth-shattering explosions. Only silent annihilation. The 5 terrifying magical powers containing the law of destruction, when they came into contact with the gray crack, were like ice and snow meeting the sun. Not even a ripple was stirred up. They were quietly and completely swallowed up, decomposed, and transformed into the most primitive particles. What? Black Disaster's scarlet pupils suddenly shrank. For the first time, a hint of unbelievable horror appeared in their eyes. However, before he could react, the gray crack that annihilated the magic light column continued to flash towards him without slowing down. Chapter 40, The Heavenly Down Nirvana Plan Exposed. The Shadow Council's Great Conspiracy. That tiny gray crack seemed like the sharpest chisel in the world, carving an indelible scar on the scroll called reality. Quick. Almost reaching the limit. So fast that it is beyond thought and beyond light. Black Disaster's scarlet pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. An unprecedented crisis of death, originating from the very source of life, instantly submerged him like billions of tons of icy seawater. Roar! A desperate roar exploded from under the black robe. He no longer cared about the demeanor and arrogance of a king-level powerhouse. Black Demon Annihilation Armor. Shield of 10,000 Souls. Abyssal Distortion Field. In an instant, Haizai used all his life-saving trump cards without reservation. The dark evil energy as thick as oil condensed in front of him into a set of hideous armor covered with barbs and wailing faces. Tens of thousands of resentful souls gathered into a huge pale bone shield, blocking him. The space around him was madly twisted and folded by an invisible force, forming a dimensional barrier that was enough to disorient any physical attack. This is all his strength as a top-level A-level expert. This is the foundation on which he has gained the reputation of being a walking disaster. However, in front of that seemingly tiny gray crack that contains the true meaning of opening the sky, all of this seems so fragile and so ridiculous. Laugh. There was no earth-shattering collision. There was only a slight sound, as if cloth was being torn. The Black Demon Annihilation armor that was said to have absolute defense could not even withstand the gray crack for a moment, and was split into 2, along with the demonic energy inside, and was annihilated into nothingness. Next up is the Shield of 10,000 Souls. The countless struggling and roaring resentful souls didn't even have time to scream the moment they came into contact with the gray cracks. It was as if they had encountered their natural enemy. They instantly melted away, turned into the purest particles, and returned to chaos. Finally, there is the Abyss Distortion Field. The power that is enough to fold space is simply a joke in front of the supreme law of Kaitian that involves the origin of the universe. The gray crack ignored all distortions and penetrated straight through in an absolutely unreasonable manner. Phew! A flash of blood suddenly appeared in the air. Haizai let out a groan of extreme pain as one of his arms, along with half of his shoulder, was neatly cut off from his body. The wound was as smooth as a mirror, but no blood flowed out. Because everything around the wound, whether it was flesh, bones, or energy, was being constantly decomposed and annihilated by the remaining chaotic sword intent. Ah! Heizai retreated frantically. He looked at his wound that was disappearing, and for the first time, an emotion called fear appeared in his scarlet eyes. This is impossible. What kind of power is this? This was completely beyond his understanding of the energy system. Interesting, he's not dead. Jiang Chen was suspended in the air, looking at the miserable Heizai. The indifference on his face that had remained unchanged for eternity finally showed a hint of interest. This bug was a little more resilient than he had imagined. It's just right, it allows him to move his muscles more. You, who are you? Black Disaster's voice became extremely sharp due to fear. This kind of power. It doesn't belong to this world. You are not from the Federation. Jiang Chen did not answer his question. He just raised his hand again. This time, he no longer pointed at the sword, but spread out his 5 fingers and gently clenched them towards the space where the Black Disaster was. The Taichu sword technique. Chaos, return to the abyss. Boom! In an instant, the space within 1,000 meters in radius, centered on the Black Disaster, suddenly shrank inward. It was as if an invisible giant hand of creation was tightly grasping that piece of space and all the matter inside it. Light, air, dust, everything, under this horrible squeeze, let out a wail of unbearable pressure. The space collapsed layer by layer, and was madly annihilated towards the point in the center. This is no longer a sword move. This is a magical power. It is the direct application of the law. Madman! You madman! Heizai was completely terrified and crazy. He felt that the power was going to knock him and that space back into chaos and completely wipe them out from the plane of existence. If he were to be caught in the middle of it, he would definitely be dead. Sacrifice to the abyss. The devil is coming. At the critical moment of life and death, Heizai let out his final roar. The remaining half of his body exploded, transforming into a ball of the purest and most evil abyss essence. That ball of origin, like a black sun, burst out with endless magic light, forcibly resisting the force of space collapse coming from all directions. Immediately afterwards, the ball of black origin squirmed wildly, and in mid-air, it condensed into a taller and more terrifying form again. It was a phantom of a true abyss demon god, over 100 meters tall, with 2 horns on its head, bat wings on its back, and its body covered in black bone armor. A PK-level forbidden technique. At the cost of burning one's own essence, in exchange for a short period of time, a terrifying power comparable to that of an S-level. Human! I want you dead. The shadow of the demon god let out an earth-shaking roar, and that sound exploded directly in the depths of everyone's soul. His huge claws tore through the sky, and with a terrifying force that was enough to shatter mountains, he slammed down towards Jiang Chen. This attack covered half of the sky. In Jiangcheng, countless people fell to their knees under this terrifying pressure, their hearts and livers broken. Qin Wushuang, Zhao Wuji, Ji Xian, and everyone else's hearts were in their throats at this moment. However, facing this attack that is comparable to S-level, Jiang Chen just raised his head and took a look. Then, he moved. His figure left a faint afterimage at the original place, and instantly appeared above the head of the demon god's phantom. He stretched out his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, and gently tapped the center of the demon's eyebrows. Break. In a word, understatement. But it seems like a divine oracle that speaks the law. Buzz. A gray chaotic sword energy shot out from his fingertips. The sword energy was only a millimeter in size at first, but the moment it left the fingertips, it surged up with the wind. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. km. In an instant, a chaotic sword light that pierced through heaven and earth was formed. That sword light seemed to be the first ray of light at the beginning of the creation of the world, containing the supreme will to cut off all things and reshape the universe. Boom! The huge devil's claws that were powerful enough to shatter mountains shattered quietly like bubbles the moment they came into contact with the chaotic sword light. Next, there was the huge body of the demon god's phantom. In the face of the devastating chaos sword light, its terrifying power comparable to that of an S-class cultivator had no effect at all. From head to toe, it was split in two. Impossible, this is the power of creation. Heizai's final consciousness, filled with resentment and horror, echoed between heaven and earth. The next second, his demonic shadow, which was split in two, along with his burning origin, was completely turned into ashes under the stranglehold of the overbearing chaotic sword energy. Not even a trace was left. The wind stopped. The evil energy that covered the sky and the sun seemed to have met its nemesis and dissipated completely in just a few seconds. The sky returned to clarity. The sun shines on the earth again. It was as if the devastating doomsday battle just now was just an illusion. Jiang Chen's figure slowly fell from mid-air, and his feet lightly stepped on the scarred ground. He glanced at his spotless hands and frowned slightly. Still too weak. Just by using the second level, Hongmeng Chaos Body, and a few moves of the Taichu sword technique, nearly 1/10,000th of the power in his body was consumed. It seems that the road to recovery is still long and arduous. He didn't look at the battlefield again, nor did he pay attention to the soldiers in Qin Wushuang who had been completely stunned. As he took a step forward, his figure seemed to merge into the space and disappeared from the spot in an instant. It was as if he had never appeared. It wasn't until a full half-minute had passed since he left. Win? A surviving soldier, with a trembling voice, expressed what everyone was thinking. We won. We won. After a brief period of silence, there was a thunderous carnival of survivors. Inside the secret base, Zhao Wuji and Ji Xian slumped in their chairs, their bodies soaked in cold sweat, gasping for breath. They looked at the screen, where the sky had returned to calm, but their minds were still in a blank state. A peak level A rank king demon is comparable to an S rank forbidden technique. Just killed by one sword? Old Zhao, was I hallucinating just now? Ji Xian's voice was extremely dry. No. You didn't. Zhao Wuji swallowed hard. In his eyes, in addition to the relief of surviving the disaster, there was more of an awe and fanaticism that was indescribable and deep in his bones. We, the Yenhuang Federation, may have witnessed the birth of a god. At this moment, an encrypted communication came in. Report to the general. The battlefield has been cleared. We found something at the place where Black Disaster last disappeared. The scene switched, and a fist-sized, pitch-black crystal with mysterious patterns all over its surface, and still pulsating slightly, appeared on the screen. This is... Zhao Wuji stood up suddenly. Energy analysis is underway. Oh my god. There's a piece of incomplete information sealed inside. The technician's voice was filled with shock. Soon, several deciphered, intermittent keywords were projected onto the big screen. Shadow Council Supreme Directive. Searching for the coordinates of ancient ruins. Heavenly Way Nirvana plan launched. Looking at the last four words, Zhao Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shapes. A chill that was 100 times stronger than when he faced a king-level demon rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Chapter 41, One Man, One Nation. At the highest level of federal authority, Jiang Chen is named Guardian God. Inside the medical room, Jiang Chen's figure appeared silently, as if he had never left. Ji Yueyao was the only one left in the room. She had changed into a clean white dress and was sitting quietly beside the bed. Her bright eyes were looking towards the door, as if she was waiting for something. The moment Jiang Chen appeared, her tense body trembled violently and then slowly relaxed. Her pretty face still had a sickly paleness, but the light in her eyes was brighter than ever. She looked at him and said nothing. Complex emotions flowed in her eyes, including relief at surviving the disaster, shock at his divine power, confusion about the changes in her body, and a deep dependence and attachment that she herself had not even noticed. Her little hand, subconsciously, gently stroked her flat belly again. The wonderful feeling there still exists. The little brand that was connected to her by blood and inextricably linked to the man in front of her seemed to be able to sense his return and was joyfully conveying a feeling of admiration. Jiang Chen's gaze also lingered on her lower abdomen for less than 0.1 second. Under the Emperor's Dharma eye, he could clearly see that after absorbing the vitality fed back by the chaotic Tao body, the Tao seed became more stable and full of infinite potential. Good. This investment started off smoothly. A thought flashed through his mind, but his face remained indifferent as it had never changed. Just then. Boom! The alloy door of the medical room was violently knocked open from the outside. Zhao Wuji and Ji Xian rushed in like two mad bulls, their faces flushed and panting. Their eyes were bloodshot, but their faces showed an extreme, almost insane excitement and ecstasy. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. When Zhao Wuji saw Jiang Chen, his weathered face twitched with excitement. He rushed forward, but suddenly stopped 3 steps away from Jiang Chen, as if there was an invisible barrier there, preventing him from taking another step beyond the limit. His attitude was extremely respectful. That is the awe that comes from the depths of a mortal's soul when he meets a god. Ji Xian followed behind him. This prince of the Yanhuang Empire had long since lost any trace of his royal dignity. His forehead was covered in sweat, his breathing was rapid, and he looked at Jiang Chen as if he were looking at a living legend. Mr. Jiang. Ji Xian's voice was trembling. You. He said you for a long time, but found that he could not find any suitable words to describe the young man in front of him, to express the tremendous shock in his heart. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He doesn't like being disturbed. Especially when he thinks about return on investment. What is it? Two cold words came out of his mouth. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to carry an invisible pressure, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop suddenly. Zhao Wuji and Ji Xian were instantly calmed down by this breath. They looked at each other and saw the unconcealable horror in each other's eyes. Just two words made these two A-level powerhouses feel pressure like a mountain. Report to Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wuji suddenly straightened his back and used the highest military salute that he would only use when facing the supreme leader of the Federation. Just 5 minutes ago, the Federal Parliament held the highest-level emergency meeting in history. Yanhuang, the Free Star Alliance, the Europa Divine Court, all the world's top leaders are present. There is only one content for the meeting. Zhao Wuji's voice became extremely high-pitched because of excitement. That's about you. In the battle at the East Gate, you single-handedly slew hundreds of thousands of alien demons and destroyed the king-level Black Disaster with your sword. All the battle footage has been transmitted to all council members via the most encrypted channel. The Parliament passed it unanimously. The Supreme Speaker of the Federation personally issued the Guardian Decree. At this point, Zhao Wuji's breathing became rapid again. He suddenly raised his hand and projected a golden virtual scroll full of majesty and sacred aura onto his tactical terminal. On the scroll, lines of golden characters composed of runes of the highest laws of the Federation slowly emerged. Federal Guardian Decree. Whereas, Lord Jiang Chen, in the Battle of Jiangchang, used his supreme might to save the people and protect the destiny of the human race, demonstrating godlike power. Federal Supreme Council unanimously resolves to confer upon His Excellency Jiang Chen the highest honorary title of Federal Guardian. From the date of promulgation of this decree, Your Excellency the Guardian will enjoy the following privileges that transcend all federal laws and regulations. 1. Supreme Command Authority, unconditionally mobilize any army within the Yanhuang Federation, including the 3 Ace Legions. 2. Supreme Resource Allocation Authority, freely dispose of 30% of the strategic resources of the Federal Treasury without any approval. 3. Highest Intelligence Authority, access to all top-secret federal intelligence above S level at any time. 4. Right to execute first and report later any individual or force suspected of colluding with the alien demons and endangering the interests of the human race can be eliminated directly without trial. 5. Direct reporting rights, you can ignore any administrative levels and communicate directly with the Federal Supreme Council. Looking at each one of them, each one is enough to drive any ambitious person crazy. This is no longer a privilege. This means that nearly half of the power of the entire Yanhuang Federation is handed over to one person. One person, a country. Ji Xian was watching from the side, his heart pounding and his throat dry. His father, the Yanhuang Emperor, possessed immense power, but he could never achieve this. The Federation was creating a deity. They were elevating Jiang Chen to a supreme, one-of-a-kind pedestal. Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wuji's voice was filled with enthusiasm. The Federation will open all its core training bases, ancient ruins, and martial arts treasure houses to you. The military will do its utmost to cooperate with all your actions. Please, accept the Federation's highest honor. Please, become the patron saint of our human race. After saying that, he bowed deeply, 90 degrees. Ji Xian on the side also bowed deeply without hesitation. The air seemed to freeze. Ji Weiyao, who was standing aside, was already shocked by the shocking news, her mouth slightly open, completely stunned. She knew that Jiang Chen was very strong as a god. But she never expected that he was so powerful that he could make the entire Federation bow down to him and offer him the highest authority. However, facing this power is enough to drive anyone crazy. There was still no expression on Jiang Chen's face. Guardian? Patronus? Ridiculous. He was once the Emperor of the Heavens, a figurehead of countless gods and demons. Billions of gods and demons bowed before him. The title of Guardian God of a lesser civilization was nothing to him. But he glanced at the list of privileges. Mobilizing troops, controlling resources, executing first and reporting later. These things are actually quite useful. He was worrying about how to harvest the world's luck more efficiently and clean up those bugs who dared to touch his investment products. Now, the Federation directly handed the knife to him. This saved him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Can. Jiang Chen uttered 2 words lightly. That's great. Zhao Wuji suddenly looked up, ecstatic. However, Jiang Chen's next words made him stunned. I don't need any title. But I need to form a team that only obeys me. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Wuji calmly. Let's call it Divine Punishment. A special operations team responsible for cleaning the courtyard and hunting down the Shadow Council. You and Qin Wuxuan will serve as my deputies. Chapter 42, The Federation is terrified. Jiang Chen, your S rank is too weak, only fit to guard the gate. Divine Punishment? Deputy? Zhao Wuji and Ji Xian's brains once again went into a state of shutdown. They were still immersed in the ecstasy of Jiang Chen's agreement to accept the authority of Guardian. Before they could catch their breath, a more heavyweight and subversive bomb exploded directly in their minds. Form a team that only obeys him? Specially responsible for cleaning the yard and hunting the Shadow Council? He also wants me and Qin Wuxuan to be his deputies? Zhao Wuji's mouth opened unconsciously, and the fanaticism on his old face solidified instantly, turning into a deeper, unbelievable shock. Who is he? The commander-in-chief of the Yanhuang Federation's southern military region. A top-tier A-level warrior commanding 1 million soldiers, defending one region. A powerful figure whose stomping of his foot could send the entire south trembling. Who is Qin Wuxuan? One of the youngest A-level powerhouses in the Federation, the proud daughter of the military god Qin family, known as the Frost Rose, a peerless genius who has the potential to reach the S level in the future. Now, the two of them can only serve as deputies? If someone had said this to Zhao Wuji a day ago, he would have slapped their head back into their chest. How absurd! How arrogant! But now, hearing this from the mouth of the young man in front of him, Zhao Wuji felt that this was natural. It is even a great honor. Being able to serve as the deputy of such a godlike being is a blessing that cannot be obtained in 3 lifetimes. Yes. Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wuji practically roared. He suddenly stood at attention, his body tensed, and with all his strength, he issued the loudest and most resolute response of his life. Zhao Wuji. I'm at your service at any time. In his eyes, there was no longer simple awe and fanaticism, but a kind of loyalty like a soldier who had found his lifelong belief. Ji Xian, who was standing aside, had his heart twitching wildly. What did he hear? Divine Punishment. Hunting the Shadow Council. Zhao Wuji and Qin Wuxuan serve as deputies. The Yanhuang prince's brain was working at full speed. He instantly understood the terrifying weight of this team called Heavenly Punishment. This is not any force within the federal system at all. This is a God's legion that is above all federal institutions, even above the imperial power, and belongs only to Jiang Chen. Its power comes from Jiang Chen himself. Its target is the Shadow Council, which even the Federation finds extremely difficult. Its members, even its deputies, are all O-level experts. Ji Xian's breathing suddenly became extremely rapid. He knew that a brand new era that could change the entire human world had arrived at this moment with Jiang Chen's casual words. And he, a member of the Ji royal family, must grab a seat on this divine ship called Heavenly Punishment that is about to set sail. Even if it's just a deck-wiping position. Mr. Jiang. Ji Xian stepped forward and bowed deeply, his posture even lower than when he faced his father. I, the Yanhuang Ji family, am willing to dedicate everything to Heavenly Punishment. Our family treasury, intelligence network, ancient relics. They are all at your disposal whenever you need them. I, myself, am also willing to join Heavenly Punishment and serve you wholeheartedly. His words came from the heart. However, Jiang Chen just glanced at him indifferently, his eyes were as if he was looking at a stone on the side of the road, without any ripples. You are too weak. Just 4 simple words. But it was like an invisible chaos hammer, smashing hard into the heart of Ji Xian, the pride of heaven. Puff. Ji Xian only felt a sweetness in his throat, and his face turned pale in an instant. Too weak. He, Ji Xian, the prince of the Yanhuang Empire, reached the peak of Class B at the age of 25. He was hailed as a once-in-a-century imperial genius and one of the future heirs to the empire. The only comment he received from this young man was that he was too weak. This feeling of failure made him feel more humiliated and powerless than being slapped in the face. But he couldn't even think of refuting it. Yes. In front of a god who can kill a king-level demon with one sword, what difference is there between his cultivation level and that of an ant? Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to the distraught Ji Xian, and his gaze fell on Zhao Wuji again. I want the base of heavenly punishment to be absolutely secret and safe. I personally select the personnel. Strength, talent, and background are unimportant. All I want is absolute loyalty. Resources are directly transferred from the federal treasury. You can give me whatever I need. Every word he said was not a negotiation, but an order. The order was given in an unquestionable, oracular tone. Understood. Zhao Wuji answered without hesitation. 300 kilometers outside Jiangcheng, there is an abandoned underground military base number 003. Its defense level is S-class and can withstand a nuclear explosion. I will immediately have it renovated to the highest standards. As for personnel, I will immediately apply to the Federation Congress to mobilize all the A-level experts in the Yanhuang Federation, as well as the most promising S-level seeds, to come to Jiangcheng and await your screening. You have the highest authority in terms of resources. The Federal Treasury is your private warehouse. Zhao Wuji's execution ability is terrifyingly strong. In just a few tens of seconds, he had arranged everything clearly. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating his approval. Just then, Ji Yueyao, who had been sitting quietly by the bed like an outsider, suddenly trembled. A suppressed moan, tinged with a hint of pain, escaped from her mouth. Her pretty face instantly lost all its color and became as white as paper. An indescribable, strange feeling suddenly erupted from deep within her abdomen. That's not pain. It is a kind of indescribable expansion and awakening. She could clearly feel that the mysterious brand planted by Jiang Chen seemed to come alive. It was beating like a greedy heart. Before, the king-level demon Black Disaster was killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword. After his death, the purest origin of the abyss scattered between heaven and earth was silently swallowed up by this Tao seed like rivers returning to the sea. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen established heavenly punishment and was revered as the guardian god by the Federation. The fortune of the entire human race was converging towards him. As the carrier of his Tao seed, Ji Yueyao also indirectly shared this trace of supreme luck. With the infusion of 2 top-level nutrients, this Tao seed of the Hongmeng chaos body began its first true transformation. Buzz. An invisible, yet extremely vast, deep and mysterious aura emanated from Ji Yueyao's body. That aura does not belong to any known energy system. It seems like the thread of fate, the ripples of time, and the chain of cause and effect. Zhao Wuji and Ji Xian in the room instantly felt a chill down their spines. Facing this aura, they felt as if their past, present, and future had been seen through at a glance, leaving them with no secrets left. Yu Yao. Ji Xian was horrified and wanted to rush over. But he was stopped. Jiang Chen's figure had appeared in front of Ji Yueyao at some point. His face still had that indifferent expression, but in his deep eyes, a barely perceptible glint of satisfaction flashed across. It is worthy of being the Tao seed of the Hongmeng chaos body. The seeds have just been sown and they are starting to sprout. Moreover, it seems that due to the absorption of external energy, some interesting and unplanned mutations have occurred. Don't panic. Jiang Chen raised his hand and gently touched Ji Yueyao's smooth forehead with his index finger. A wisp of extremely pure, gray chaotic air flowed along his fingertips and slowly entered Ji Yueyao's body, instantly calming the restless Tao seed. Ji Yueyao's tense body slowly relaxed, and the intense throbbing sensation receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented warm and powerful feeling. Her 19 meridians were being rapidly repaired under the nourishment of this chaotic airflow. Her strength is rising at an incredible speed. More importantly, at this moment, a broken, bizarre picture flashed through her mind uncontrollably. It was a dark, cold universe. An unimaginably magnificent dark throne, as if built from countless corpses, was suspended in the void. Sitting on the throne was a terrifying being whose face could not be seen and was shrouded in endless shadows. And beneath the throne, countless chains stretched out from nothingness, locking a blue planet that was slowly losing its light. The picture flashed by. Ji Yueyao suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with unspeakable horror and confusion. What is that? Get some rest. Jiang Chen retracted his fingers, his voice still calm. Some positive changes are happening in your body. After saying this, he did not stop. His figure flashed and he merged directly into the void and disappeared. Only one sentence was left, slowly echoing in the room. 3 days later, heavenly punishment will gather. Chapter 43, Are all the top federal officials insiders? When Mr. Jiang gets angry, even gods will kneel. After Jiang Chen left the medical room, he did not return to his residence. His figure, like a wisp of elusive green smoke, appeared silently on the top of the tallest building in Jiangcheng, the Tower of the Sky. At a height of 300 meters, the howling wind is strong enough to tear steel apart. But when these strong winds approached Jiang Chen's body within 3 feet, they would automatically become gentle, just like a minister paying homage to the emperor. He stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the city below that was devastated by war but had stubbornly been reborn from the ruins. Just now, the first transformation of the Tao seed in Guiua's body gave him a wonderful power derived from fate and cause and effect. This power is perfectly integrated with his own Emperor's Eye. Buzz. Deep in Jiang Chen's eyes, there seemed to be a chaotic galaxy flowing. The whole world, in his eyes, changed in an instant. It is no longer just matter and energy. In his vision, every person, every building, and even every speck of dust was entangled with countless tiny threads that were invisible to the naked eye. That is the line of cause and effect. It is the trajectory of destiny. The threads of ordinary people, dull and fragile, intertwine into a gray, chaotic web. However, for level experts like Zhao Wuji and Qin Wushuang, the thread of destiny on their bodies is much brighter and tougher, emitting a faint golden light, representing that they are the ones favored by the luck of this era. As for Ji Yueyao, after the Tao seed sprouted, the thread of her destiny had completely turned into a mysterious color mixed with chaos and starlight, and was closely entangled with Jiang Chen's own destiny. I see. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in an arc of understanding. This is fate. Emperor's Eye, transformed again. Today, it is no longer just about seeing through the essence and understanding the energy. It can peek into fate. Jiang Chen's mind moved. His gaze penetrated the barriers of space, ignored the physical distance, and went straight to the Federal Supreme Parliament building located in the capital of the Yanhuang Federation, Tiandu. It is a building that represents the highest power of the human race. The entire building was shrouded in a layer of golden light of fortune that was so thick that it could not be dissolved. That is the place where the luck of the entire human race gathers. However, in this dazzling golden light, Jiang Chen saw several extremely discordant and glaring stains. Those were a few black silk threads that seemed to be stained with ink, emitting a smell of decay and evil. They are deeply rooted in the golden sea of destiny of the human race, like a thorn in the flesh, frantically stealing the power belonging to the human race. At the same time, they quietly inject a cold black air belonging to the alien demons into it. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly for the first time. He saw it clearly. The source of those black threads were 3 sanctimonious congressmen sitting upright at the long table in the parliament. On the surface, they appear to be extraordinary and righteous, and they are also shrouded in the golden aura that belongs to the top leaders of the Federation. But under that golden light, the origin of their souls had already been corroded and riddled with holes by the black energy of the alien demon. A pawn of the Shadow Council. It has penetrated deeper than I imagined. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. His mind moved again, and the power to peek into fate was pushed to the extreme. The scene in front of me began to become blurry and distorted. Time, under his Emperor's eyes, seemed to have lost its meaning. He saw a fragmented picture of what might happen in the future. Right here in this Parliament Hall. An emergency meeting regarding the Tiandao Nirvana plan is being held. The Speaker of the Federal Parliament, with a serious expression, proposed a thunder plan aimed at concentrating the power of all human beings and destroying the space rifts of the alien demons in various places on Blue Star at all costs. However, at the critical moment of voting, the 3 congressmen surrounded by black energy suddenly attacked. They united a group of deceived congressmen and cast the crucial veto vote on the grounds that the plan is too radical, will shake the foundation of the Federation, and long-term planning is needed. In the end, this plan that could have changed the course of the war was forcibly shelved by a single vote. The scene changes again. A few months later, the Demon Army, under the guidance of the Heavenly Dao Nirvana plan, simultaneously launched a general offensive from dozens of weak points around the world that were abandoned by the Thunder Plan. The human race's defense line collapsed completely. Countless cities turned into seas of fire in the demonic tide. There is grief everywhere and blood is flowing like a river. The picture ends here. Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his gaze, and there was a dead indifference in his deep eyes. This is what he sees, a possible future. Ridiculous. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Playing tricks in front of him? Do you still want to have a future in front of him? He could have gone straight to Tiandu and wiped out those 3 bugs, along with their souls, from this world. But that's too cheap for them. Also, it's too boring. He had just established heavenly punishment and needed a few whetstones of sufficient weight to test the quality of his 2 deputies. Jiang Chen raised his hand and lightly tapped his ordinary smart bracelet. In the temporary command center of underground military base number 003. Zhao Wuji was like a lion with its blood pumped up, roaring wildly into the communicator, mobilizing the resources of the entire southern military region, and transforming the future heavenly punishment headquarters with unprecedented efficiency. Suddenly, his private terminal made a slight sound. It's a message from Jiang Chen. Zhao Wuji was shocked and immediately connected the call as quickly as possible. There were no images or sounds. Only 3 photos and 3 names, along with all their public information, appeared on the screen. Congressman Martin Rockefeller. Federal Councilor Yusuji Tatsuya. Federation member Andrei Romanov. Any one of these 3 individuals is a super tycoon whose stamp of the foot can cause earthquakes in the world's financial markets. They are core members of the federal parliament, controlling vast resources and power. Zhao Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank. Mr. Jiang, why did you suddenly send me the information of these 3 people? Without waiting for him to think about it. Jiang Chen's second message followed closely. Just a few simple words. Heavenly punishment, first mission. Check them. Uncover everything behind this and kill them no matter who they are involved. Boom. Zhao Wuji's brain seemed to be hit hard by an S-level energy bomb. The first mission of the heavenly punishment was actually aimed at the core members of the federal parliament? This is simply outrageous. Any one of these names is enough to create a huge wave. But Zhao Wuji didn't hesitate at all. His eyes flashed with a crazy fighting spirit and loyalty that was even hotter than the sun. Mr. Jiang's order is a divine oracle. Not to mention the 3 congressmen, even if it was the Speaker of the Federal Parliament, even if it was the Emperor Yen Huang, as long as Mr. Jiang gave the order, he would dare to lead the army and rush directly into the palace. Yes. I promise to complete the task. Zhao Wuji suddenly saluted the screen, as if Jiang Chen was right in front of him. He immediately cut off the communication and dialed another number. Frostless, come to the command center, now. Right now. Heavenly punishment has begun. Chapter 44, Showdown, No More Pretense. At the parliament scene, the demonic energy leaks out. The night is as cool as water. When Qin Wushuang rushed to the number 003 temporary command center as quickly as possible, she saw Zhao Wuji, a person she had never seen before. This iron-blooded general, a veteran of decades of battlefield experience, now stood before a vast 3-dimensional star map, his eyes bloodshot, yet his spirits brimming with excitement. His face was etched with an almost twisted expression of fanaticism and excitement, as if he were about to engage in a sacred war worthy of being recorded in history. Old Zhao, you. Qin Wushuang was interrupted by Zhao Wuji as soon as she opened her mouth. Wushuang, you're here. Zhao Wuji turned around and strode up to her. His burning gaze made Qin Wushuang feel uncomfortable. Look at this. Zhao Wuji didn't waste any words and directly projected an encrypted message in front of Qin Wushuang. On the screen were photos and information of 3 men. Martin Rockefeller, Tatsuya Yusuji, Andrei Romanov. Each name represents a gigantic force and represents the small group of people at the top of the federal pyramid. Qin Wushuang's breathing suddenly stagnated. Is this Mr. John's order? She asked almost subconsciously. Apart from that godlike being, she couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to target these 3 people. That's right. Zhao Wuji's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The first mission of heavenly punishment. Mr. John's oracle. Investigate them. Find out everything behind their actions. Qin Wushuang's heart beat violently. Given her status and authority, she naturally knew some top-secret information about the Shadow Council. She knew that this organization, like a leech, had already infiltrated every aspect of the Federation. But she never expected that Jiang Chen would directly target the very core of the Federation Council with his first move. This is no longer an investigation. This is a declaration of war against the old order of the entire Federation. How do we investigate? Qin Wushuang asked calmly. Each of these 3 people is impenetrable. Their secrets are probably even more tightly guarded than an S-class military base. Mr. Jiang has already pointed out the direction for us. A hint of fanatical admiration flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. He raised his hand and operated again on the tactical terminal. This time, what appeared on the screen was no longer data, but a series of incredible yet terrifyingly precise instructions. Free Alliance, Zurich Bank, Basement 17, Safe Deposit Box number 777, Key. Sakura Country, Yasukuni Shrine. Under the shrine in the main hall, on the third floor, there is an encrypted server hidden inside. The physical decryption method is Europa, the Romanov family castle. Behind the painting Severe Winter, there is a secret passage leading to the family's blood sacrifice pool. Each instruction was clear and explicit, as if the person who wrote it down had not been speculating, but had seen it with his own eyes and opened it with his own hands. Qin Wushuang was completely shocked. As she looked at these most core and secret secrets involving several top forces in the Federation, she felt a chill running down her spine to her forehead. What kind of terrifying intelligence capability is this? This is no longer intelligence. This is omniscience. It's a perspective only a god can possess. Ming. Do you understand? Zhao Wuji's voice was trembling. We are not investigating a case. We are just following the oracle of God and retrieving the evidence that has long been placed there by the gods. I'll take care of Andrei Romanov. You, lead the Iceblade team to Zurich and Sakura Country. Remember, Mr. Jiang said, kill without mercy. Yes. Qin Wushuang straightened her body suddenly, and a blazing flame ignited on her cold and pretty face. Tiandu, the Supreme Parliament building of the Federation. The circular council hall, which could accommodate 300 people, was packed. Leaders and parliamentarians representing the world's top forces sat upright with solemn expressions. Today is the highest-level emergency meeting concerning the future of humanity. There is only one topic: a comprehensive counterattack plan code-named Thunder, initiated by the federal speaker himself to deal with the Heavenly Nirvana plan. I'm sure you all are aware of the dangers of the Heavenly Path of Annihilation plan. The appearance of the Black Calamity is just the beginning. The Speaker of the Federal Parliament, a gray-haired but vigorous old man, spoke in a resounding voice. We can no longer sit idly by and wait for death. I propose that we integrate 80% of humanity's military strength to form the Thunderbolt Expeditionary Force. We will proactively attack and, at all costs, destroy all known dimensional rifts of the alien demons on Blue Planet. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. This plan is too radical. Too crazy. This means that the human race will engage in an all-out war with the demons to the death. I object. An arrogant voice sounded. Martin Rockefeller, the chief senator of the Free Star Alliance, stood up. He straightened his million-dollar suit and said slowly, Mr. Speaker, your plan is too risky. If it fails, the human race will be severely damaged, and there will be no chance of a comeback. I think this matter requires further consideration. I second the motion, said Yusuji Ryuya, a member of the Sakura Nation Council, in a sinister tone. Rather than risking an attack, it's better to strengthen our defenses and consolidate our existing lines. To resist external aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. Things have been quite turbulent within the Federation lately. That's right. Although we won the Battle of Jiangchang, it also exposed the chaos in our military command. A young man who came out of nowhere was able to override military law. This is simply a shame for the Federation. Andrei Romanov, the warmongerer from the European court, slammed the table and roared. The three of them sang in unison, instantly changing the rhythm of the meeting and directing the criticism towards Jiangchen and the military. Many members of parliament who were deceived by them also began to agree. The federal parliament speaker's expression turned extremely ugly. He knew that today's Thunder plan would probably be forcibly shelved by these guys for various reasons, just like many previous proposals. However, at this moment, boom! The alloy door of the Parliament Hall, which weighed dozens of tons, was kicked open from the outside. Qin Wushuan was dressed in military uniform, exuding a cold, murderous aura. He strode in with a team of fully armed Icefront warriors. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Qin Wushuang. Do you want to rebel? Andrei stood up suddenly and pointed at Qin Wushuang and roared. Qin Wushuang didn't even look at him, walked straight to the center of the parliament, and saluted the Speaker of the Federal Parliament. Report to the Speaker. Following the order of divine punishment, we have come to eliminate the traitors of the human race. After she finished speaking, she suddenly inserted an encrypted USB drive in her hand into the central console. Buzz. The next second, the huge holographic screen in the Parliament Hall was instantly filled with countless bloody information and images. Martin Rockefeller, through secret channels, transported massive amounts of rare resources to the demon world in exchange for the evil secret technique of prolonging life. Yusuji Ryuya, whose family is the agent of the Shadow Council in East Asia, suppresses a space node that leads directly to the abyss under the Yasukuni Ghost Shrine. Andrei Romanov had long been possessed by the devil of the abyss during a secret expedition. Now he is nothing more than a demon in human skin. The evidence is irrefutable. No. This is slander. It's forged. Martin let out a sharp roar, his face as pale as paper. Damn it. This is a provocation to our great Sakura Empire. Yusuji Ryuya was furious. What nonsense! Andre was even more furious, and his Pika-level aura burst out, and he wanted to attack Qin Wushuang. There was chaos in the Parliament Hall. The face of the federal parliament speaker was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. At this moment, thousands of miles away, on the top of Jiangcheng, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in an indifferent arc. Chaos flowed in his eyes. Emperor's Eye of Heaven, activate. Noisy. He uttered 2 words softly. What you say is what you do. Inside the Parliament Hall, Martin Rockefeller, who was hysterically defending himself, suddenly froze. The congressional terminal in front of him suddenly went blue without any warning. Immediately afterwards, a line of blood-red data stream flashed by like a waterfall. That was the most original, core encrypted data of all his financial transactions with the Shadow Council. He believed it was a top secret that even God could not decipher. And now, it is exposed nakedly in front of the supreme leader of all human race. No! Martin let out a desperate wail. On the other side, just as Yusuji Ryuya was about to say something, an ancient amulet he was carrying suddenly exploded with a bang. A wisp of extremely pure and disgusting abyssal demonic energy leaked out from it. The evil energy, as if it had life, instantly penetrated into his body. Ah ha. Yusuji Ryu also let out a scream that was not human. His body began to twist uncontrollably, and black magic patterns emerged from under his skin. And the most terrifying one is Andrei Romanov. His burst of a level peak momentum suddenly got out of control at this moment. Roar! A roar that did not belong to humans, a roar from the abyss, exploded from the depths of his throat. His body began to swell and mutate. Pitch-black scales pierced through his expensive uniform, and a pair of ferocious demonic horns burst through the flesh of his forehead. He revealed his true form as a devil in front of everyone. Dead silence. The entire Parliament Hall was in deathly silence. All the members of Parliament looked at the 3 completely exposed traitors with devilish eyes, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Guards! The federal parliament speaker's extremely suppressed roar, filled with raging rage, finally rang out. Catch these 3 beasts. Capture them for me. Chapter 45, Fire in the Backyard. Su Qingxue and Xia Yubing's death stare. The Federation's thunderous purge, after Jiang Chen's 2 casual words, began in an unprecedented and violent manner. The entire world was shaken violently by the first attack of heavenly punishment. Countless rats hiding in the darkness were uprooted and screamed in despair in the sunlight. However, all these storms seemed to have nothing to do with the man at the center of the storm. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, the formerly abandoned arsenal has now completely changed its appearance. This place was named Dragon Court by Jiang Chen. A dragon vein, forcibly pulled from deep underground, coiled beneath the base like a giant dragon, bringing the concentration of spiritual energy here to an astonishing level. Just one breath of spiritual energy from this place could prolong a person's lifespan and protect them from all diseases. However, in the core area of the base, in a villa renovated by Jiang Chen himself, the atmosphere was subtly stagnant. In the villa hall, Su Qingxue was wearing a white dress, and her temperament was as cool and pure as a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was making tea gracefully, and every movement was pleasing to the eye, as if it contained some mysterious Taoist rhyme. Across from her, Xia Yubing was dressed in a fiery red outfit that perfectly highlighted her voluptuous figure. She crossed her legs and unceremoniously picked up the spiritual fruit on the table, munching on it. Her beautiful eyes, however, would occasionally glance at Su Qingxue across from her with a hint of provocation. Since the Battle of Jiangcheng, the 2 of them, along with their children, have been brought to this dragon court. The reason is that it is for the safety and growth of children. But only they themselves know that a war without gunpowder has already quietly begun. Sister Yubing, the martial arts you practice belong to the fire element, and you have an impatient temperament. It is not advisable for you to consume too much red sun fruit, as it can easily lead to internal energy disorder. Su Qingxue gently pushed a cup of fragrant spiritual tea in front of Xia Yubing. Her voice was cold and no emotion could be heard. Thank you, Sister Qingxue, for your concern. Xia Yubing tossed the fruit core aside, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, a playful smile on her lips. But my phoenix burning heaven art is about courage and perseverance. It's unlike some other martial arts that are cold and inhumane. There seem to be invisible sparks colliding in the air. The two of them, one is an icy president, the other is a fiery policewoman, one is aloof, the other is straightforward. Although they both gave birth to children for Jiang Chen, the relationship between them was full of competition and confrontation. Su Qingxue considered herself Jiang Chen's first wife. She was the first woman to establish a relationship with Jiang Chen and the first to become pregnant. In her eyes, Xia Yubing was just an accident. However, Xia Yubing never thought that she was any worse than Su Qingxue. When it comes to love, it's all about mutual consent. There is no such thing as first come first served. Just then, the door to the hall was pushed open. Jiang Chen walked in slowly. As soon as he appeared, the originally tense atmosphere changed instantly. A subtle tenderness flickered in Su Qingxue's cold eyes. Xia Yubing's provocative attitude immediately subsided, transforming into a lazy and charming cat. Are you back? Jiang Chen. The two women spoke almost at the same time. Jiang Chen nodded and walked straight to the main seat sofa and sat down. He could clearly feel that since the two women started living together, their originally independent luck was beginning to intertwine, collide, and even merge in a wonderful way. This collision, far from weakening them, seemed to sharpen each other, making their luck more condensed and more powerful. As the source of all this, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the power fed back from them was much stronger than before. The effect of this Ashura field is even better than he imagined. Jiang Chen was satisfied in his heart, but his expression remained indifferent. However, today, he came to add more fuel to the fire. Zhao Wuji. Jiang Chen said lightly. Zhao Wuji, who followed him in, was shocked and immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, the person has been brought here. Two female warriors walked in cautiously, supporting a pale and beautiful girl in a white dress. It was Ji Yueyao. The moment Ji Yueyao walked into the hall, Su Qingxue and Xia Yubing's eyes instantly fell on her. Women's intuition is the most terrifying weapon. Almost at the same time, they both felt a strong threat from this seemingly fragile yet breathtakingly beautiful girl. Especially when they saw the extremely complex dependence, awe, and attachment contained in Ji Yueyao's eyes when she looked at Jiang Chen. Su Qingxue's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Xia Yubing also stopped chewing the spiritual fruit. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees at this moment. Who is she? Xia Yubing spoke first, with a hint of undisguised vigilance in her voice. Jiang Chen didn't answer her, but looked at Ji Yueyao and said lightly, From today on, you will live here too. Boom! This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in the minds of Su Qingxue and Xia Yubing. Live here? Why? Jiang Chen. What do you mean? Xia Yubing stood up suddenly, her chest heaving with excitement. This is our home. You just brought a woman of unknown origin back to live here. What do you think of us? Although Su Qingxue didn't say anything, her increasingly cold eyes and the chill around her that almost froze the air had already made her attitude clear. Ji Yueyao trembled at the hostile gazes of the two of them, and she subconsciously shrank back, her pretty face becoming even paler. However, Jiang Chen's next words were what truly ignited the entire powder keg. He glanced at Xia Yubing, who was alert, and Su Qingxue, who had a frosty face, and said slowly in a matter-of-fact, emotionless tone. She's just like you. My Tao seed is also being nurtured within her body. Dead silence. The silence was so dead that you could hear a pin drop. The expressions on Su Qingxue and Xia Yubing's faces were completely frozen. Their minds are blank. Also, nurturing his Tao seed? What does this mean? This means, this woman is also pregnant with Jiang Chen's child? Jiang Chen. A scream that was suppressed to the extreme, as if squeezed out from between teeth, filled with endless anger and grievance, burst out from Xia Yubing's mouth. Her eyes turned red instantly. The cold and indifferent fairy mask that Su Qingxue had always maintained was shattered at this moment. Snap! The precious teacup in her hand, made of thousand-year-old warm jade, was covered with spider web-like cracks and eventually turned into a handful of powder. An icy murderous intent emanated from her uncontrollably. Facing the two women's murderous gazes, Jiang Chen's face remained indifferent. His eyes swept over them calmly. Your vision is too small. Do you think this is just a love story between a man and a woman? What you carry is the future of this world, and indeed the entire human race. It is the hope of resisting the apocalypse. Competition between you will only make you stronger, allowing the seeds of the Tao within you to flourish. And I need you to become stronger, to give birth to the most perfect offspring for me. Jiang Chen stood up and looked down at them, his eyes like a god looking down on mortals vying for his favor. Put away your ridiculous jealousy and emotions. From today on, the three of you will practice together. Whoever progresses the fastest and can provide me with the greatest value will receive the most resources and attention. Remember, everything you have is given by me. I can give it to you, and I can also take it back at any time. After saying this, he stopped looking at the three people who were completely stunned. He turned around, took a step forward, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Only Su Qingxue, Xia Yubing, and Ji Yueyao were left in the hall, looking at each other in bewilderment. The air was filled with the strong smell of gunpowder called Shura Field. Chapter 46, The Gods Are Angry, and the Mountains and Rivers Are Stained with Blood. Jiang Chen, are you waiting for me? Dragon Court, the main hall of the villa. The air seemed to have solidified into solid ice. Jiang Chen's figure had disappeared, but his words, without a trace of emotion, were like invisible thorns that pierced deeply into the hearts of the three women. Su Qingxue, Xia Yubing, and Ji Yueyao stood in place, forming a strange triangle. Xia Yubing's eyes were red and her chest was heaving violently. Anger, grievance, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions surged in her heart, almost swallowing up her sanity. She wanted to yell, to question, to throw the new woman out. However, Jiang Chen's last few words were like a basin of cold water, completely extinguishing all her impulses. Everything you have is given by me. I can give it to you, and I can also take it back at any time. How overbearing and ruthless these words were. But what a cruel fact. Her strength, her phoenix bloodline, the child in her womb that was endowed with infinite possibilities, all of this came from that man. He wasn't negotiating, he was announcing the rules. A rule that belongs to him and cannot be questioned. Su Qingxue's situation is not much better than Xia Yubing's. The jade cup in her hand had turned to powder, and the cold powder slipped through her fingers. Her hand was trembling slightly. She always thought that she was special and different. But in the end, in the eyes of that man, there was no essential difference between her, Xia Yubing, and the newcomer Ji Yueyao. Are they all just investment products? This thought made the usually cold and self-restrained CEO feel an unprecedented chill and frustration that penetrated deep into his bones. Ji Yueyao, on the other hand, stood there like a frightened deer, at a loss as to what to do. She could feel the hostility emanating from Su Qingxue and Xia Yubing, which almost tore her apart. But deep down in her heart, she felt more confused. Her feelings towards Jiang Chen are complicated. There is the hatred of genocide, the humiliation of being forcibly planted with the Tao seed, and also, the undeniable sense of security and dependence under Jiang Chen's protection. Before she had time to sort it all out, she was drawn into a vortex called Ashura Field. In this stagnant and suffocating atmosphere. Buzz buzz buzz. A burst of rapid and piercing alarms suddenly resounded throughout the entire Dragon Court base. Inside the villa, the originally soft lights instantly turned scarlet, representing the color of the highest level of alert. Zhao Wuji, who had been guarding outside the door, changed his expression drastically. This is the highest level of alert at the federal border, a blood alert. It means that a disaster above S level is happening. Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wuji didn't care about anything else and rushed into the hall, but found that Jiang Chen was gone. His personal terminal was vibrating wildly. He answered the call, and a holographic image of a general covered in blood and with a broken arm appeared in front of him, with flames rising into the sky and incessant roars in the background. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The three A-class fortresses in the north, the western region, and the eastern region, the demon-suppressing pass, are being attacked simultaneously by a massive demonic wave. The number is at least 10 times the usual amount. Report. Demon Suppression Pass detected the presence of the king-level demon, the Abyss Lord. Report. The king-level demon skeleton king has appeared above god-slaying castle. Report. Outside dragon-slaying city, the king-level demon devourer mother is laying eggs. The number of demons is increasing rapidly. The defense line is about to collapse. Request support. Request support. The general's roar was full of despair and madness. Boom. Zhao Wuji's brain seemed to be hit by 3 huge hammers at the same time. 3 A-level fortresses. 3 king-level demons. Launch a general attack at the same time. How is this possible? This isn't an invasion anymore. This is a war to annihilate a nation. This is a general offensive. Shadow Council. Zhao Wuji's teeth were chattering, and his eyes turned red in an instant. This is definitely the revenge of the Shadow Council. The Federation's Thunder Purge has touched upon their most core interests, and now, they are turning the table. Use 3 border fortresses and the lives of millions of soldiers and civilians to protest against the Federation. Protest against Jiang Chen. Where is Wu Xuan? Zhao Wuji asked roaringly. General Qin. General Qin has already led the Iceblade team to the most critically situated demon suppression pass. But the enemy is too strong. The Abyss Lord is accompanied by 5 peak-level or ranked demon commanders. The voice on the other end of the communication was filled with noise and explosions. Finally, accompanied by an unwilling roar, the image was completely interrupted. In the hall, Su Qingshuet and Xia Yubing also heard all this. The personal emotions on their faces faded away in an instant, replaced by solemnity and worry. Although they were jealous of each other, they also knew what a terrible crisis the human race was facing today. If the skin is gone, where will the hair attach to? Old Zhao. Just when Zhao Wuji was extremely anxious and ready to mobilize all the forces he could, Jiang Chen's calm voice sounded in the hall without any warning. His figure had reappeared on the sofa in the main seat without him noticing. As if I had never left. In his hand, he was playing with a gray, strange rune that seemed to contain chaotic stars. Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wuji turned around suddenly as if he had found his backbone. The border is in crisis. The Shadow Council is determined to fight us to the death. Qin Wuxuan. Jiang Chen raised his hand and interrupted him. There was no surprise or anxiety on his face. He looked indifferent, as if what he had just heard was not urgent military information concerning the survival of the human race, but a trivial matter. Of course he knows. The moment the Federation's purge began, his, Emperor's divine eye, had already seen this thread of future destiny, woven with countless blood and deaths. The conspiracy of the Shadow Council. A grand trap set specifically for him. They used 3 fortresses and the lives of millions of people as bait, with the purpose of luring him out of the absolutely safe zone of Dragon Court. As long as he dares to leave, he will be greeted by the long-prepared thunderous blow from the Shadow Council and the demonic world. Just then, the smart bracelet on Jiang Chen's wrist vibrated slightly. It was an encrypted message from Qin Wuxuan. The content of the message was even more desperate than what Zhao Wuji heard. Demon Suppression Pass, Area A's defense line has been lost. The power of the Abyss Lord far exceeded expectations, and it seems to have reached the threshold of the Imperial level. I am not his enemy. Requesting support. The last 2 words seemed to have drained all of the Frost Rose's strength and pride. A ridiculous trap. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold arc. He stood up slowly. Of course he knew it was a trap. But he also knew that he had to step into this trap. It wasn't because of the lives of millions of people. To him, the life and death of ordinary people were nothing but passing clouds. But because it is a provocation. It was a reckless provocation from an ant to a god like him. God cannot be provoked. Pass on my orders. Jiang Chen's voice was still calm, but it contained a murderous intent that froze the entire space. Activate the highest defense of Dragon Court. No one is allowed to leave the base until I return. After saying that, he glanced at the 3 women in the hall with different expressions. Finally, his gaze lingered on Ji Yueyao for half a second. You, follow me. The words fell. He took a step forward without waiting for anyone to react. The void ripples like water waves. His figure simply blended into it and disappeared. Only Ji Yueyao was left standing there, not reacting. The next second, an irresistible, gentle yet domineering force enveloped her. Her figure also instantly became illusory and was forcibly pulled into the space ripples that had not yet closed, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 47, Trap? It doesn't exist. In front of me, gods and demons are all ants. Dragon Court, in the Villa Hall. Su Qingxue and Xia Yubing looked at the slowly closing space ripples, feeling mixed emotions. The previous second, they were still fighting for the ownership of a man, staging the so-called Shura field. The next second, this man rushed to the most dangerous battlefield for the survival of the entire human race. Their jealousy and grievances seemed so insignificant and ridiculous at this moment. Activate the highest defense formation. No one is allowed to leave the base without Mr. Zhang's order. Zhao Wuji's roar, filled with endless anxiety and fanatical faith, rang out outside the hall, awakening the two women from their complicated emotions. They looked at each other and saw an unprecedented solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that from this moment on, their fate, as well as the fate of the entire human race, depended on that man alone. In the north, Demon Suppressing Pass. This place was once the most proud iron fortress of the Yanhuang Federation. And now, it has become a living hell. The 100-meter-high ally city wall was covered with hideous claw marks and huge gaps, with boiling magma and dark green venom constantly flowing from the gaps. Beneath the city walls, there were piles of corpses, both human and demonic. Their blood gathered into rivers, staining the black earth into a shocking dark red. The sky was shrouded in the thick and insoluble demonic energy of the abyss. From time to time, ferocious monsters would poke their heads out from the black clouds, emitting teeth-grinding screams. Hold on! Hold on! A one-armed captain used his body to hold the cracked gap in the city wall tightly, and let out a hoarse roar at the exhausted soldiers behind him. Reinforcements are coming soon. However, he didn't finish his words. A huge claw as big as a mountain fell from the sky, bringing with it a sonic boom that tore through the air and slammed down fiercely. Boom! The captain, along with dozens of soldiers behind him, were beaten into a pulp in an instant. A huge gap was torn in the city wall again. Endless low-level demons rushed in like a tide. Despair, like a plague, spread in the hearts of all the surviving soldiers. And at the highest point on the battlefield, Qin Wushuang's situation is even more precarious than that of the soldiers on the ground. She was covered in blood, and her silver-white ice blade armor had long been tattered, revealing wounds deep enough to see the bone underneath. The ice-blue light of the long sword in her hand had dimmed to the extreme. Opposite her, three huge figures emitting terrifying king-level pressure surrounded her as if admiring a butterfly trapped in a spider web. The leader is none other than the king-level demon, the Lord of the Abyss. It is 100 meters tall, covered in lava armor burning with black flames, and holding a huge magic sword in its hand that is entangled with countless wronged souls. Next to it is the King of Skeletons, whose body is made up of piles of pale bones, and the Devourer Mother, who is like a huge tumor, constantly producing small demons. 3 king-level demons. There are also more than 10 A-level peak demon generals around them. This force is enough to completely wipe out any A-class fortress from the map. Genius of the human race, give up. The Abyss Lord's spiritual fluctuations, like the simultaneous roar of thousands of demons, echoed in Qin Wushuang's mind. Your struggle is meaningless. We are only waiting for a more important prey. If he dares to come, you, along with everyone in this fortress, will be sacrificed to him as his burial objects. Qin Wushuang gritted his teeth, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Of course she knew who the other party was waiting for. The message for help she sent was more of a warning to Jiang Chen that this was a trap. But, looking at her comrades being torn apart by the demonic tide below, and looking at the fortress that was about to fall, the pride and persistence in her heart collapsed. She needs him. The human race needs him. Just when the Lord of the Abyss lost his patience and was about to crush the stubborn ant completely, the entire noisy and chaotic battlefield suddenly became eerily quiet for a moment. Whether it was the roaring demons or the howling soldiers, at this moment, they all felt an indescribable throbbing coming from the depths of their souls. The space, like the surface of water, was rippling. A figure appeared in front of Qin Wushuang out of nowhere without any warning. He stood with his hands behind his back, with black hair and black eyes, and an indifferent expression, as if he was not on a battlefield with blood and flesh flying everywhere, but taking a walk in his own back garden. Behind him, there was a beautiful girl with a pale face, looking shocked and confused. It was Jiang Chen and Ji Yueyao. You are here. Qin Wushuang looked at the familiar figure, her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and an uncontrollable feeling of weakness surged over her, almost making her faint on the spot. When the Lord of the Abyss saw Jiang Chen's appearance, he was not surprised at all, but instead laughed wildly with joy. Ha 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 ha! You're finally here! Jiang Chen! We've been waiting for you for a long time. In order to lure you out of the cave, we have prepared a grand welcome ceremony. The Skeleton King waved his bone sickle and made a strange crackling laugh. Today, this is where you will be buried. Thousands of eyes opened on the devouring mother's tumor, staring at Jiang Chen intently. The trap finally caught its prey. 3 king-level demons, dozens of A-level demon generals, and the millions of demon troops below. This is a sure kill situation. Jiang Chen ignored the exhausted Qin Wuxuan. His eyes calmly swept over the 3 arrogant king-level demons. Then, he spoke lightly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every creature present. You guys, are you waiting for me? The moment the words fell, his figure disappeared. Without a trace of energy fluctuation or spatial ripple, it just disappeared out of thin air. The Lord of the Abyss pupils suddenly shrank, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged into his heart. Phew! A slight sound, as if cloth was being torn, was heard. Standing next to the Lord of the Abyss, an A-level peak Minotaur demon marshal who was about to let out a mocking roar suddenly froze. A thin line of blood appeared between its eyebrows. The blood quickly spread downwards, passing through its head, neck, and chest. The next second, its huge body was perfectly cut in half as if by the sharpest blade, split into 2 halves and fell downwards. The soul is destroyed. What? All the demons were stunned. Be careful! The Skeleton King roared, and the huge bone sickle, carrying the law of death, slashed fiercely towards the void beside him. However, its bone sickle missed. A white and slender hand, at some point, gently pressed on the top of its head. Snap! The Skeleton King's skull, which was harder than S-grade alloy, was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. No! It only had time to let out a cry of terror before its entire body, made of bones, exploded and turned into bone powder all over the sky. Noisy! Jiang Chen's figure reappeared. He didn't even look at the scattered bone powder. His gaze fell on the devouring mother who was trying to escape into the void. He just raised his eyes. Emperor's Eye of Heaven, activate! What you say is what you do. Certainly. Buzz! The devouring mother, who was about to lay eggs and drown everything with her offspring, suddenly froze in place with her huge tumorous body, and even her thoughts seemed to be frozen. Immediately afterwards, a grey chaotic sword energy appeared out of thin air and pierced through its core. Puff! The devouring mother, the most formidable king-level demon, didn't even have time to scream before she exploded into a foul-smelling blood rain like a punctured water ball. It only took 3 seconds. 2 king-level demons fell. The entire battlefield was dead silent. No matter they were humans or demons, they all looked at the indifferent figure in the sky with a gaze as if they were looking at a ghost or god. Devil, devil! The only remaining Lord of the Abyss roared in extreme terror. It's scared. It was completely scared. The trap it was proud of, the layout it thought was sure to kill, seemed like a ridiculous, childish joke in front of the man in front of it. Escape! Must escape! It burned its own abyssal origin, turned into a black stream of light, and rushed towards the space crack in the sky regardless of everything. However, no matter how fast it is, how can it be faster than God's will? Did I let you go? The cold voice seemed to echo directly from the depths of his soul. The Lord of the Abyss suddenly turned around and saw that face which was still indifferent but made him feel scared. Jiang Chen, at some point, had appeared in front of it. He slowly extended his index finger, with a tiny wisp of air lingering on the tip of his finger, but it seemed that it could crush the chaotic airflow of the heavens throughout the ages. Gently, he tapped the Abyss Lord's forehead. Destroy. Chapter 48, There's a trap within the trap. Jiang Chen is used as a sacrifice. Is this going to be a disaster? The word destruction seems to be the only law and the only truth in this world. The moment Jiang Chen's index finger touched the Abyss Lord's forehead, time seemed to stop for a moment. The Abyss Lord's massive body, blazing with black flames, suddenly froze. Its demonic eyes, once filled with brutality and fear, instantly lost all their brilliance, becoming hollow and gray. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no heart-wrenching wail. Puff! A soft sound. A gray crack, so fine that it was almost invisible, spread from Jiang Chen's fingertips to the center of the Abyss Lord's eyebrows. Then, this crack, like a living thing, instantly spread across its 100-meter-tall body in a way that violated the laws of physics. Next second. under the incomprehensible gaze of all the survivors and demons on the battlefield. The king-level demon, the Lord of the Abyss, this terrifying existence that has put the entire demon-suppressing pass into a desperate situation, just silently and disintegrated inch by inch, turning into the purest black dust, which was blown away by the wind and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. As if it had never existed. Dead silence. The silence was more complete and suffocating than any time before. On the battlefield, the millions of demons that were still surging wildly stopped all their movements at this moment. Those low-level, less intelligent demons were dominated by the most primitive and purest fear that came from the instinct of life. They trembled all over and crawled on the ground, unable to even think of escaping. As for those surviving A-class demon generals, it was as if they had seen the most unspeakable horror in the universe. They let out terrified roars that were distorted in pitch, no longer caring about any orders, and fled in all directions like crazy. However, Jiang Chen didn't even look at them. He simply withdrew his finger calmly, his eyes sweeping across the entire battlefield indifferently. Anyone who steps into this world. His voice was still indifferent, but it resounded clearly in every corner of Demon Suppression Pass. Die. What you say is what you do. As he uttered the last word. Boom. 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 Across the entire battlefield, the bodies of those frantically fleeing demons, whether they were ranked demon commanders or the lowest ranked demon soldiers, exploded at the same time without any warning. In an instant, millions of demons turned into a grand and bloody fireworks display. The dark green blood and black flesh completely turned the entire Demon Suppression Pass into a purgatory swamp. On the city wall, all the surviving soldiers stared at this scene in a daze. Their weapons slipped from their numb hands. Their bodies trembled due to the extreme shock. A second ago, they were still struggling desperately in hell. The next second, that man, like a god descending from heaven, flattened hell with one hand. What kind of power is this? How majestic is this? God, miracle. The captain with the broken arm felt his knees weaken and he was the first to kneel on the ground. He used all his strength to shout hoarsely at the indifferent figure in the sky. The human race will win. Victory! Victory! 1, 10, 100. In the end, all the surviving warriors on the entire pass laid down their weapons and knelt down towards Jiang Chen in the sky. There was no more despair or fear on their faces, only an almost twisted, fanatical worship. In the end times, those who witness the gods with their own eyes will either go crazy or become the most devout believers. High in the sky, Qin Wushuang held on to his shaky body, looking at the enthusiastic scene below that was as wild as a tsunami, and then looking at the man who suppressed everything with his own strength. A huge wave rose in his heart. Is this his true power? The so-called king-level demons were like ants in his hands and could be crushed to death at will. She always thought that what she was chasing was a person's back. It wasn't until today that she realized that the person she was chasing was a god walking on earth. Ji Yueyao, who was standing behind Jiang Chen, had already turned pale and her body was shaking constantly. Her brain had completely stopped thinking. Hatred of genocide? Humiliation? Dependence? At this moment, all the complex emotions were completely overwhelmed by a larger and purer emotion called awe. She looked at Jiang Chen's back, and for the first time, she realized from the bottom of her heart what a great existence the Tao seed in her body was connected to. However, just when everyone was immersed in the shock brought by this miracle, suddenly, a very subtle change appeared on Jiang Chen's face, which had always been indifferent. He slowly raised his head and looked at the azure sky that he had cleared of the evil spirit. His brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. It was at this moment. Snap! A loud noise like glass breaking came from the sky. Without any warning, a dark crack appeared in the entire sky. The crack expanded rapidly at a terrifying speed, as if there was a pair of invisible devilish hands that wanted to tear the entire sky apart. A despairing and terrifying aura that far surpassed all previous king-level demons and even exceeded the limits of imagination of ordinary creatures suddenly descended from the crack. Under this aura, the entire Demon Suppression Pass was shaking violently. The space even groaned under the heavy burden. The soldiers below who had just been kneeling enthusiastically suddenly felt as if they were being pressed down by an ancient sacred mountain. Even breathing became extremely difficult, and blood even seeped out of their 7 orifices. Qin Wushuang even groaned, his already severely injured body suffered another severe blow, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness began to blur. This is Zhao Warji, who was in the dragon court thousands of miles away, saw this scene through the shared battlefield perspective, and his heart suddenly stopped. This breath. Beyond the king level. This is the Shadow Council's true killer move. The real trap. The crack in the sky was completely torn open, forming a terrifying vortex with a diameter of more than a kilometer, leading to the endless abyss. A huge figure slowly walked out of the vortex. He was hundreds of meters tall, and his entire body was covered in black armor that seemed to be composed of pure darkness and the laws of destruction. On the armor flowed golden mysterious patterns that seemed to be smelted from stars. On top of his head, there was a pair of ferocious devil horns rising into the sky, and those horns seemed to be able to pierce the sky. His appearance made the heaven and earth pale in comparison. The sun and moon lost their luster. Saint-level demon. One is a terrifying existence that has truly stepped into the Holy Land and is on par with gods. His eyes, like two blood moons, indifferently swept across the battlefield below, and finally fell on Jiang Chen. There was no trace of the cruelty and madness of a demon on his face, only a kind of indifference that looked down on all living beings from a high position. Human, you are powerful. His voice was not loud, but it was like the voice of heaven, resounding directly in the depths of everyone's soul, with unquestionable majesty. You are proud enough to be able to kill 3 useless pieces of trash with your mortal body. But, in the end, it's just a carnival for ants. The saint-level demon looked at Jiang Chen as if he was admiring an interesting work of art. Today, you will become my blood sacrifice offering, playing the final elegy for your humble race, and offering your interesting soul for the coming of my lord. The words fell. He stopped talking nonsense and slowly raised his right hand. As he moved, the energy of the entire world gathered towards his palm. The wind and clouds changed color, and thunder wailed. A dark beam of light composed purely of the law of destruction, with a diameter of more than 100 meters, instantly condensed into shape in his palm. The power contained in that beam of light is enough to completely wipe out the entire demon suppression pass and the underground veins from the blue planet. For the first time, Jiang Chen's expression became extremely solemn. He could feel that this power had reached a completely new level, far beyond what he could currently handle easily. Die, ant. The saint-level demon spoke indifferently, and swung his hand down suddenly. Boom! The black beam of light that was powerful enough to destroy the world tore through space, shattered the laws, and crashed down towards Jiang Chen at a speed faster than light. Facing this devastating blow, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and for the first time, the source of chaos in his body began to run wildly and without reservation. His black hair moves without wind. Chaos opens the sky. He raised his hands and drew an extremely mysterious circle in front of him.